Hello. It's data versus Jazba.
Yeah, data
It's
just for
planning versus Daleri. It's the two semi-finalists from last World Cup going one step ahead and actually having a chance to win the cup after all. Welcome everyone to CDC Watchalong, and today is the big day, the final of the T20 World Cup between England and Pakistan.
I
First
think
thoughts?
we are the only ones who are
Yeah.
too excited about England and
First-
Pakistan playing. I think.
First things first,
यार
we don't have
शुरू में energy
our
माहौल तो
usual hype man Avnish with us today because he's down
It's
with fever and a bit of body ache or whatever. So
Yeah.
we
ये
wish
सब
him well.
fake
and
hike थी.
Hopefully he'll be back for the India-New Zealand series, which let's be honest, nobody cares about, but we'll still do the watch along. So hopefully Avnish is back. And we are looking forward to this match. We have about 10 minutes to discuss.
go. Yeah.
So let's first start with the toss. What do you think? A good toss win for England?
Yeah, I think both teams will be happy with this because I feel Pakistan struggles while chasing because I mean their openers prefer chasing, but once they lose them, then they sort of there is a slight panic which creeps in. So I think it's good for both sides that Pakistan are batting. They have a good bowling lineup to defend whatever they put up, even if they score. I mean, I know in the last game as well we said that 160 plus would be India's game, but given Pakistan's bowling attack, 160 can actually be Pakistan's game, especially given the game is in MCG and not a flat wicket like Adelaide.
Yeah.
But I think Pakistan are on back foot. If you right now, if you have to call one team on front foot, would be England, because they, first of all, they are better at chasing, and second is that if they get an early wicket, Pakistan then will have to figure out what is a par score, which is something that teams have struggled in this. Like we saw that with India, they didn't know what is a par total till the last over. And even then, when they thought that this was a par total, we saw that they were 20-30 runs short. So that's, I think England have won a very crucial toss here. And with whatever kind of movement which is there due to overnight rains and all of that, I think they can they have the bowling unit to exploit that. That's the feeling.
Yeah, but these sides we all know played a 7-match series a month or so ago, and Pakistan did defend a couple of 150-ish totals in that. So let's not write off Pakistan even if they put up a 150 160-ish score. Even though we know what transpired in the semi-final, England chased 170 in 16 overs without losing a wicket. But we all know that Pakistan are like thrice, 4 times, 5 times better than India when it comes to
bowling
potential. So especially if the wicket is even not doing anything, these guys have the X factor to extract something out of the wicket. So
they have 4 extreme pacers. I mean, all can bowl 140 plus, and they have a wrist spinner. I mean, and the 5 things that India did not have.
And one more thing I want to say, we saw the 2019 World Cup, right? How England kind of thrashed Australia, and suddenly come the final, they were not able to chase the 240 total.
Fidgety. So I think it's basically that is true for both teams. I don't think Pakistan would be like very confident because there'll be a lot of pressure on them going with the crowds and everything, reaching here. See, saying things like, "Oh, it is meant to be," and 1992 parallels is easier said than done, right? I mean, it usually doesn't work that way.
I mean, it's like the England of Euro last year.
Everything works
was meant to be,
and then
it's coming
they got
home.
trashed. They got trashed in the.
And it almost felt like it was coming home when this guy scored the early goal. Luke Shaw scored the early goal, and we thought like, okay, England are definitely winning the World Cup. Then so
that's there.
So Stokes to bowl the first over, or no?
I think Stokes will bowl the first over. So I was checking the data before all of this. I mean,
so lights are on.
It's not just England with data. I think we are also with like data and all of that. So I was checking that Pakistan openers actually struggle against the back of length and a shorter length delivery, which is what is go to for Ben Stokes. And
I think it's not just openers. Entire Pakistan's batting lineup, if you all good hard length and high pace,
they do.
They will struggle.
Forget high pace. Even for a normal, I mean, I don't think
the Hardik Pandya pace.
Yeah.
Hardik Pandya actually struggled.
135, 140. Yeah. So I think that's where England will optimize will miss Mark Wood, but again they have the bowling resources to optimize with that. And there's this interesting selection conundrum that they had, which was David Willey versus Chris Jordan, and they've stuck with the same team. So what are your thoughts on that?
They had to. I mean, if Markwood is not fit,
No, David Willey versus
David Willey, yeah.
Square boundaries, left armour.
But they already have Sam Curran to do that job. I mean, they just wanted someone with a slightly higher pace. And since Chris Jordan played the last game, although what was asked of him was a lot, in my opinion, just playing a first game, bowling 3 overs at the death. But he has been earmarked in that role for a while now. So it's okay to give them probably maybe one final hurrah in England's at least T20I colours.
But and one more thing is that in my opinion, and we saw it in the last match as well, when Jordan gets it actually right, he's a very difficult bowler
to get away.
Yeah. That Yorker he bowled to Kohli and the first 10 or so he bowled in his spell. It was, because we know that he's a skiddy customer. He's not like Wood, but he's also skiddy in his own way.
Yeah.
And he easily hits 142, 144, that kind of a pace. And because of that, he always will add some value unless he just loses the plot and starts bowling full tosses on leg stump. Then he's getting whacked for sure. But if Jordan can do that, just hit hard lengths. We saw one of them. I think it was probably a T20I against South Africa. The whole South Africa he did not bowl a single Yorker or something.
He didn't
attempted.
He didn't attempt Yorkers.
Deliveries.
So that's why I was just shocked when people say that Jordan is just a Yorker bowler, because I think he's more than that. It's just that his role too is in the death overs where he has to bowl Yorkers more often than not. So that's where we kind of earmark him as this Yorker bowler. But he has this back of length where he can bowl 140, 145 and then surprise this Pakistan.
But at least he's a bowler who can trust his Yorkers, because such bowlers these days are few and far.
And I quickly want to touch upon one point. Matthew Mott was appointed 5-6 months ago. And then we saw how the South Africa series didn't go well for them.
And then
the India series didn't go well for them. And then they had basically the 7 matches against Pakistan to fine-tune the 11 and come to a conclusion that this is our best 11. So just how good a job has he and Butler and everyone done to kind of perfectly use the 7 matches and then slowly but surely figure out the best 11 and kind of stick to it. You saw that Harry Brook is in the 11. He was rewarded. They finalized that Hales is their opener. I think Hales would have opened anyway because of
but that is a good decision that they took. Because I'll tell you what happens. Because I don't think Hales really did well against that the Pakistan series. There are a lot of teams who probably would have lost their patience. Given it was a 7-game series, they would have been like, oh no, he's not.
You're saying India?
I'm not saying anything, but there are a lot of teams who would have done that.
Open at Stokes.
Despite whatever criticism we put on India, giving players not backing players is not one of those things. But just see, the point is, England are also held by predominantly Hales with his BBL form, knowing the conditions well.
PSL also.
Yeah,
he's played.
PSL, he would have faced these bowlers in the past, so that will work again in his favor. So so far I think Hales is England's player of the tournament as of now.
Yeah.
It's between him and Sam Curran.
Yeah. But another interesting point that Dan Weston, if you guys have not checked it out, you must check it out in the last live. He mentioned this fact that how England players are playing so much domestic, so much domestic T20s. They played 30-40 T20s a year, which is what has made this crop kind of very, very exciting, and they can go to anybody. We saw that with Jordan. He didn't play a single match, came in a pressure situation, 4 overs, 43 for 1, which is not bad considering how he had to bowl 3 overs at the death. So that's something that we can't quite point at other teams, say like India or Australia, and say that okay, these players have played a lot of T20s, T20s rather.
So it's basically BBL and PSL proving their superiority over IPL so far.
No, but PSL's bowling quality is definitely better than IPL. Bowling wise,
but
bowling wise is definitely better, but overall.
But again, see, the point is, I keep harping to this on this. It's sort of in my mind, this is a proper end of cycle, right? These two sides played semis last time. Now it's proper batting side versus bowling side. England are the
batting unit in the world,
and Pakistan are the best bowling unit. So ultimately, it's like the two polar T20 strategies coming into fray, and those are the two strategies that have survived the longest. At least when it comes to these short length tournaments, because something that I was analyzing yesterday. I just wanted to have a look. Again, that shoddy graphics, but it's okay. So, see, what happens in bilaterals usually is, even if you lose the first game, you can come back and win the series, and at the end of the day, people will remember that you won that series. But think about it. These world tournaments are like bilaterals where you can't lose your first game. So there have been times, I think I was looking at the numbers. India lost 2 games to South Africa when the series were drawn 2-2.
Yeah.
And then lost the first game to Australia as well.
Yeah.
So again, right? I mean, this is where you need to judge bilaterals differently, and this is where a team which has a proper strategy is better because they have a proper approach. It's not like I mean, this cliche that you learn from losses, it's actually not a correct mindset in my opinion, because
it's true if you learn from it.
This basically tells us that you have not planned properly. It's like you want to, you're planning on the field.
No, you learn from your losses before the World T20, not during the World T20. It should be.
And the problem only really arises if the strongest suit starts misfiring, then you have a problem. But if you look at Pakistan, right?
Yeah.
The match they lost against Zimbabwe, they still restrict them to 129 or whatever. The match they lost to India, 165. I mean, it was due to freak innings. It's not like Pakistan bowled badly and India chased easily or something. So Pakistan's bowling has never let them down all tournament. So so in that way they can be confident that we are still the best bowling unit in the world. And obviously they were also, to their credit, they have been proactive. They dropped Asif Ali and Haider Ali. They brought in Mohammad Wasim Jr. They tried bringing in Fakhar Zaman. That didn't work out. They were quick to rule him out and replace him with Mohammad Haris and draft him into the 11 straight away. They did not go back to Haider Ali because he was incumbent or whatever.
Asif Ali, Haider Ali, or anybody.
And I mean, obviously, there was an element of luck. No one would have predicted Netherlands beating South Africa.
That's there.
I mean, world tournaments, you need luck to win world tournaments, unless you are like Australia in 2007.
Yeah, this question is.
Address bhej do, main aapko bhej dunga. I'll send it to you.
But more important, I think Pakistan have learned from their mistake. Oh, he's here, the hype man.
Unless you're Australia in 2007 50-over World Cup, you need luck to win a ICC trophy. A little bit of luck, especially T20 World Cups.
Yeah, definitely.
So, whether it be the toss or something or the other going away.
Yeah.
It's how you make the most of
and Ben Stokes. Ooh.
There was a graphic, by the way, just before, just after the toss, that Stokes had found the most swing of any bowler in this World Cup.
Wow.
2.
Yeah.
The second best is Shaheen.
No ball. Anticlimactic start for.
Come on, Stokes. Not fair.
I think they'll still defend it, knowing Pakistan. They'll. It's no ball. Yeah, it's no ball.
Dude.
Talk about an inauspicious start. A no ball from Ben Stokes, and Rizwan has the chance to free, and it's wide.
No ball, and the free hit continues rather.
So Pakistan couldn't ask for a better start.
If you guys remember the Asia Cup final, Pakistan had a similar start where they were
the
10
first over
exactly.
was like wide.
First ball was first ball only.
Madhushan?
Yeah, Madhushan.
Yeah.
So they were 10 runs.
Madhushan.
The 10 runs in the first ball.
Yeah.
So it's a similar.
One ball. Yeah.
1 ball, 10 runs. So it's a similar start, and they lost that game. So is it science?
But they were chasing then.
Yeah, I know, of course. Oh, smack on the helmet. Oh, what? Can they appeal for?
He would have taken the permission.
Test of Butler's sportsmanship here.
Spirit of the game.
But early signs that the ball is bouncing. I mean,
that's just Stokes, I think. Oh no, actually, did bounce.
Not it bounce, but again, he did get a top hit. So that kind of exaggerated the rise. So guys, please send in your comments.
Yeah, and your predictions, early predictions, power play predictions.
Everything.
Yes.
The same drill. We know that the engagement will be a bit down today because
India are not
playing. I know it's the final.
But come on, guys, don't be biased.
But
terrible bowling thus far.
Yeah.
Let us know in the comments who are you supporting?
Yeah, and why?
And why? It's fine. Pakistan are a pretty likable team, to be honest, in this bunch of players.
Yeah, that's true. Out of all Pakistani teams,
Yeah, and we might make fun of them and all, but at the end of the day, they have reached 2 finals in the last 5 years.
Yeah.
You have to appreciate them for that. They've also won one trophy in that time period.
2 finals
So,
in like
Champions
2017
Trophy,
included.
yeah.
That's all.
So
And they could have been in the final last year if not for that.
They were unbeaten till the semis
Yeah.
last year, and they just lost one bad game and they
And
were
they're
out of the tournament.
They're not kind of like they realized quickly that this tournament is not going to be high scoring one. We don't need as many batters, and they
Yeah.
stacked the team with bowling so that they now have at least 5 bowling, 6 bowling options going into
now they have 7.
So see,
7.
honestly, all of us knew that Pakistan had the bowling for this tournament. It was
Mm.
always about their batting.
Middle order
This
especially.
is where the middle order stepped up.
Yeah.
Iftikhar, I mean, big up on Iftikhar.
Why, dude? Why would you do it?
He was a goner.
Yeah,
All
Jordan.
He was a
I
goner.
think it's Jordan.
And Jordan rarely misses these kind of opportunities.
Yeah.
So, so far, the
So
luck
lucky.
is in Pakistan's favor.
Let's see if luck can get them through.
But, yeah. So, Sam Curran next over.
Miles away. Not even in the frame. I think
Vokes.
Yeah, Vokes.
No, that was Jordan, right?
No. Next over.
Oh, next over. Okay.
Yeah. Or Adil Rashid maybe.
Too early.
Not too early, I mean.
But it would be interesting because these two
I want to
don't
see
attack.
Adil Rashid versus Mohammad Haris because so far Haris has banged pace. I want to see him against spin.
I think they can try 1 over of him because they won't go after him early on.
But the ball is moving and that's the only spinner they have.
There.
So
by the way, what a huge game for Babar and Rizwan. All things considered, they've been probably one of the better T20 batters in the world in the last couple of years in this cycle, so as to speak. And if they could cap that off with a
World Cup win,
then who's to say that
this approach is bad?
Yeah,
or whatever.
Because they, like what Weston said, right? They're doing what is required for their team, and ultimately, if they can win a trophy for the ultimate prize in this format, then even if they are limited batters, they've made the most out of their abilities and they've done what is needed for their team, right?
Yeah.
So again, it's a big day for both Babar and Rizwan. All these,
but it's like this, like I said before we started, right? This is going against what they wanted.
And this is going
it
to be a boundary?
3, I think.
Not really.
It's a 3.
Could be 3.
Adil Rashid.
So,
because usually these anchorage type of players, they want to chase because it's. They know what they need to do.
And even if you see most of the Babar Rizwan big stands,
have been chasing.
Yeah, even when Babar scored that 48 ball 100 against South Africa.
Oh, we have a cheeky stat. Stokes in last 5 balls, 26 runs. Who can forget it? Remember the name.
So 8 runs, I think it's a good start for Pakistan.
Yeah.
It's a good start for England also, considering that first ball went for 3 runs.
Irony is that Pakistan have still taken more runs of Stokes than Rahul and Rohit.
Yeah, even after first ball going for 4.
So let's get back to this match. So Vokes, you guys say?
Yeah, Vokes.
I would still go Curran because of what Arshdeep did to Babar. But
Curran will bowl.
Yeah, but still early swing,
But Vokes also can get early swing, no? So that's the. But I mean, Vokes will then become.
He would try the outside edge, not the inside edge.
Yeah, it's true. But after that, he'll be rendered like very ineffective. That's why they'll have to bowl. I mean, that's why they have to bowl Stokes and Vokes in the power play. Otherwise, they're not going to be very effective.
But very good point about and in Pakistan for that matter, that 7-match series they gave Kushdil Shah all 7 matches and it didn't quite work out.
Shan Masood. They gave Shan Masood the long rope and then they stuck with him through. I mean, any team would have dropped him after that first game. They would have said, "Oh, what is his strike rate and all of that." But he's been playing his role. His role has been that.
Exactly. I know all the talk in the last couple of days has been how many anchors should a ship have, blah blah blah, and all.
Here, there's a team full of anchors.
Ship full of anchors, then bloody final. So, but let's see who it is. It seems
I think it's Vokes. Yeah, it's Vokes.
Or is it Curran?
No, it's Vokes.
Chris Vokes.
Oh,
that's swerved
after it crossed the stump.
So anyway, a slightly shaky
start for both of them.
I mean, all of them are trying for that magic ball, pitching on leg and clipping off.
Yeah, I think he was trying to pitch it on middle and just leave the bat top of off or something like that. But interesting that.
So with Kumar Dharmasena, the umpire, should they get 3 reviews, both teams? Or is just we being too harsh?
I think you're way too harsh. But here comes Vokes again.
Outside
Babar.
off. shot,
And that's a lovely shot,
but for no run.
unfortunately
Crowd
it's a dot.
catch.
Crowd catch. But early good signs for Babar that he's connecting the ball well. But in MCC, it's all about threading the gap.
Yeah.
It? Like,
Yeah.
there's no point if you hit it hard, it's not going to bounce over the head of the fielder. Or
We have a new visual seeing extra cover run to the second slip.
Extra cover is second slip. Interesting.
Yeah, we saw that. I think
Very
after,
interesting.
post India game, when Butler was giving this interview to Sky Sports, where he said that there was not a lot of swing.
But there is no second
No,
slip.
I mean,
What
I
was
think
that graphic about?
First over, I think. So he said that there was no swing. We just wanted to bluff and keep a slip, and that's what they did throughout the power play. It's something that I think even South Africa, one of these team, have done it previously. They have
Butler was brutal. He was like, "Yeah, we opted to chase because India are not good at chasing."
Yeah.
Batting,
But that was such an honest interview, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it was. He made it clear that they've planned.
Yeah.
And he said, "No, we know Rishabh Pant will target Rashid, so we bowled him out before."
Exactly. That's knowing your strength, and
this is how captains who've planned or players who've planned talk, right? I mean, it's not the usual rhetoric about backing certain players or sticking with certain players or giving everyone a
momentum
chance.
and whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, momentum is going to be there, but they knew exactly where to use. See, they didn't use Moeen Ali throughout the innings. They knew that Liam Livingstone against Virat Kohli will be a good matchup. Even though Virat Kohli scored, it was a risk they wanted to take because
and it paid off. 3 overs for 21 from a all-rounder. I wouldn't call him a part-timer because I think he's more than a part-timer.
He's now more than a part-timer.
I think he's just not. I mean, you can even argue that he's now as reliable as a frontline bowler. In terms of the consistency he provides.
You can even argue that he's as good as Akshar Patel.
Numbers say that he's better in this World Cup.
So we have a comment from Chitand who says,
Intent definitely better than Indian openers. Yeah.
Everything that goes on today will be compared to India.
Yeah. For sure. Except whatever England do. But then you compare Pakistan bowlers and Indian bowlers.
Hey, exactly.
Look how Wasim Junior is bowling. What was Arshdeep doing?
Not Arshdeep. What was Shami doing? Yeah.
Good start from Pakistan. Yeah, showing intent.
I mean, not really showing intent, but
they're not playing dots.
No, I think it's not just that. I think they are playing to the condition because the last time they tried to show intent here in Melbourne, they were just losing wickets for fun. Yeah, they're just losing wickets against India. So they realized.
Let's put it this way: they're not purposefully playing dots.
Yeah.
They're not respecting the bowlers just for the sake of.
No, they did. They are.
But the worst part was misjudging wides.
Yeah. So early predictions, power play.
Your thoughts on
Samish Santosh? Your thoughts on Dravid's statement saying Indians should be allowed to play foreign leagues. So Dravid said two things, Samish. One was Indians should be allowed, and second was, but that would mean that Ranji Trophy get finished. So in my own opinion, I think Indian players should be allowed, and the argument that Ranji Trophy would be finished is just a bizarre and incorrect statement.
Yes.
Because if you talk about it's all about player pools, right? If in Ishan Kishan, Sanju Samson, they don't have red ball futures, and if you ask them, they will know it themselves. So they are not gaining anything from playing Ranji Trophy. They might as well use that time, and if India are not playing white ball tournaments against any team, they might as well use that time and go play BBL or whatever league that is on at that point of time. They will learn. They'll get better. They'll learn from people who think about T20 cricket, because right now the way we are playing T20 cricket is quite dated, because we're still going back to reputation picks.
And one more thing is that the whole Ranji Trophy argument is a completely bogus one, because you are the BCCI. You have the power to not grant NOC to one player if you feel that he needs to be playing red ball cricket.
And if you really care about Ranji Trophy and the health of Test cricket, you can open Ranji Trophy to players from other foreigners, right? Every team can
They did have it like very back. I think they kind of had this.
Like people like Rahul Tripathi. Maybe I can understand if you're Shaw. Don't grant him NOC. It's fine.
Shaw, Gill,
Samson,
Sky and all he's 34, 30, 32, 33.
I don't think Sky is anyway playing.
Exactly.
Sky, Samson, Ishan Kishan. There'll be so many. Harshal Patel.
Forget going the BBL route. They have franchisees already in West Indies, in South Africa. Just grant it.
that's
It's your
what I'm
own
saying.
league.
I mean,
It's your own league. Grant it there so that they can play in South Africa, West Indies. And if they play in West Indies, the next World Cup is there. So
and I don't also buy this argument that no, India make up for it by playing a lot of bilaterals, but because bilaterals they don't even feel their first team.
Neither the opposition does. At times.
And they play at home, so it's not like they are going to learn a lot playing at home. Okay, do you think Rohit deserves to be the captain after throwing bowlers? That's an interesting question. Do you think bowlers are at fault?
They weren't, and everyone has almost everyone knows. Even Rohit knows that was just an immediate. That was just his immediate frustration that went out because India lost so badly. See, the point is, there have been so many arguments flowing around that people are just overreacting. India always never deserved to win in the first place. The number 4 is what I rated them and all that. That is true. But the point is, no one complains about a team that competes. That disappointment was that India was just thrashed by 10 wickets, right? And that is where Rohit, the captain, was also sort of disappointed, and that's where that is a statement that he made. It was an incorrect statement, but again, I mean that one statement is not enough to just doubt his captaincy credentials. I think Rohit, the batter, let Rohit, the captain, down, and this is where the issue is. So if you want my opinion about Rohit's overall thing, I think Rohit should not play T20 cricket for India from this point onward, but he should continue be the captain for ODI till the 2023 World Cup and tests till whenever he wants to play tests.
And the point you made about people are saying that I always rated India as 4th best and all that, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I just feel that it's a convenient way of saying that this doesn't matter because if in lead up to the World Cup, India were the most dominant side in bilateral cricket. It's nobody said that India was the 4th best team.
So people are like, in the conditions we knew that. The conditions, no one could say that this will be the final.
I would favor India because Rohit has played in Australia, KL has played in Australia, Kohli
everybody has played.
They have great back foot game, blah blah blah, and all that. This was the talk before the World Cup.
And everyone was like, South Africa is a good team because they have the team for this tournament, and Australia was everyone's favorite. Every analyst's favorite was Australia. So I mean, it's like very convenient to say that this is jingoism.
4th best team finished 4th. I mean, 4th best team finished 4th. What's your problem? I mean, it's not like. It's not that our Pakistan is the 2nd best team,
and it doesn't mean that their thought process should not be scrutinized. You can't say that. I mean, if you were already going to just play the semi-final, just be honest with your fans. That's what we want to achieve. This is the realistic target. Once Bumrah is injured, once we know that none of our bowlers can bat, we have a short batting lineup. What we're trying to achieve is just go up there and qualify for the semi.
And this kind of an argument I can accept if the way Australia reached the semi-final in 2019 World Cup. They were in disarray, and Langer kind of almost defied expectations to take the same team into the semis.
Is this a comment asking us to just go back to the game? we will solve it. After this. I
mean, to finish up, like if Australia of 2019, they were losing bilaterals left, right, and center. Just before the World Cup, they managed to win one series against India.
Shot!
From Rizwan.
This is the shot that he played against Bhuvi as well. Last one.
I think a slow ball. Yeah.
So in that case, you can say that I'm happy with my team not winning the World Cup and finishing 4th because this is what they deserve. This is their ceiling. They have not done well for 2 years, 3 years, whatever. But saying this for a team which they had a couple of major injuries. I'm not kidding. At least Bumrah was a very big major injury, but you had 1 year to plan and 1 year you spent playing the B team only. And you still couldn't figure out a plan B.
This is where you need to identify your main players and have a plan B. I mean, you have to know replacement for Bumrah. You have to know replacement for Hardik. You have to know replacement for Sky as well.
That's what Butler said.
This is a question that I would love to take. If you have your thoughts, just go ahead.
You can start.
So my point is, even if Babar has not performed well, captain's job is not for the batting team. Captain's job is for the bowling team. When the team is bowling. So that is where Babar, even if the captain is not performing, he has resources who can take the mantle up. So Babar, the captain, is tested when Pakistan are fielding. And the same goes for Rohit. Captain can't do a lot when the team is batting, right? I mean, it is up to the batters to just
execute
their plans. So this is where Babar is helped because Pakistan's bowling attack is infinite times better than India's bowling attack. at least on paper.
That's true.
Having said that, all of us, I mean, everyone who analyzed India's team before the World Cup knew that since Bumrah is not there, they have to score those 20 runs extra to compensate for it.
Exactly. Yeah.
And this is where batters let India down.
Exactly.
But I mean, from the last game, I think Rohit could have done better as a captain. Why I am saying is Arshdeep had a very good over, and then you took him out of the attack, and he came back in 9th over or 8th over when the game was almost done and dusted. So when he was testing Hales, why would you not bowl him a second over? That's kind of the argument where bowl out your best bowlers in the first few overs, because that's where you can pick wickets. Akshar definitely in those conditions was not the best bowler.
So this is where, see, that's the point, right? Almost everyone, like apart from Arshdeep, Shami, hot and cold as usual.
Always. We know that. Yeah.
Bhuvi is like, if there is no swing, he's not even an international level bowler if there is no swing. And both the finger spinners anyway were in the side because they can bat and not because they can bowl. And they basically both Akshar and Ashwin can't make a white ball side just based on their bowling because they are not good enough.
And they can't make a side based on their batting as well.
I mean, it's a combination of the two. That's why they were here.
You give us 6.5 economy rate and give us 15 runs per match, you're in. But they couldn't do that as well,
Yeah.
So, but anyway,
and even India, did not use Akshar well, right? He batted 9 balls in 5 matches. So what's the point of including him on his batting skills then?
So Pakistan are 3 runs away from from posting the highest partnership here at MCG. So
opening
that's
partnership?
Opening partnership or overall?
Opening partnership. So that's a big stat.
So, but I think Pakistan will be very happy with this start. Going at
predictions.
6 and over.
4 overs predictions. 6 overs. What will be the score?
6 overs.
42 for no loss.
42 for no loss.
I'd say 44 for no loss.
42, 44, 38 for 1. So let's see.
Lovely from Babar. Probably a 3 there.
Probably 2.
Jordan should be.
No, I think they can run 3.
Again, Chris Stokes proving to be a
excellent running.
Brother of Bhuvi. So Chris Stokes is also that Bhuvi category, right? If there is no swing, there is
but he
potencies drops
down. He adds proper batting. So
that's
that way
true. In
T20s, yes. More valuable.
But not in T20s. Right?
No, in T20s also he can hit
slightly
6.
More, yeah. I mean, you would take him over both Akshar and Ashwin, right? As a batter. Look at it that
not way. Over Ashwin, maybe, but
I won't take him over Akshar.
White ball,
I think Akshar is a better batter than Ashwin for sure.
I think Oaks has proven himself more in international cricket as a batter than Akshar has.
Jay says 7 overs, less than 50 for 1.
That's a
50 for 1.
Conservative.
42. Yeah.
Bas 42.
42, 44.
42 gang assemble. Shami played. Do you think?
Again, we have talked about this a lot.
Yeah, I mean, this is the point about planning, right? This is where, though Dravid and Rohit were very, planned and calculated in their manner, but there were some last-minute decisions which felt like we are back to the older management.
Yeah, it did.
His helmet hit the...
I think helmet grill or something hit his side of... Was there a dive? I mean, was the dive required? He would have reached...
And to be honest, India were also let down by a few things, right? They tried... They gave Avesh Khan a very lengthy rope. They gave Harshal Patel a very lengthy rope. Even Chahal just stopped performing altogether. So...
No, but again, they didn't play Harshal at all. They didn't play Chahal at all.
This is why, because leading up to the tournament, they sort of never did
there. But again, big match players, some players are like that, right?
The counter argument is that you have played them for 2 years. Might as well trust them, and like how Rashid did not have a great year even before the World Cup. Adil Rashid.
Yeah.
But England stuck with him, and even though he had like 2, 3 poor matches to start the tournament,
and then he
ultimately delivered, right? So I mean, you have to
backing. I mean that's it's a tricky balance. Yeah.
I mean, India probably will look back and think that
maybe
Chahal has been our
best
primary
spinner,
bilateral spinner for 6 years. And he's ended up playing not a single World Cup match, and I doubt if he'll play again in 2024.
We'll never know.
Maybe we'll see.
But he'll play the 2023 for sure.
Yeah, he should.
Maybe
let's see.
Maybe 2024 we'll see Kulcha back together.
Or Sundar and Akshar.
Jadeja.
Sundar and Jadeja. Yeah.
Like, oh no, we lost.
Sundar and Krunal Pandya. Funnier things have happened.
Yeah, but if they played Chahal, they should have played Harshal because you have to add some batting, right?
Yeah, that is the call that they had to make.
Between Shami and Harshal, right? Basically.
Shami and Harshal, or even
Bhuvi
and
and-
Harshal.
Right.
Because
So
Shami
England
at
have
least has
bowled.
that pace.
So England have bowled Curran. I mean, 2
Twice.
overs of Curran in the power play. So it's an interesting. I guess they're going.
But I
with,
think with India, against India as well, they did the same.
yeah.
This
So-
over was bowled by Karan, and then the 6th over was Rashid.
Yeah.
Go
Goal
on!
time!
One is there.
Oh,
It's a
Karan.
terrible shot.
Karan, like
I didn't even
always.
see, did you see the bail light up? I couldn't even see the wicket light up.
But anyway, not a bad thing for Pakistan. Muhammad Haris
Yeah,
comes in.
Yeah, this is where
kind of a decent start.
this is where
considering
Adil Rashid will
conditions.
bowl the next over, and now things will get tricky.
A bit of movement into the.
Oh
Ah,
no, there is a light.
Did the bails fall down?
I don't
This
know.
will-
Couldn't see.
luck not going Rizwan's way.
No, they have had enough luck. They had enough luck, so they're run out of. So Jay going on to ask or say, Chal's selection hurt us all. Team are thirsting for a spinner, and we kept him warming the bench. I think any team would have taken Chal. Even considering like bad form, whatever, they would have
See,
still taken
again,
Chal.
the point is, if you look at other wrist spinners, Hasaranga, Rashid, and Rashid.
Zampa.
Zampa.
I'll keep Zampa
Shadab.
aside for one moment.
Shadab.
The
Batting.
common thing with them is they bat.
Yeah, that's true.
Australia can afford to have Zampa because Cummins and Stark can bat.
Yeah.
This is the issue with India. None of our pacers can bat, and if you add one more spinner who can't bat, then your batting is ending at 7, and your number 7 is either Aksar or Ashwin, who are probably one spot too high for that position.
This is where I think India should learn from Pakistan because see, none of them were born batters. Naseem Shah, your Shaheen Afridi, and all
Haris
of
Rauf
them.
also.
Yeah, exactly. And then they learn to pick the bat, and they're scoring a 6 in worse conditions,
Truth be
right?
told, on their dash, even Shami and Umesh Yadav can do the same.
But
I mean,
Umesh Yadav, yeah,
he's not here.
Probably.
Yeah.
Even in T20s,
even
I mean,
in-
they can connect one and it can go for
but
6.
again, till you're 11, you don't have.
Yeah.
That's the point. The point is that you should,
See, the point is they need to groom proper players who can.
yeah, like say Chahar. Oh, okay, risky,
Makes his intent
clear.
and motives clear. Does Muhammad Haris.
It's a terrible shot, but
I mean, I don't think it's a terrible shot. I mean, so what
You
else
have
can
to-
he do? Yeah.
but his feet moved nowhere.
This one is like that only. Just that I think there was a bit of movement into the.
Chalo, bhai, let's
Was
enjoy
there.
Harris while he lasts.
While he lasts. Entire Pakistan.
Harris, bhai.
Let's see intent that we have not seen in the last.
Oh.
Slow ball. The cutter.
Probably if it was Wood, it would have carried to the
Mm.
third man.
I think it's a cutter, I think. So do you think Sam Curran will go for 15 crores in the IPL?
Sam Curran.
Yeah. Because
Maybe,
Player
I
purse.
mean, anything can happen, but
in form,
I mean, you're talking about Jason Holder going for 8 or the whatever crores. So yeah.
I
I
personally
don't know.
felt
man. I mean,
bad. So we have another.
If I'm in part of any IPL setup, I would be very wary of spending so much on English players because they have a tendency to just opt out at the last moment.
Or Australian players right now because even
So
what I heard is that Cummins might not be available for this IPL season and KKR letting him go. That's why they've gotten Lockie Ferguson. And also there are other reports saying that
So from this from India to we are moving to IPL, like zero.
no
times to give about this.
we went from Curran to there. So we'll come back to So maybe
So
there's
I think England have pulled things back in this over nicely. Pakistan probably had the better start after
Look
4
at his-
overs.
Look at his face economy across 6.6, 6.6, 7.3. That's gold dust considering how. Oh,
So if
proper plans.
if bowlers have learned something, they're not going short to Harris.
Yeah.
He did.
He
No,
did, but
but
this is a
Curran-
different
Curran
angle.
has this wicket bouncer where
Yeah.
This is a different angle.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so Jay says, I personally felt bad for Chahal even when RCB released him. I think you are not the only one. Avnish should have.
A little bigger ground than Chahal claimed the purple cap.
Yeah, Avnish should have cried also when Chahal went from RCB. He's like our trusted bowler.
They retained 4, right? Or they retained just 3.
They retain
Kohli, Siraj and
3. Yeah.
But the 4th spot, they had to
Actual-
spend lower. That's the thing, no?
Yeah.
Probably. Oh no,
But
they
anyway, Chahal went for 4 only, no, and 3 point something crores. No
Yeah,
option.
which is a steal considering how Hasaranga went for. I mean,
That's
most
because of
batting,
a reason,
but again,
most wickets in an edition of T20 World
for
Cup
England. Sam
Curran
Curran 11.
Side bottom 10, Swan 10.
This is where Avni should have said, old friend of
Good
CDC,
God.
a good friend of CDC.
How many left armers?
James Watt.
How many left armers in there?
Yeah.
So third over for Oaks, England getting through their bowlers nicely.
Which is a great plan. I think this is where they're optimizing on their resources. Something that we can't say about Australia.
You said 38 for 1, right?
Yeah.
So my prediction is...
Both of your predictions are already gone because no loss.
Yeah.
It's here's
I'm just thinking, was there a merit to bring Rashid now? But okay.
Oh!
Inches here.
Yeah.
But again, poor ball, I have to say.
Hit me delivery 115. That was like it's so easy for him.
Jay is saying if overseas players start pulling out from IPL will lose it commercially. I sort of disagree, Jay. I mean, till we have 1.4 or 1.3 billion people in our country and not sufficient jobs.
Yeah.
So the commercial value of IPL will remain intact.
Yeah, we'll still keep doing watch-alongs for IPL.
I'm still there. 7 overs, less than 50 runs and 1 wicket. Yeah. And
just cleared.
His prediction almost went down the drain, but yeah. 34.
Jay, if you've not subscribed so far, just subscribe to our channel
and
ask
please like
everyone in your family, friends to do so.
Share and
Marcus said they'll all came back. Bahuma.
Came to back Bahuma.
What do you all think they came to? Interesting. So you're saying that backing Bahuma is
not sure, but yeah.
34.
34 for 1. Think anything above 40 will be again a decent start for
Decent start.
Yeah. Given they don't lose one more.
Given they don't lose one more, yeah, for sure. But now, I mean, you're kind of starting to get more confident about the middle order as well. Right?
Yeah.
So,
I think the middle order
their middle order is still just Shadab and
but they still have the 4th best numbers, and England had the worst number for middle order. So it's like a extreme contrast between these two. Oh, slow ball again.
Oh.
So early signs of
holding.
Yeah, the pitch holding. Tacky pitch.
First innings only, second innings.
If there's tacky pitch, I think Naseem Shah would definitely. His slow balls are very hard to pick. We saw that in the South Africa game.
Haris Rauf also. I mean, but yeah. What if the ball starts skidding under lights or whatever?
It's a knuckle. Almost.
It might be the same ball that he bowled to Rizwan that he swept for 6.
No, I think that was the off cutter.
No,
this was
slightly. Away, I saw it. Okay. It wasn't a cutter. It was.
This is a cutter.
Oh, ball, dude.
Feel for Haris.
Okay, so I take my statements back. Vokes has definitely more skills than Bhuvi Kumar at the moment.
18 dot balls. It's like they played three overs.
6 of them have come from the bat of Haris. Haris is kind of having.
I mean, his intent is clear. His intent is clear, but it's just.
This is what people said Rohit was doing. Trying his best.
No, but. Yes, sir.
Again, one more 1992 parallel. Derek Pringle was bowled a no ball. Derek Pringle, whose son.
Oh, come on. Yeah. This Pringle.
This Pringle?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
I don't think he is.
Oh, that was a New Zealand
Pringle. You never know, though. But I don't think he is. Tim Pringle.
Why? Terrible.
Tim Pringle is related to one of the Pringles. It's the New Zealand Pringle or the English?
I think it's New Zealand Pringle.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because Netherlands have
connection with New Zealand.
Yeah. A lot of players have played in New Zealand, been in New Zealand.
Let me check.
So Haris is.
They're already 1 over behind. So that's saying.
Slightly nervous start.
Yeah, Chris Pringle.
New Zealand, right?
Yeah, New Zealand.
No.
Slightly nervous start for Haris. And he makes it up with a boundary. So.
Yeah, 39 for 1. So I get it right.
But after off the mark of 7th ball.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll take a small breather and we'll welcome our
Do we play the intro?
Twitter RT.
Do we play the intro? No,
we don't.
Guys, so if you can,
Yeah.
you edit
And
that
there's
and-
also for a
Also-
statement called Chokes for South Africa, which he will explain.
तो हो गया यार,
It's
क्या
because
ही-
he didn't
the
come to
whole
office for
world
3
knows.
days after that.
So what do you think of the start? England
Start,
on top
run
or
rate is slow as well as the over rate. The both teams have started on a pretty
So
slow note.
50-50 right now.
50-50 right now. But yeah, Pakistan is like just a typical Pakistan start. Just
Oh, we have Paji.
Oh, hello sir, how are you?
Good. Yeah, I
So this
like
red turban
Shub's intro.
Is this
I
a
think
symbol
that
of
is-
support to England?
I think that is one of his
Shot.
better looking pictures.
What you're talking about me, yeah?
The intro.
yaar.
Yeah, I'm talking
No,
of your
Avnish was
intro.
right. I think there is some
Yeah.
animosity between you and me.
Yeah.
You just appeared
No,
and
this
start
is-
taking dicks at me.
This is just banter. But I wanted to have an intro for myself as well. Unfortunately, not there yet.
So Gurkirat, you didn't buy tickets for the final, or
No, he said
what
no, it
was
is
the-
costly. It's too costly.
So yeah, for me, the watching the final was never the plan because
Even if India had made it,
yeah, I booked my flight tickets and everything accordingly. So and I wasn't expecting India to make it anyway.
And last
So-
time he watched India in the knockout, they lost. So he didn't want to
19.
take a risk.
19
Yeah.
Old Trafford.
Yeah.
Wow.
So he didn't want to take a risk.
To watch, though.
Wow.
So did you watch it on both days or?
No, I was there on both days.
Wow. Okay.
So you're back in India now.
Yeah, back in India.
So what do you think? Good start, bad start?
Which side are favorite right now?
I think Pakistan's best chance was to bat second. So for me, England are the clear favorites because I don't think 160 is going to be enough for Pakistan against this England team. Wood has been replaced by Jordan, so that basically means Jordan at 10 and Adil Rashid at 11. So
One for the over.
yeah, I don't think it's easy to defend a total against England anywhere just because of the batting depth that they have, and there's enough quality in that lineup to score runs against Pakistan's bowling lineup as well. And you still need a score. I don't see, unless Babar bats till the end, how Pakistan are going to end up with 160, 170, because less than that I
Oh,
don't
this
think
is
they
how-
will.
Shot.
This is how they're gonna end up with. I mean, too early, but yeah.
That's
Sometimes
still a
I
three.
think kick
And as Mohammad Haris brilliantly lifts Stokes over mid-off, we'll welcome our second guest, which is
Amit
Somesh.
Sinha.
Might not be there, but Somesh is again there. He's playing virtually. Somesh has left us physically in the room, but he's going to join
Virtually. Wow.
So welcome, Amit.
Hey guys, hello. Can you hear me well? I hope you can.
Yes,
Yeah.
pretty well.
Crystal clear.
So how are you
Yes,
coping
hi.
after the semi-final loss? Did you expect it? Did you not expect it?
Who would have
Look,
expected that?
The amount of hair on my head should tell that I've grown beyond these heartbreaks, right?
Exactly.
I mean, the last heartbreak I had was in 2003 when India lost that final to Australia in World Cup. But after that, there hasn't been really a heartbreak. So
Yeah, there's
even
the reason why Amit
2014
has adopted that Anand Bhai look from Munna Bhai MBBS.
nothing
subject कुछ
breaks
feel
my
नहीं
heart.
कर सकता.
Subject कुछ feel नहीं कर सकता.
Subject कुछ feel नहीं कर सकता. So nothing breaks my heart now. And with this team, I anyway had my doubts. And as I think I put it on Twitter also, that the way they had played, had it not been for that Pakistan heist, we would have been out earlier. Right. So it wasn't surprising that we got out in the semi-final stage. Of course, that defeat was quite hurtful, the way, the 10-wicket win for England. But again, I won't blame it on the bowlers for sure, as Mr. Rohit Sharma did. It was definitely down. But I'm just wondering, why do Indian fans do not like Pakistan batsmen, Pakistan cricket? Because they are playing the exact same brand of cricket. They are trying.
gone.
Is it?
That's gone. Long boundary.
नहीं.
Gone.
Yeah,
First ball of
First-
Rashid and Harris departs. So the matchup we were talking about
No,
before the
yeah.
match started, it's worked for England. So
I mean, it is pretty double whammy for Pakistan because Haris is the guy who used to accelerate as
Yeah.
well, and now that he's gone, I think they will send Shan
Shadab,
Masood.
Shan
now.
Masood only, I think.
They will send
Shan Masood.
Shan Masood. It should be Shadab. It should be someone who can up the ante as well and
But
just
I think
keep the scorecard
At
ticking.
this point, they'll want Shan Masood because he
They
plays
will,
the
they will.
yeah, and they'll
he
ask
will.
Babar to
I'm pretty sure that
Throw it up.
Shan Masood will come. I think, and even not Shadab. I think Mohammad Nawaz would be a pretty good batsman to walk
Yeah,
in now. Left
that's a
hand,
good-
right hand as well.
I think
But
And he has
what
shown that
about
attack-
No, they'll
Iftikhar?
get in Livingston, matchup bowler who can bowl, or they'll get in Moeen Ali. That's kind of like solves it.
I would send Shadab, I guess. Yeah.
But
yeah,
what
Somesh,
about
well done.
Iftikhar? I thought Iftikhar was the man in form, honestly, like the way he played against India
He
and
is,
in
he
another
is.
match he scored a 50. I do not see why they haven't really given him a lot of chances after that. So he looked really good in good form in whatever I've seen. So yeah,
I mean,
maybe
And
he
he's
can be
he's
sent
actually
in.
in pretty good six hitting form as well.
Yeah,
Against
Exactly.
India,
And
he
hit
he
4
picked up the
sixes.
scoring rate with 3 sixes against Akshar Patel. Against South Africa as well, he was hitting sixes against Rabada straight down the
yep.
crown, pull over the square leg as well. So yeah, I mean,
But at this
totally
point,
that
anyone
was a
can hit
valid-
Rabada.
valid-
No, but you know,
yeah,
after the
man.
South Africa match, if you look at it, right, Pakistan didn't need Iftikhar to bat against.
And as we
this thing.
expected, Shan
Shan
Masood is
Masood.
in.
Pakistan
And-
didn't need him to bat against Bangladesh.
Yeah.
They didn't need him to bat against New Zealand as well. So probably this was the opportunity, but they missed it. But yes, such is England's bowling lineup that I don't think you can tactically outwit them in any manner.
That's
They'll
true.
bring in Moeen, they'll bring in Livingston,
They have so
So
many
the-
matchup bowlers that they can.
Jordan.
Yeah.
It's like
But I
Matchup
think
batters
it's a
as well.
nightmare.
I think considering how Shan Masood played in the Sun match series, he's a perfect man at this point because he knows these bowlers pretty well. He knows how they can. So probably that's the thinking behind sending him right now, and they probably will ask Babar to just take on bowlers.
But
That's
why would
the
you ask
only-
Babar to take on?
Also,
Because he is
also
very-
one thing here is that Haris in the first two matches that Pakistan lost, Shan Masood had done decently in conditions where batting was difficult when he was batting at
Yeah.
number 3 against India and Zimbabwe at Perth. So for me, it was slightly surprising that they chose to go with Haris at 3 because playing with that intent is easier if you are playing in Adelaide or Sydney where the boundaries are shorter and conditions for batting are much easier than what you had here. So
But I think it's just the.
But again, it's also the
it's a gamble
sameness
only.
of the top order, right? They wanted to break the monotony, and
Yeah.
Shan, Rizwan, and Babar are very similar in terms of their scoring shots and all. So I think that's why they brought in Harris again. And
And I think
honestly, with Harris, it was always a case of whether like it could have failed
Yeah.
anytime. So it fails today, that experiment.
It's basically like what India did with Yusuf Pathan in 2007. Just
Yeah,
go
yeah,
and whack it. If you
opened
come
with
off,
him.
then it's good.
You remember
Otherwise-
that six in the first
Asif.
over itself to Mohammad Asif?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
The
I
intent.
think
Is
Yusuf
that, no?
Pathan, for all that he did in ODIs, and he had two really good hundreds.
yeah, against
I
New
think
Zealand and South Africa.
he's more remembered for that 1-6 that he hit in that final against Asif, which is
Is it the
a
last
slight
time an Indian
injustice.
opener showed intent?
and that and that is
Great
that
point.
This one moment is for everyone who says that you won't be remembered for what you do in knockouts or like one match can't define your career
Two
or
dicks at
whatever.
Rohit Sharma already since
Ask
Amit has
yourself.
joined.
But anyway, let's get back to this match. So Pakistan should aim for 160, I guess.
I think
from here.
they'll aim for 140, 150 and then take it from there, like
Yeah,
they
Shan
did against
Masood-
India.
Since Shan Masood is batting, I mean, I'm not expecting any quick runs in the next 2 overs at least.
Mhm.
So their 10, 11 over
60
square
and
would be
10
60,
overs,
65.
Yeah,
So,
but they're
I
getting
mean,
the ones and twos, which is something that was
ones and
missing.
twos are
Which,
really
no,
fine.
it is handy in MCG at a
Yeah,
ground
it is
where
handy.
yeah.
It is
What
handy
they
for
should
sure.
do is pretty much what they did against India, where just bat at a steady pace for like 3-4 overs, and then just there'll be 1 over where you can capitalize, like how Iftikhar hit Akshar for 21 runs, like that. Then you're at 100 for 2 or 3 in 15 overs, and then from there you can push on. Probably that they can aim for from now, 100 for 2 or 3 in 15
That's okay,
overs.
but then they are leaving just too much for on
But
themselves
they're
to
that's
do
the
in the
template,
end.
right?
Yeah.
So
That's
they
what
can't-
I'm saying. This is the subcontinent batting template. We should be proud
Yeah.
that Pakistan is out there representing the subcontinent batting template.
But
after
unlike
has
India, they
failed.
have a potent bowling attack, which can actually defend
Exactly,
150,
yeah.
Really
160.
Yeah,
potent
that's
bowling
true. I'm such a big fan of Haris Rauf, and I'm really waiting to see him bowl in today's match. That guy has been peaking in this World Cup, and at MCG he's at home.
Yeah, exactly. And speaking of Harris Rauf, I think English Harris Rauf is into the attack for the first time.
Chris Jordan was a
today.
death bowler.
Why would you call him English Haris Rauf?
I mean, no speed, first of all, or not much of a speed from. But Jordan used to crack 140s early in his
He
career,
still goes
right?
140,
But very
I-
rarely nowadays.
You know,
Look, something that we. Yeah, go ahead, go Kirat.
with regards to Jordan, I don't think that he was very poor in that last game. I think that was one case where his figures flattered to deceive. Yes, he went for 43, 44 runs, but it was also due to the short square boundaries. I think at this venue he'll have a greater he'll have a greater margin of error, and he might just end up with better figures if he starts bowling towards the bigger boundary sides.
And if he hadn't gotten the wicket of Kohli, India would have added like 10-12 runs more to the total probably, because that came at a crucial juncture. And
no, I think India would have still ended up with the same score, because Hardik pretty much made up for what Kohli would have done. I don't think the score would have been much difference, because India added 33 runs or 32 runs in the last 2 overs. Kohli was dismissed at the last ball of the 18th over. It was 136 for 4 at that point of time. So I think India would have eventually ended up with the same score. But yeah, probably that would have made Kohli's innings look a lot better than what it eventually did. I still don't think that he batted poorly because of various factors, but I just think that Jordan didn't really bowl as badly as what his figures look.
Yeah, and honestly, he should have got Kohli earlier with that brute of a Yorker, where the umpire's call meant that Kohli stayed. But yeah, he bowled really well. Some of the Yorkers were amazing on that day. So let's see how does Jordan do here. But again, missing Mark Wood, would you say? Because like nobody of that pace in this English bowling attack.
Yeah, definitely
Mark
they're
Wood
missing
would
Mark
have
Wood.
been a nice like equivalent of Haris Rauf.
Yeah, not just that. When Mark Wood played in that 7-match series,
that is what
they struggled. They struggled against him. So
he got Babar Azam out on back foot twice. I mean, Babar Azam is a pretty solid back foot player, but it was just Mark Wood's extra pace that whenever Babar tried to pull him or just punch him on the back foot, he was not able to middle the ball at all. And if Babar is struggling on the back foot, I mean, you can just sense the same about the rest of the Pakistan batting lineup as well. So Mark Wood, I mean, he would have loved to play against Pakistan in this final. He would have loved to play the semi-final as well, but bad timing of injuries, as it has been the case, almost a run out.
But he's made his intent clear. He's running. I mean, twice.
That's all this partnership has.
No, I'm saying like twice in 2 overs, Babar has denied a second. Babar's like, no, I don't want a second. I'm not running.
I personally wanted Rizwan to be out in that first over, while running for that suicidal run. It would have helped my agenda so much, because people wouldn't have forgotten the suicidal run out in the final. I just think it's the worst way to get dismissed, regardless of what format it is. Because you can't be risking your wicket for the least amount of reward that is possible. It is better to get dismissed while attempting a boundary against a negative matchup than running for runs, which the kind of run that Rizwan ran for in that first over. I really don't understand this obsession with quick singles. Really don't.
Just one more thing, because we are talking about Rizwan and the first over. The first over started with a no ball, and then there was a wide. Just imagine that, like Ben Stokes must have been under pressure to have started off like that. And even then, there was just 8 runs of it. Like if they had shown some intent in response to that, look, if he has bowled a no ball and then followed it up with a wide, he definitely is bowling under pressure. If there was some intent shown in that over, just imagine the amount of pressure he would have been able to pile up on England. But they just decided to play their own way, and I guess till the 3rd over or 4th over there was no boundary, right? So yeah, the reason I'm rooting for England. The reason I'm rooting for England in this match is because of like it's a match between 2 templates of batting. The subcontinental template and the template that the English batsmen have championed till now. So if they just go on to win it, I think we will have at least some respect for that, and people will try from subcontinent to emulate that instead of hero worshipping our players.
I want to add something to this. People often make the mistake of thinking that England's batting or England batters are just one-trick pony batters, because in this very same World Cup, when they were playing New Zealand in Brisbane, when the ball was actually moving, Josh Butler actually took his time, and he was 19 of 18 balls, and he didn't, because he knew the importance of playing out that bold spell early on and then taking on the bowling. So
Correct.
I think that even if the problem with Pakistan's opening pair, or for that matter India's opening pair, is that uh, they also sometimes never seem to judge which conditions are suitable for batting with intent, and which conditions are suitable for taking that extra odd over to get set and then go for it. Even if England would have batted first, I don't see Josh Butler, doing anything fancy in the first 3 overs for sure. He would have made sure that he plays out the 2 overs by Shaheen, and then just go for it, because he understands the value of also making sure that he keeps his wickets against the best bowler. He did that throughout the IPL. He never went
Yep.
after Rashid, and he's done that quite often. He knows Rashid gets the better of him, so whenever there's Rashid, he's happy to even play out a maiden, because he knows he can make up for it against other bowlers.
Yeah, and that's
it's basically
like very
that
very
economics
valid
thing that we
point
have, no?
with
Complementary
regards
versus
to Josh
substitute.
Butler. Josh Butler did it throughout the tournament for Rajasthan, and that's how he went on to have those
Yeah.
big scores against his name, right? So he, like, the experience that he has of playing
Right.
T20 and opening the batting, he brings that, and that allows people like Alex Hales, for that matter, or Phil Salt, to just
Phil Salt.
go about their business.
That
So
actually
yeah,
increases their incentive just to go for
exactly.
it, to allow players like Butler to just take their time and and cause a bigger impact in the later half of
So
the innings.
misfield, and Pakistan just like that have taken 9 runs of the over without.
Exactly, that's what I said.
17. So we said 60 odd in 10, and they have collected 18 of the
68,
last 2 overs. Which is
Without
good.
without taking a risk. That
Which is
is.
good,
Yeah,
since India were
I'll-
62
You
for
wanna
2
sub, I'll sub.
in 10 overs.
Yeah, cool.
Okay.
Double sub.
For one guy.
For one
because
For one guy, he is that powerful.
He's got two
सही
guys.
बात है, सही बात है.
Is that Avnish or Somesh coming?
Somesh.
The Somesh Avnish
Avnish
is
तो
unavailable.
Avnish तो बीमार है भाई यार.
Just look at his t-shirt.
Is that a statement?
Statement.
Statement to Pakistan's intent, Pakistan template of batting.
Statement या फिर ऐसा. This is a image of my mood.
Can Pakistan score 90 odd in the last 10 overs?
They actually can.
They actually can with
There is
Iftikhar.
absolutely no reason they cannot, because Iftikhar can whack the ball, Shadab can, Nawaz can. But
Plus, Babar
it
is
all
also
depends.
set now.
Babar
He
is
will
also
also
set
change
now.
gears. Yeah. Although he
I
has
was
looked
actually-
completely like he has not got his timing today at all. Like so many of the shots that he tried to hit in the air, they were miss hits. They didn't come off the middle of the bat. So he is still struggling, as he has in throughout the tournament. But yeah, I think today could be the day. Pakistan captains do very well when it comes to the finals. So let's see if he stays there till the 20th over. It's a very Babar kind of a match. He'll take it to 180. Honestly, just for it's important for him to stay there.
But Babar and Rohit has been in the same boat, I feel, in this World Cup, opening batters, captains of their side, and struggling with form big time. But Babar actually caught up in the last game when he scored that 50
Yeah,
against
when it
New
mattered,
Zealand.
he did stand
Really
up,
mattered,
right?
and today
Yeah.
also he has a
Plus-
chance to make a difference.
Last game wasn't
Plus,
a
I'll
test for
also-
Babar, though.
But I'll also say, yeah, exactly, very true. Like that target was just in the Babar zone. 150
Yeah,
is when
exactly.
Babar's eyes light up. I used to say this for Ajinkya Rahane when he used to play for Rajasthan. Like 150, 160, he's surely going to end up with 65 or 40, 49, 48 balls. But yeah, talking about Rohit Sharma, I think throughout the tournament he looked under pressure even when India were fielding. Babar, for that matter, I am not too sure. Like, of course, his batting form has been a cause of concern, but as a captain, when the team is fielding, I don't think he has looked that under pressure. He has looked. I mean, I don't want to go into the Rohit versus Virat comparison, but yeah, Rohit has looked flustered on a lot of occasions. He has looked a little clueless as well. So, like, it's the pressure that has made him do certain things, in my opinion. I don't know if that's the
Yeah. So I
I
just have a
there is
point
want to add
consensus
on
on
this.
that.
One second.
I want to
Uh,
add on this.
Gurkeet, one
This-
second. We have Jamie waiting. We'll add him as well.
जेमी आ जाएगा फिर
This is
कोई
a-
और बोल नहीं सकता, तो जेमी
फिर
के
कोई
आने
और
से
बोल नहीं
पहले
सकता।
कर ले तो।
yeah, I also
उसको
wanted
बुला
to
लेते
test
हैं,
my mic
मैं
before
बहुत
I
Jamie
wonder
comes.
if he has found a DK in the Pakistan team.
जेमी आपसे शिकायत है, जरा लोगों को उसके पहले रुक जाओ, कंप्लीट कर लेने दो।
हाँ, गुरकीरत
भाई
को बोल लेने दो।
हाँ, मैंने कहा पहले ही मजाक कर लेते, पहले ही कुछ बोल लेते, क्योंकि बाद में तो वी ऑल हैव टू बी स्पेक्टेटर्स, बिकॉज वही बात है. सो I think this World Cup, actually not this World Cup, but since the Asia Cup and everything, what has happened is that it has broken the myth that Rohit Sharma is a calm captain. I never bought into the myth that he was a calm captain, because I have seen him even when he was not the captain and he was just as a player, he had lost his cool. There was this instance where he was batting with Pujara and he lost out at Pujara because Pujara didn't run. So I thought it was anyway a myth that he's a calm captain, because he's gotten frustrated even when he's been captaining MI. It's another thing that frustration doesn't come out as often when you are mostly on the winning side, because जब सब जीत तब सब चंगा सी है तो कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ता. So that has broken the myth this time. Also, coming to Babar's captaincy, I think Babar as a captain has been quite logical in most of his moves. There was criticism of him bowling Nawaz in that last over versus India, and I thought that was that was an unjust criticism, because
Yeah.
48 runs in 3 overs, you back your two best bowlers to finish the game off anyway, and it took a superhuman innings to win the game from that position. So last game also I was there. I haven't seen Babar make bad calls as a captain, or you could say maybe some of the calls would have been 60-40 or 50-50, but outrageously bad calls I have not seen from Babar, really, from my point of view.
शान मसूद ने भी
Shan
दिखा दिया.
Masood was after
So-
4 balls, he was 2 now. He is 21 of 13 balls. So
तो शान मसूद वो कर रहा है जो इफ्तिकार ने इंडिया के साथ किया था, as of now. So I have
Yeah,
something to
but
add to
I maintain
this
also
point.
on Shan Masood, I maintain that in conditions such as Melbourne, Brisbane, Perth, he is their second best batter, because intent in these conditions can't make up for skill. And I think we are seeing another example of that why in this game.
Yeah. Just coming back to that argument. So हम बाबर versus रोहित कैप्टनसी वाली बात कर रहे थे. तो see, I feel captain's job is more when the team is fielding rather than batting. And with
True.
Pakistan is they have the best bowling attack. That inevitably makes Babar's job easier. And Rohit, India World Cup में जाने से पहले भी once Bumrah was out, everyone knew that bowling is India's weakness.
नहीं, but
And-
एक चीज है, one thing that is there is that Babar and Sakleen Mushtaq, for all the criticism that they have got, and some of it very deservingly so, they have been open to the idea of, even though they adopted that idea quite later on, they have been open to the idea of sending a pinch hitter like a Shadab or Nawaz.
Yeah. So, but see, the point is,
India
I
haven't
feel
tried that with Akshar at all,
so
barring
I think that
one
is
year.
more that tactical call lies more with the management overall. It's not just the captain's job to suggest that thing. But फील्ड में bowling changes तो कैप्टन का ही काम है.
But just
Oh,
one
gone.
more thing.
Gone.
Just one
Ball,
more
dude.
thing.
So that was stopped
with
on the pitch
regards
as well.
to-
I think it did, and if it did, it means the pitch has become slower
I
a bit.
think Baba just did not read the.
But he got
wrong
a
one.
leading edge, I guess. अगर leading
But
edge लगा है
वो
तो
कट कर रहा था गुगली को.
One point about the bowling attack that you are
अबे क्या ही
making,
था ये?
Somesh, about Babar having a great bowling attack here. Honestly, like Shaheen Shah Afridi is not at his peak. He's half fit. He's delivering the wickets that great. Naseem Shah is young. Like, even though he's bowling, whatever pace he's bowling, he's young. Your
High wickets.
Mohammad Nawaz is no Adil Rashid, or even for that matter, like Yuzvendra
नहीं
Chahal.
तो यहीं पर ही तो एक चेंज ने सब कुछ बदल दिया ना. As soon as they brought in Mohammad Wasim Jr., now he had 6 options. मोहम्मद नवाज को तो bowling कराने की जरूरत ही नहीं पड़ी unless and until right hand dominant team है. And even the bowlers are young. I think Naseem Shah has already played tests and all, so their bowlers are more mature. I mean, वो तो
It's
young
more
तो
about
age
them
से भी नहीं बता
performing
सकते
well,
कि वो young
honestly.
है कि नहीं, but mature तो है सारे bowlers.
No, I think it's just that if they had not clicked as a unit at like till this point, we would not have been saying so. And because there are enough reasons.
That
right?
is true. That is
So-
true. But see, my point is when Rohit looks good as a captain, जब MI के पास बहुत सारे resources होते हैं, अगर वही resources
Very
आप
true.
निकाल लो बाहर, तो वही रोहित कैप्टन अलग दिखने लगता है. The point is अब रोहित को गुस्सा कब आया जब शामी ने थ्रो फेंका भुवी के सर के ऊपर से, तो कोई भी कैप्टन को गुस्सा आएगा ना यार, when you have liabilities in a field. And Mumbai Indians had bowling options, they had mature people, और जो youngsters भी थे, they were hungry youngsters.
This time they had this time their best Indian bowler outside of Bumrah was Jaydev
Unadkat, हाँ, तो वो गुस्सा तो फिर
आपकी डेप्थ ही नहीं थी bowling में, तो आप क्या ही कर लेगा कैप्टन.
Yeah, I think we have
By
kept
the way-
Jamie quiet for a very long time. So
We have
let's,
done a very good
get
job.
Jamie.
We have done a very good job. We need to pat on our
Gurkira
back.
started it.
Jamie, let it go. Let it rip.
नहीं यार देखो, इंडिया इज नॉट प्लेइंग, सो आई हैव एब्सोल्युटली नथिंग टू रेंट अबाउट. सोमेश, ये शर्ट देख के मुझे बस राजा बाबू की याद आ गई. बाकी आप लोग समझ जाओ मैं कहाँ जा रहा हूँ. बट look, I mean, I just think the very, I mean, again, here we are, India is not playing. I keep thinking about that Ajay Jadeja's famous line कि हम तो यहाँ बैठ के चने ही बेच रहे हैं आज इंडिया के बारे में बात करके. But रोहित शर्मा, I absolutely agree with what Gurkira was saying कि ये cool calm ना, ये Gurkira, when you come to see me on the weekend match ना, you'll see what cool calm, ये वहां तक सीमित है भाई. At international level, there really it doesn't last very long. And just going back to the Jasprit Bumrah Mumbai Indians thing, Rohit Sharma is missing his strike bowler. So much of what he's achieved with that bowling attack is because of Bumrah. Bumrah nahi hai wahan pe, so he's not, his fallback guy is not there. It's not the reason why the team did so badly in this World Cup. But no, again,
wicket made in 12th over.
Going
back to this match, this is like England beat India in the back room. Like that was a backroom win, and we're seeing why England are the most calculated, the most statistically sound team, because Adil Rashid versus Babar is like a no contest, and we saw aaj aa gaya wo le gaya. So I mean, I hope England wins from here.
One thing is कि we are backing players. I think Adil Rashid said the backing. This is the perfect example. Adil Rashid. I mean, many people are like, "What is he still doing in the team?" He has not delivered in like multiple years. I mean, even I have said that. But they have backed him, and he has just turned in the two most important games of the tournament.
And by the way, there is turn
is
in
an
the pitch.
underperformer.
ये भी मैंने पहली बार सुना.
Adil Rashid's form was quite bad. He actually,
and his numbers were actually quite poor against right-handers.
In that 7-match series against England, and then the 3 matches versus Australia. I think he took a total of 4 wickets at an economy of 9 plus. So he was actually struggling. But I think
he's the most successful bowler against this team, so he will play these matches. Simple सी बात है.
What also makes backing easier, that they had no other option of a specialist spinner, so they had to play him. And he's also earned that, and he's also earned that backing.
And they stick to their guns like
absolutely.
Like
no, he's earned it.
Make the changes. He's earned it, and
he's earned that backing also. Matlab, if you have someone like, I'm not saying that he's Sunil Narayan or something, but if say someone like a Sunil Narayan, Rashid Khan, they go for they have 2.5 bad months. You don't say कि we'll drop them. So you stick with those players, and Adil Rashid that way in limited overs has been very consistent for England.
Very true. Very true. And for a very long period of time.
For Pretoria Capitals.
Sorry?
Gurkira, I was saying that I hope his form stays intact for Pretoria Capitals.
ये अलग एजेंडा चल रहा है.
ये बहुत ही अलग है भाई. तो कहाँ जा रहे हैं?
दिल्ली कैपिटल्स तो ठीक था यार, अब तो प्रेटोरिया कैपिटल्स को भी झेलना पड़ेगा.
अब ये ग्लोरी की
Africa, so double whammy for me.
मतलब ये ग्लोरी की होप इतनी ज्यादा है कि यहाँ से नहीं तो वहां से नहीं तो कहीं ट्रॉफी हाथ में आ जाए शुभ के.
I cannot recollect कि मेरी टीम कभी भी जीती हो. You know the teams that I have supported in the past. So you know,
अगर सेम मैनेजमेंट जो दिल्ली कैपिटल्स के टैक्टिक्स का ड्राइंग बोर्ड बनाती है, अगर वो प्रिटोरिया कैपिटल्स का भी बना रही है, तो उम्मीद ही मत रखो.
सबसे खतरनाक बात तो ये है कि मैंने शुरू में 1-2 बार रोहित की तारीफ कर दी थी, और उस समय आईपीएल चल रहा था, तो मेरे को सबने मिलके एमआई फैन बना दिया. चलो वहां तक ठीक था. अभी वो एमआई की कोई तो टीम उन्होंने ली है साउथ अफ्रीका में, उसमें भी कोई प्लेयर वो लोग लेते हैं, तो मेरे को फोन आता है, योर टीम हैज बॉट दिस प्लेयर. अरे मैंने बोला भाई मुंबई इंडियंस मेरी टीम नहीं है, तुम मेरे को जोहानिसबर्ग है शायद उन्होंने जो ली है, पता नहीं, केप टाउन ली है. देखो
Which is your
gone
team though, Somesh?
again, man. Pakistan are reeling here. Duck of 5 balls, that too, because 4 balls he couldn't get away. Adil Rashid, 6 balls, even worse. So, okay. And by the way, just one observation. So, Adil Rashid was turning his googlies quite a bit. So, that means that the pitch is slowing down a bit. And if that is happening, then Pakistan has a good chance of defending 150, 160 as well. Though I know England bat deep.
150, 160 छोड़ो, मेरे को तो लग रहा है 130 में भी गेम फंस सकता है. Even Pakistan's attack फंस सकता है. I'm not saying के
because they can employ 3 spinners against England. Iftikhar, Nawaz, and Shadab, and all 3 of them were pretty good on helpful surfaces during the 7 T20I series in Pakistan. So I think, since the pitch is turning a bit, it's a bit of a good news for Pakistan that yes, they can make a game of it at 150.
I don't see England making the same mistake that they made against Ireland at the same venue.
Yeah, that is for sure. That is for sure. I mean, they have such a big lead that
even if England have to chase 150, I'd actually back England to do it.
I will too, but I'm just saying Pakistan has a chance as well.
एक तो 150 देख के Stokes का अजिंक्य रहाणे हो जाएगा ना. His eyes will light up. अरे ये तो मेरा टारगेट है.
Yeah, and also not just Stokes. I think that experience of Joss Butler that we are talking about, that will also come into play. He will also, hold himself back for a few overs, and depending on how things are at the end of say 5 overs, he'll play accordingly unless he gets out initially. And again today, everyone I am talking about, I talked about Babar Azam staying till the end. He got out next over. I talked about Iftikhar playing well. He got out on
Butler
0.
getting out early.
So, yeah, if the trend continues, then I think this is my last
this game
watch along.
If Pakistan have to win this game, I mean, I agree with what you're saying, Somesh, कि 130 में fight दे सकते. But this game, if they have to win, it's all going to be about the power play. England they're not South Africa, they're not Pakistan, they're not going to choke in that chase. जो भी है, आपको power play के अंदर आपको 3 wicket लेने पड़ेंगे. If Pakistan fail to do that, then no matter how many spinners they bowl, I don't see this England team, especially after that match last time. I mean, I think that match has just thrown this tournament open. So, जो भी है power play के अंदर, Butler, Hales गए 3 पे. I think Phil Salt will come. He's not played a match the whole tournament. ये top 3 आप निकाल दो, आपका game वही है. अगर जो नहीं कर पाए, it'll be a 9-wicket win or something like that.
I think there's a good chance. I think there's a good chance that Stokes will bat at 3 today.
So I think if Butler gets out first, then there is a very good case of having Stokes at 1 down. But if Hales gets out, then I think Salt will come in at number 3.
वो सुशांत का कमेंट में लेना चाहूंगा. मुझे ये तो नहीं पता क्या खाता है, ये जरूर पता है क्या नहीं खाता है. वो नान नहीं खाता है. एक बार खाया था तो फूड पॉइजनिंग हो गई थी, तो फिर उसने बोला ये इंडिया में आके मैं नान वन नहीं खा सकता.
No, but honestly, you have to give credit to England for persisting with Stokes throughout the tournament. I think he did well in the Sri Lanka match, but nothing else apart from that. But also, they just know that he is that sort of player. And again, players like Stokes, I think they bring a different energy to the unit, even if they are not performing well. And I think in big matches like these, that matters a lot.
But it's a high scoring होता तो probably this move would have backfired. वो तो because this tournament turned out to be a very good leveler between bat and ball. That's why Stokes is an important player.
Ben Stokes is only playing क्योंकि ये टीम फाइनल तक पहुंच गई और फाइनल के एंड में Ben Stokes हमेशा वहां पे होता है. तो वही बात है यार. And you know it's Ben Stokes. He's the weakest in this format. I'm talking about at the international level, not the leagues. But there's a reason why this guy is there, because you don't देखो his bowling has been so. आज आके उसने बड़ा विकेट निकाला. He will be there at the end, चाहे वो 3 पे आए या 4 पे आए. इसका तो लिख लो, ये बंदा एंड में खड़ा होगा, because Ben Stokes है यार.
Like how we were talking about Hardik in the last game, कि वो गूदे वाली बात है ना, वो है. You can't measure these intangibles, but you've seen enough of their game to understand and realize that in difficult situations you can expect them to play calculated cricketer far more than any other average player. So that is an intangible which is very difficult to measure. You only have to see it over and over again to believe into it. That's what it is. You really can't explain it in terms of numbers or quantifiables.
and that's what, like, I come back to the point of what they bring to the dressing room, because of the experience that they have, because of the situations that they have emerged from, like be it the Ashes 2019 or the World Cup, all of that, and even for Stokes 2016 final of T20 World Cup. So they bring a lot of insight, perspective, and I think for that reason alone, Stokes is valuable in this setup.
बिल्कुल.
But yeah, man, this Rashid 12th over is going to be remembered for a long, long time.
Wicket maiden, bro. That was that to wicket
Huge.
of Babar Azam as well.
And
So,
then
I mean,
he
really massive
completely
in the
tied
game.
up Iftikhar. He completely tied up
Yep.
Iftikhar, leading to that wicket. So yeah, it's
Correct.
like he has taken 2 wickets. It just shows 1 against his name.
No, he's taken 2.
Yeah,
he
I'm
got
saying
Haris
in
and
that
Iftikhar.
over. In that
Acha.
over.
In that over.
Yeah.
Right.
Because Iftikhar's wicket was a result of what Rashid did to him.
And that wicket of Iftikhar is massive because people only remember him for what he did to Akshar Patel in that one over, na? And the way he got to 50. So spin ke against inka main tha. Shan Masood, I agree with what you were saying, Gurkiran. On these kind of tracks, he will bat out time or a bahut hi acha batsman hai. But what an Iftikhar could potentially do, perhaps nobody else from the main list. Ab Shadar ne kiya, to chalo. आप बोलेंगे that's what he does. But Iftikhar wicket was massive. Babar, you almost expected him to not score against this guy, and the guy's strike rate in power play has been 75. So England probably would have wanted him to bat, longer and longer. But jo isne Iftikhar ko out kiya, for me that's a much bigger wicket. So, and when you bowl 2 for 21,
and
Yeah,
Iftikhar went for
then
none
at
of 6
this point-
balls. So basically,
Batao
you
yaar,
are taking
massive.
out another over completely from the equation. So
बिल्कुल
I mean,
बिल्कुल.
But even at
I think that
even at this
Rashid's
point,
over.
it doesn't look too bad for Pakistan, right? Like,
Yeah,
they have
yeah.
6 overs to go. They have 100, and Shadab is there.
The run
And
rate
with
is still
Shan
above
Masood,
7.
who's now looking, Shan Masood is looking good. So, and considering it's a final at the MCG, I think they are looking decent here. Not that bad, despite all that has happened. They've lost Babar, they've lost Iftikhar, Rizwan. It's okay, I don't really mind it. And same for Haris. He was, oh, sorry. Haris, right? Yeah. So yeah, not bad at all.
Yeah, so far
इसी बात को लेके अमित, सॉरी, इसी बात को लेके तुम चारों मुझे ये बताओ, will Babar then go to Shaheen for the 11th over, the 12th over, the 13th over, or the 14th over, when 2 very set England middle order batsmen are there, say एक over डाल ले. Since we're going down that line of MCG 92, बताओ. It has to be that.
It will depend upon the situation. So say if Pakistan need to defend around 80 in 10, then he will go with Shaheen in the 11th over. But say if they need 90 in 10, then he'll probably go with Shaheen in the 13th over. That
13th.
way I've seen I've seen actually Babar use Shaheen very well after using his first 2 up top. Last World Cup as well, when they were playing against India, he understood the importance of trying to get out Virat Kohli, and he did all 3 overs of Shaheen. This is something that I have seen Rohit not do with Bumrah with MI as well, which is why, like I said in the last game, and I have been saying that the bowling changes mistakes that people have been talking about कि ये नहीं किया वो नहीं किया, वो रिजल्ट्स ने छुपा दिया था, पर वो गलतियां हमेशा थी. जैसे अर्शदीप को पिछले मैच में 2 ओवर्स नहीं मिली. Those even if you look at the 2019 season or the 2020 season, 2019 season there were a couple of matches against Rajasthan, and Mumbai lost both those matches to Rajasthan, once in Jaipur and once in Wankhede. Last 4 overs match was almost done, and both Malinga and Bumrah had their overs left. So this has been a feature of Rohit's captaincy for quite some time. वो जो quality है team के resources की, and their resources to turn up when the time requires, is something that has hidden a lot of mistakes of Rohit as the captain. And unfortunately हमारा जो मतलब what we actually tell the masses, or what becomes a narrative to the masses, is you get a good result, you are a good captain. You get a bad result, despite not having the resources, you become a bad captain. Because result oriented, अगर आप सिर्फ captaincy analysis कर रहे हो, you will never be able to get to the bottom of understanding what can captaincy be. And this is something I've been harping on for quite some long time, and I hope that maybe somewhere down the future we understand that captaincy is not just about results. It's about being the most logical and ensuring that you are able to give your team the best chance of winning. Not winning, but the best chance of winning.
The best example of what Gurkira just said is, I think, Joe Root as England's test captain. He has both won the most tests for England as a captain, and he has also lost most tests for England as a captain. So it just confirms that obviously one player cannot be both the best and the worst captain for his side. So it just confirms that just results are not enough to check how good a captain is.
To answer Pratik Kandhari, yes, this is exactly what I was talking about.
Yeah,
If
but in a way,
if England wins this, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
Sorry.
but in a way, this final is set up properly, very well, right? I mean, it's between two polar opposite sides. One is your proper batting dominant side, and one is a proper bowling dominant side. And there is some backing to both school of T20
Gone.
games.
Oh no.
I mean, I think there is a place for both styles.
And also both sides have overperformed, I feel, in their secondary skill. By that I mean England had their weaker suit in their bowling department, and I think they have fared quite well with the ball. And similarly, Pakistan's biggest weakness was their middle order with the bat, and the middle order has stepped up quite a while. So both teams, one team batting dominant, but they have done well with the ball, and the other team vice versa.
Also, just one thing, I think after this, Sam Curran is going to be the most expensive player in this IPL auction.
Yeah, he could well be Sam Curran, or what about Cameron Green? Because everyone was just hyping him just a while back when India Australia was playing.
And
Yeah,
honestly, with the
for
way
sure.
Indian Premier League auctions go, we remember what happened with Odion Smith being picked right after that one knock he played 38 of 19 against India and doing terribly for the Punjab Kings throughout the season. So yeah, IPL auctions definitely go a lot on the basis of one performance, one series. So I think Cameron Green will also be one of the most sought after players. But yeah, with the way Sam Curran has played here, and the good thing about Sam Curran is that he has, like, we show a sense of maturity in the way he has gone about his business. He has been around for a while. He has played IPL for a number of teams, Punjab and Chennai. And I think, now he has sort of grown as a cricketer. So he is more valuable today than he was several years ago when he was picked by the IPL teams.
I think
the only question mark would be his availability. Yeah, Jamie.
No, वो तो है, but I think just to add on this, what the IPL has also shown across 15 years is if you're a Caucasian cricketer who bowls seam and bats in the top three, आपकी value बहुत बहुत बड़ी है. तो इसी basis पे what this Cameron Green offers ना, आप देख लिया, कैलिस से लेके स्टोक्स से लेके वॉटसन से लेके सबको लेको, अगर आप टॉप थ्री में बैट कर सकते हो, स्टोक्स ओपन, स्टोक्स 3 पे आता है, और ऐसे पता नहीं, it's valid to a certain extent, but like you said, oftentimes that you see, अच्छा इसने एक सीरीज में किया था, so the audience with वाला, I said that time, इसको क्यों ले रहे हैं ये लोग, ये कुछ करता है नहीं, but someone like a Cameron Green, that role which Australia tried him in those 8, 9, 10 matches, उससे शायद सबसे ज्यादा impact पड़ेगा when the IPL auction rolls around next month. That's just my view on this.
There's a good chance he might end up in DC, given both Ponting and him are from Tasmania. The problem is, if he ends up in DC, where does he play? Because your top four is more or less fixed. Mitchell Marsh is there.
Maybe if you back up for Mitchell Marsh, that.
मार्च तो वैसे 4 मैच के बाद he'll hobble off, so he's a good option. Plus वहाँ पे शेन वॉटसन भी तो है ना वहाँ पे दिल्ली में.
I think
ये आएगा.
I think दिल्ली में क्या होता है कि असिस्टेंट कोच आप 2-3 रख लो, बट चलता है कि बंदे, मतलब हर टीम का एक गुंडा होता है, उस टीम का गुंडा फिक्स्ड है. Because अगर मैं the reason why I'm saying this is because if you have Praveen Amre and Ajit Agarkar in your setup, they should be surely knowing that Sarfaraz has better domestic numbers than someone like a Mandeep Singh and KS Bharat, right? So if you're still starting with Mandeep Singh, then it pretty much tells your assistant coaches have no say.
और जब वो गुंडा गायब हो जाता है तो सब अपने रोल भूल जाते हैं और मैच में से प्लेयर को वापस बुलाने लगते हैं।
वही कह रहा हूँ, just to pick up on what Gurjeet said, it shows that your assistant coach has no standing when वो कुछ कह रहा पंच निकला, अबे चल यार छोले कुलचे खाने चलते हैं, हमने खेल रहे हैं मैच, वही ना हमने खेल रहे, हम चल रहे हैं छोले कुलचे खाने, बेचारा हमारे had no standing in that।
मुंबई में कहाँ मिलेंगे छोले कुलचे?
शेन वॉटसन ने ग्रेट क्रिकेटर में बोला था कि आई वाज लाइक कि ये चल क्या रहा है यहाँ पे, ये क्या हो रहा है, मतलब मैं क्या करूँ अभी।
And he only did that because, like you said, Ponting was in late. I think he had COVID or something. Ponting होता एक रखता ऋषभ पंत को पीछे पाल के पीछे।
बोला था पॉन्टिंग कि मैंने 3 रिमोट तोड़े कल होटल में।
So that's 3 remotes and 1 TV, no? That Ponting has broken during big tournaments.
TV का नहीं बताया।
But I am surprised. I am surprised.
11 World Cup,
2011 match against Zimbabwe.
Yeah, when he was run out. But I am surprised he broke 3 remotes just for that decision and not for his consistent mistakes of sending someone to bat at number 3 in spin oriented conditions when they can't bat against spin at all. तो ठीक है 3 रिमोट तोड़ दिए तो क्या हुआ, यहाँ पर इतने सारे लोगों के दिल टूटे हैं सेम गलती पर। 3 रिमोट तो छोटी सी चीज है।
मुझे लग रहा है गुरकीरत को भी शूट वाला सिंड्रोम है, दिल्ली के हार का बुरा लगता है।
अरे नहीं, I hate seeing the same mistake being committed every time because
पिछले मैच में स्टोक्स ने चौका छोड़ा था और उसकी बॉलिंग पे छूट गया, ऐसा बराबर एक तरीके से।
Yeah, but I
is this the first time he's done 4 overs in the World Cup? Sorry.
No,
possibly we
yeah, I think it's
the first time बढ़िया so far। अनिरुद्ध भाई बताओ।
I've seen that if Shadab plays the way he is playing today, like I think he will secure his man of the tournament prize. And like if he goes on to end up with 40 plus here, because he's definitely on course.
बिल्कुल
unless and until Hales one sided खत्म कर दे।
The problem is कि voting का भी issue है, so when it comes
eventually
to votes,
it will be India's numbers versus
when it comes to fan votes, I don't think anyone can beat Surya Kumar Yadav or Virat Kohli. So
नहीं, but the World Cup में man of the match goes to the journalists, no? Journalists voted.
Man of the series is 50% of the Indian. Sorry, not 50% of voting. Sorry, the truth came out. Yeah, 50% of the voting, and then the the commentators, right?
The problem is you don't know which 50% is going to be more analytical and more correct, because commentators का क्या है, they can give a man of the match to KL Rahul when Surya Kumar Yadav has scored a 27 ball 68 and David Miller has scored 147 balls. Apparently ये तो मेरे को पहली बार ही पता लगा that opening is a difficult position in T20s. So, अब क्या करे, मतलब ठीक है वो उतना difficult
4 है क्या?
Fielded. So let's hear from Anirudh. Anirudh bhai, join. कैसे करोगे?
That's me through this me talking to me.
हाँ भाई।
अरे वाह, 4 आ गए। पहले तो खुद को म्यूट कर, उधर टीवी म्यूट करो। आपकी तरफ
पहले टीवी म्यूट करना है यार, 1 मिनट।
अभी ठीक है, बोलो।
अच्छा हाँ, अगेंस्ट अफगानिस्तान उसने पहला मैच में 4 ओवर डाला था भाई, 2 विकेट निकाला था।
Okay, so, how many runs did he concede?
19 runs.
2 for 19. Wow. Cool.
2 for 19. तो हाँ, उसके बाद तो सारे 2.2 1 3 2 अभी 4 ओवर।
तो बेसिकली ड्यूरेंट लाइन के इस तरफ और उस तरफ ही 4 ओवर डाले हैं बस।
हाँ
नाइस।
So by the way, 13
काफी पढ़ के आए like the t-shirt से।
क्या बोले?
बोलो सॉरी।
काफी पढ़ाई करी है आपने, आपकी टी-शर्ट जैसे कह रही है। Yeah.
No, I was just saying that 13 runs from that Stokes last over despite just 1/4, so it just shows how important running between the wickets is in this massive field.
भाई मैं तो
सबसे is doing great man.
कब से बोल रहा हूँ यार, aggression का वर्ड को किसी को पता भी नहीं है यार। Then nobody knows what is aggression.
If you want to see aggression, look at Rahul Dravid's eyes.
Rahul Dravid's eyes तो छोड़ो लेंगे। Every time when
जर्नलिस्ट ने जब सवाल पूछा था ना, उसने सिर्फ घूरा था हल्का सा, मेरी टीवी पे से।
ठीक है,
अभी
I'll
रेस
ask you
निकाल के
this.
इनको सर भेजा उड़ा देगा.
जाने से पहले I'll ask you this. तुम डिस्कस करो एग्रेशन. You have hit 2 fours. तुम्हारा इंटेंशन क्या होता है? मतलब बैट्समैन व्हाट लाइक फर्स्ट 2 balls you have hit a 4. लाइक तुम्हारा अगले 4 बॉल जो है लाइक व्हाट इज योर थिंग? व्हाट इज अग्रेशन अकॉर्डिंग टू यू? जब आ गया 8 रन पहले 2 बॉल में, कर लो डिस्कस अभी.
This is not possible.
Great question.
This is not possible. After hitting a boundary, you have to take a single. That is what is good.
सुनील गावस्कर.
नहीं होता भाई वो. That is what I just want to know.
Do you know more than someone who has 34 test hundreds?
भाई मैं उसकी जगह पे
But
जा रहा
zero
हूँ.
in wild
I
balls.
accept to his
One.
fact. अगर हमारे पास लाइक इफ यू हैव हिट 2 fours, तुम्हारे नेसेसिटी नहीं है कि हाँ भाई एक और के लिए जाना चाहिए. वो नेसेसिटी है ही नहीं.
But if you get 2, you can get 6 also,
Who
no?
is the better?
इस दुनिया
I
में
mean,
हर
that
चीज
is
का
what,
आंसर
like,
it
you-
depends होता है.
even if you take 2 doubles in that makes up 10 runs an over. I mean 12 runs an over, which is more than what you wanted.
I think it just comes down upon the match situation. Like if your asking rate is 15 and it's a bowler against who you think you can take a 20-25 runs over, then you have to do it. So you have to
Basically,
take it.
if you are Rishabh Pant and the bowler is Jack Leach, out.
हाँ out.
तो 2 चौके के बाद तो फिर आप सोचोगे कि अब तो छक्का पड़ना चाहिए.
But this guy could also be the
Good innings
Yes,
by
sir. Go
Shan
ahead,
Masood.
Sam.
Sam Curran ना man of the
Sam.
tournament दावेदार है.
It could be. The guy has been outstanding. With the least pace, he's been outstanding.
Yep.
भाई मैं वही बोल रहा हूँ.
शादाब
Like,
खान दो.
the thing is like
Yeah, it depends who wins also.
The ground dimensions over here has gone in favor of Sam Curran. उसके लिए like this was very good. यहाँ पे
Yeah.
तो उसके पेस के लिए तो like you have to manufacture your power. किसी और के लिए तो वो होता नहीं है.
So 38 of
Which is
28
why-
from Shan Masood, and also it's because of him that Liam Livingstone could bowl only 1 over, because the 1 over he came on to bowl, he just went 4 and 6 back-to-back balls. So good knock, very good knock in fact from
Okay.
Shan Masood.
Thanks,
Very
Anirudh.
good.
We will
Sure,
let
bye.
you go back to the game. Bye.
But that's a great question, honestly, by our friend Anirudh. And this takes me back to 2007. And this is something that Bharat Sundaresan writes in the Dhoni Touch, that MS Dhoni said exactly this to the selectors. He didn't, like, of course, the book doesn't mention names, but he said, I do not want players who play the first ball of the over for a 4 and then take 2, but there are 4 dot balls. So and this is happening right after the India Australia ODI series, which you remember India lost, I guess 4-2, right?
Yeah.
And and after which Saurav and Rahul were done away with. And if you see this, like the entire series, Saurav had good numbers, but this is exactly what he did. He would like play 4 or 5 dot balls, but eventually he would hit us 4 or whatever 6, and eventually he'll have good runs to show from the over. But Dhoni said,
best example of this of what Amit is saying was the 6th ODI in that series in Nagpur.
Yes,
India had to
totally.
chase 317. They started off very well with Sachin and Saurav opening, but this was a feature of Saurav's batting.
मुझे लगा गुरप्रीत बोलेगा बेस्ट एग्जांपल वाज लास्ट गेम जब पहली बॉल पे चौका मारा था तो भी ओवर से 6 रन आए.
अरे यार, don't even remind. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's a very valid point of what constitutes aggression. Would you consider that like one boundary that batsman hit off that in that over as aggression, and then soaking up balls, 4 dot balls? Because at the end of the day, it's 6 runs coming from, and in an ODI, 6 runs of an over is good. But those 4 dot balls, it creates problem for the people in the dressing room, for the one at the other end. So yeah, that's when running between the wickets becomes so important.
I think it's also, just to add on that, I think it's also Dhoni's way of. No, I think it's also Dhoni's way of saying, get me young players. No, young players run faster. This T20 game is a young players team. घुमा फिरा के बाद वहां पे तो आता है ना. Give me young guys, not guys at the end of their careers. But India, you cannot say that. So I think he very smartly picked up that aspect and said that.
But eventually, Dhoni became the monster that he said he won't become. He's become that 4 dot balls and then 1 6.
ये सीएसके का दर्द
this
निकल
clip,
रहा है दिल्ली से
this
CSK
clip,
आ गए।
this clip, this
अभी
clip
फिरोज
should be
सुरेश को
posted
बुलाएगा
on
तो पंजाब
Twitter,
बच जाएंगे.
and then I'll share so that it reaches the CSK fan army. After which, it would be very brave of Akash to keep his Twitter account.
So 13, Stokes conceded 13 in his last over, so that was a good over for Pakistan. But then Sam Curran conceded only 3, leveled again,
and picked a wicket also.
Every time Pakistan takes to Pakistan
Aggression,
seems
yeah.
to take a step forward. In the next over, they are
This
just
is
put
Pakistan's
back.
political history.
So just
Let's
We won't have censorship here, so
let's do predictions of the final score.
Yeah, I think that's something that we missed. I was going to say that if Avnish was here, he would have talked about the 16th over soothsayer thing. So yeah, go ahead.
156.
141, 156,
152.
149.
158.
I'd go with the मैं 157 बोलना था, the score that India scored in 2007 final.
अबे मारेगा कौन?
Shadab
है ना?
Shadab.
Sam Curran बचा हुआ है
Gone.
और ये
Talk about
I
jinxing.
only
okay,
I
want
only
to
said 158 because
141 में बोल
I'm
चुका हूँ।
only saying
151.
I'm only saying 158 because that was my toss line prediction and I don't want to change it. That's why I'm saying 158.
And Jordan has picked the important wicket.
Could it be Jordan's last game for England? Because
He'll be happy if this is last game they're winning. He'll be more than happy.
बिल्कुल सही कहा.
last
Predictions 141, 158, 152.
150. Yeah, 150.
152.
I was not banking on Shadab getting out now. Might have to change.
Yeah.
Exactly. मेरा वही था,
Actually, this is
45 to Shadab, like Amit said.
This is value. This is the value that 149. नहीं 149.
Yeah, he said 149. But
This is the
Pakistan
value that
have,
Jordan
bowlers
brings.
who can, each of whom can whack one
But
six
move
at
on
least.
from fake all-rounder. The real all-rounder is here.
Mohammad Wasim.
The real all-rounder.
नहीं, but
This
Mohammad
World Cup we
Wasim
identified that
will only
Akash
be
is a
able to
massive each Sodi
Mohammad
and
Wasim will only be able to whack if it's full or on good length, as we saw against Zimbabwe.
At least he can do that. No, Rahul can't even hit full and.
Hey! Only I can go there, and I swore I wouldn't go there today.
No, Jamie, what is a CDC watch along if you don't go there?
भाई सिंगल तो लो यार.
पर यार ये राहुल को लेके सिंस यू बर्ड अप, मेरी बस एक गुजारिश है कि यार इनसे ना ड्रीम 11 वालों से इनसे भी एक ऐड करवा दें. पूछो क्यों?
क्यों?
कि हम जाने कि वो असल में बनना क्या चाहते थे. इस लाइन में आ गए.
We've gone from a cricket show to a roasting.
show, yeah.
Oh, what a catch!
कोई बात नहीं, run out. Run out भी नहीं
अबे
हुआ?
भाई दो, जहाँ एक नहीं था वहाँ दो.
This is the same pair that struggled against Zimbabwe. So
Converting zeros against zeros into twos, zeros into threes.
Threes.
Oh shit!
Why is England
Only
playing
wish
like
now it is a
Pakistan
big
now?
Drop from
if anyone is hearing commentary, is Gavaskar on air? I want to know that.
गावस्कर तो इंडिया आ गया होगा कि भाई इंडिया नहीं पहुंची, मैं जाऊंगा.
मैं उसी डर से अब कमेंट्री सुनता ही नहीं. Because
खौफ इतना ज्यादा है गावस्कर सर का.
भाई एक चीज में
नहीं, बस ये ब्रुक को देख के मेरे को 2011 का कोहली याद आता है बस, कि टीम में है, लाइमलाइट नहीं है, वर्ल्ड कप भी जीत जाएगा पर किसी को याद नहीं रहेगा कि भाई ने वर्ल्ड कप जीता है.
नहीं कोहली का सबको याद रहता है.
आज अगर ये कुछ इम्पोर्टेंट
play the 35.
निकाल के 25 रन बना दे तो फिर बोलेगा कि बेस्ट इनिंग्स तो यही थी मेरी जीवन की.
But actually Brook did quite well against Pakistan in that series.
In that series,
Yeah.
of
Oh,
course.
he was.
And coming to Brook and all these other batters that they have, Philip Salt, एक दो और young players हैं जिनका नाम अभी मेरे को याद नहीं आ रहा, but one thing that you see so often with all these young English talented batters that come out is that everyone knows how to play behind the wicket. Everyone knows how to play a reverse sweep. Everyone knows how to play a reverse lap. Everyone knows how to play the lap shot to fine leg. It's like they are probably taught these unorthodox shots a lot more than how to play a straight drive.
Oh, look at that.
Or how to play
Through the leg.
spin. I mean, they still play the normal shots against pacers well, but honestly, some of them get completely exposed in front of spin.
Yeah, because sweep is their go-to shot ना, वो तो एक हद तक root जो root के लिए true है, तो let
But a
let alone
lot of
other
these
players.
players, even the likes of Alex Hales, right? Alex Hales, and then there is Tom Kohler, Cadmore. They're like very tall players, and they really don't need to play the sweep, reverse sweep. They are just like fine hitters of the ball, and they use their height to such great use. I mean,
I
Cadmore
think
is still. Yeah,
it's
go
it's
ahead.
it's down to not playing spin from the hand and more of
Reading for the wicket.
premeditation. You hope कि अगर ball full length पे है, तो after the bounce with your height and everything, you can adjust to the turn rather than picking it, because if you start picking it from the hand, then you really don't need to decide a ball before that I am going to play the sweep. A lot of England batters struggled against Akshar Patel in that test series. Was the second test match in Chennai had bounce, and when you have pitch having a little bit of bounce, sweep becomes a very difficult option to rely upon, and that happened with them in Sri Lanka as well. When Imbul Dinia took those 9-10 wickets in one game. What differentiates Root is he can pick the ball from the hand and then go back or come on the front foot and use his feet.
The closest to Root is Ben Duckett, I think, in terms of.
Gurkesh, would you want to take that comment, or Jamie, whoever?
Yeah.
Hardik's comment on India doing well at the under-19 level but not replicating it.
It's very different. Okay, sorry. Go ahead, both of you.
अरे
if you
बोलो
want.
जिसके thoughts
No,
हो,
no,
मेरे तो इस पे thoughts ही नहीं है अभी.
No, sorry, I didn't see the question. Can I?
These are two very different levels, man, and they are very
I
different.
think Jamie has a very
people,
strong
like-
opinion on it.
Yeah.
No, I mean, go on.
Yeah, my thought.
I'll add on
is
to what you're saying. Yeah.
Exactly this, that like they are two very
I
different
think the
levels.
question
By the
continues.
time,
Yeah, but we have seen how guys like Shaw Pant have been treated by the management. Are you guys mentally slightly undercooked? You think overseas players mature mentally handle pressure better?
I don't agree with that. Shaw is a different case altogether, but yeah, we do give our players a fair amount of chances. Pant has got enough chances, and he has for the kind of record he has more than close to 70 T20Is. So yeah, I don't believe, and also these people play IPL, and I don't think mentally more challenging there is any tournament more than the IPL, considering the amount of people are watching. And you are fighting for a spot in the Indian 11 through the IPL, which is like so many people playing, for the same spot. So I don't think they are mentally undercooked. But at the same time, coming back to the main question, the under 19 World Cup and the senior World Cup, there is a world of difference between the two. So I do not think it is just fair to compare the performance of.
I actually feel the thing that India have struggled with over the years is proper role definition. This is something that we have not seen at all. Till day, we just pick players because these are your best reputational picks. I won't even say best players. They have the best reputations in terms of their brand value or whatever it is. And we'll try to somehow fit them in an 11. At least in the batting department. Bowling में तो चलो फिर भी ठीक है. थोड़ा दिमाग लगाया जाता है कि भाई यहाँ पेसर चाहिए, यहाँ स्पिनर चाहिए. But batting में तो I just feel it's very haphazard. There is no proper role definition, and that is why India just on a given day they are just found wanting.
I have a more layered answer to this. I think the competition to reach that under 19 stage also in India might be a lot more intense than the competition that you might have in other countries, because there's a proper under 12, under 14, under 16 tournaments that happen. That is one. Coming to players not graduating to that level, I think when India had won the 2018 under 19 World Cup, Rahul Dravid was asked in a press conference that the team won in 2012 as well, and they won before, and now they have the record. So he said that the real success doesn't lie in winning the under 19 World Cups. The real success lies in ensuring that the players who played in the under 19 World Cup, they become important members of their Ranji teams and then go on to play for India, because If you compare it with the team in 2012, you will probably find that more players from that Australian 11 in the 2012 Under-19 World Cup eventually played for Australia than how many Indians
Yeah,
did.
yeah.
So that is there. I just think that the graduation isn't probably easy, and because of a lot of competition. Uh, you first have to do well in the Ranji circuit, then you have to have a good A series, and then you have to, when you get that chance, grab those chances. Sometimes I don't think we there's enough. I don't think there's enough of an opportunity also. And then like Sumesh said, we sometimes try and force with players. So it's a combination of a lot of factors, and even if you ignore the under 19 crop at present, for all the 15 spots that are there in the Indian team, whether it be the ODI team or the T20 team, there are already 15 more players who can make a case to play instead of those players. So when you already have such big of a pool, selecting who can be the best perfect fit can be difficult. And that is where I think sometimes it is not going to be easy to graduate from an under 19 level straight away to the senior level, and give the performances as well. Of course, there will be some cases of mismanagement as well. I think Bishnoi is a classic case of that, because I still can't make sense of how he's been dropped for the T20 sides
ODIs.
against Bangladesh and New Zealand. And what baffles me even more is someone like Kuldeep Yadav has been brought in, and not just in
Yeah,
T20.
yeah.
He's been brought in test matches. I mean,
Hmm.
Kuldeep Yadav in the last one and a half year, he's only played a single first class game. He didn't play the Ranji Trophy. He played one match against New Zealand A where he was just about average. So on what
Hmm.
basis has Kuldeep Yadav made it to the squad? I don't know. For
Yeah,
me, he
सिर्फ
shouldn't
वो
have
ये
been.
लॉजिक उन्होंने मे भी लगाया होगा कि लास्ट
मैं
टाइम
ये
व्हेन
कहूंगा
ऑस्ट्रेलिया वर हियर ही प्लेड, बट दैट इज अ वेरी एब्सर्ड
नहीं,
लॉजिक.
No, England, not
अभी तो
Australia.
बांग्लादेश
Australia
जा रहे
played
हैं.
one test against
they
Australia.
because Australia are coming next and they would have
हाँ,
thought कि 2017 में वो टेस्ट
Sydney,
खेला था.
yeah, Sydney.
नहीं, जब when they
Dharamshala
were India,
test.
Oh yeah,
Dharamshala test
okay.
they
I
played.
thought this.
I think Jamie has
Jamie
a
had
point.
it, yeah.
I'm saying I've written on this topic extensively. I've spoken to people who won under 19s, the team that won the under 15 Lombard trophy. I've spoken to people who played there. The jump from under 19 to forget India, I think I'm just talking about India World Cup. The jump from under 19 to India's Ranji level is so big that it is often the barometer. बहुत सारे लोग अंडर 19 चैंपियंस वो फर्स्ट क्लास में अपना कुछ नहीं गाड़ पाए because the jump is so big. And you pick any under 19 success story, I'm talking about junior world cup में, it's the team which have had 17 18 year olds who already played domestic cricket like a Shubman Gill. उनका chances बहुत ज्यादा है, right? Unmuk Chand won the under 19 World Cup. That year wrote a book. The guy averaged like 30 in first class. Just one example of how a teenager was not able to translate that hyped up talent into the first class level. तो जो लोग अंडर 19 में खेल चुके हैं और फर्स्ट क्लास को पार कर चुके हैं, इनके चांसेस बहुत बहुत ज्यादा है. जस्ट गोइंग बैक टू दैट अंडर 15 Lombard trophy, it had players who were tipped for greatness. Half the players of that final 11, six guys, two of them never got to the first class level. Two of them never played cricket. Two of them ended up driving trucks in the US. So it's just one example, but it says कि under 19 और first class का जो फासला है वो इतना बड़ा है. पहले आपको there was an opener for Punjab, Jivanjot Singh. Under 19 में he scored some runs. The guy's now playing for some fourth rate team somewhere. So you have to understand that under 19 is very 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 rarely any indication of who will ever go on to forget India, who will play 5 years of Ranji cricket.
Very true.
Jivanjot Singh
And
actually had I think one good Ranji season for Punjab as well.
His first one, he got 1,000 runs. First one.
Yeah, yeah.
That same guy, no names. He's calling up players now in Uttarakhand saying, "Bhai, team dila do." That
So
same guy.
there was someone by the name of Tarwar Kohli. I don't know how many
Yeah.
runs
Yeah.
for him.
Yeah, बिल्कुल,
He's
बिल्कुल.
in Mizoram,
2008
Manipur.
Taruvar, he played for
2008.
Rajasthan
बिल्कुल,
Royals in
बिल्कुल.
the first season. He
Yeah.
hit him Glenn McGrath first ball. He hit him for slapped him over covers for a four, and we thought, okay, wow, another under 19 star. And next ball he got out, and after that, he's completely
So
in the
I think
shadows.
now Tarwar Kohli probably plays for Mizoram, if I'm not wrong. So
Yeah.
there are many of these players. Also, I think somewhere, now that we are on the subject of Indian domestic cricket, I genuinely think that there has to be another tournament. Uh, Syed Mushtaq Ali or Vijay Hazare Trophy straight away cannot be a feeder system, because a lot of these performances in these tournaments come against teams which are, plate teams. Now everyone's talking about 100 that Yashasvi Jaiswal has scored today. Fair enough, but he scored 100 against services. People forget this. Team भी तो आप देखो कि टीम कौन सी है. Everyone was talking about Shaw's performance in this
134.
year's Syed
लगा ही
Mushtaq.
नहीं पता कीपर.
But मैं वही कह रहा हूँ दोस्त, मैं वही कह रहा हूँ, how many people are actually
138
viewing these two tournaments as a means for selection? सबको पता है कि SMAT does not amount to anything. आपकी selection होती है IPL से. ये तो fact है यार. For the exact thing you're saying.
वो तो है ही, but there also
Matt is
has
there
to
for
be
IPL.
there also has to be another tournament which probably picks out the 7-8 best teams at the Ranji level or the Vijay Hazare level, because you don't need numbers for this. Your eyes can tell you enough that Shaw or a Padikkal or a Jaswal or any of these cricketers that you talk about it, they will not struggle when it comes to scoring runs against a Services or a Mizoram or an Assam or any of these teams who are not a strong Ranji house, strong Ranji team. तो आपको उन परफॉर्मेंसेस में कुछ मिलने भी नहीं वाला. शॉ आज ही नहीं, शॉ probably 20 साल बाद भी, even if he does nothing, when he's 45, he'll probably still be scoring runs against the Services or an Assam or a Mizoram, because वो teams वैसी उतनी strong नहीं है. तो ट्विटर पे ये आ तो जाता है कि वो जसवाल has scored 100, किसके अगेंस्ट ये कोई नहीं बोलता. एजेंडा चल रहा है ना, इसलिए ये तो बताओ किसके अगेंस्ट रन.
Rahane scored double 100 against.
Yeah, Jimmy. Yeah.
Just to pick up on what Gurkeet is saying, there was all this buzz about why is Shaw not in the squad, right? I'll tell you why. Against Madhya Pradesh in SMAT 29, against Assam 134. उस 134 के बाद कितने लोगों ने हवा बजाया? It came against Assam, against Vidarbha 19, against Rajasthan 32, against Railways 10, against Uttarakhand 6, against Saurashtra 2, against Vidarbha 34, against Himachal 11, against Mumbai 26. इस बेसिस पे इस लड़के को खेलना चाहिए देश के लिए? नहीं. It's a myth.
मैं exactly वही बोल रहा हूँ. Overall, he scored some 280 odd runs at an average of 49 at a strike rate of 180. But out of those 280 runs, 198 runs have come against Mizoram and Assam.
True. And actually, this is a discussion that
exactly.
This is a discussion that we have had as well. And one of the pointers that I always have, that for Shaw to be actually considered, at least in T20 scheme of things, he has to have at least a 400 run season in the IPL. So which he has not been able to.
He had a very good. I think he scored 400 plus in 2021 season. एक और चीज है आपको ये भी समझनी पड़ेगी. See, you are a specialist batter. If your team you need to have a minimum average of 28-30. If you have a template where you have 8-9 batters, तो 28 की एवरेज तो आपको तो भी चाहिए. और अगर आपके पास आपकी टीम वो टेम्पलेट नहीं लेती जहां पे बैटिंग डेप्थ हो, तो 30 की एवरेज तो चाहिए ही चाहिए. You're not a slogger. You are an opening batter. You can't ignore
averages. My point was
completely.
कि एक सीजन से नहीं होगा. You have to do it like in a bunch. कि 2 season, 3 season, 160 के strike rate से you had around 400.
Shaw has had only one season where he's averaged more than 30.
Exactly. That has been my point. But again, that's a different debate. 138. Does it look like a final of 2012 when West Indies, I think, defended something similar?
Yeah. No, I don't think. I think it might just end up like 2000.
Colombo.
2000.
So all of us England favorites from here.
England favorites from here. Also one thing. So Pakistan in their whole innings, 8 fours and 2 sixes. That's it. Only one boundary in last 4 overs. That also came through an outside edge, through a top edge from Shah Afridi. So 10 boundaries in 20 overs. That is one boundary in 2 overs. So I mean, it just shows that
their innings got completely derailed after Shan Masood's dismissal. Melbourne में you can't have hackers. I have been saying this.
But to be honest, the innings never gained any momentum at all. I feel Mohammad Haris was their best bet to just up the ante after Rizwan got out. And once he was none of 4-5 balls, I think it was quite clear that okay, it is not going to happen for Pakistan.
innings
But
did get some
they
momentum.
still got
They had
they still reached a position of what we were talking about,
Yeah,
like
the run rate was
99 for
7 at
after
one point.
yeah, after 14 or 15 overs, from where they could have taken to 160, and they had the firepower for it with Shadab Khan there. But now that he didn't perform, and Shan
Yeah.
Masood also got out, so yeah, everything went wrong from there on.
My prediction was closest. बाकी बात खत्म.
So
ठीक है guys.
no,
So
they
we
did get
Somesh win, I win, the same thing, no?
हाँ एक ही बात है यार. या फिर सौरभ पंत.
Yeah, Saurabh.
वो तो बैंकॉक में चिल कर रहा है अभी, ठीक है.
अरे वाह. सही है.
और हार्दिक हो रहा
ठीक
है
है.
भूमि में
Okay
get.
guys. So we'll get back together in the second innings. बढ़िया कुछ खा पी.
कितना ये जाएगा भी 11 ओवर तक, बताओ भाई.
आज जल्दी आ जाना आप. अरे आप
बोलो आ जाएंगे.
16,
पावर प्ले के
17
बाद मिलते हैं.
Feel like it's a collective
Yeah.
jinx now.
Done.
Let's grab a cup of coffee.
16, 17.
We'll come after power play, because this could be the last watch along for this tournament, and I want to
For
hear
this
more of
tournament,
Jamie's
yeah.
rants.
Done. I'll be there after power play.
All right.
Okay.
Cool. Thanks guys.
Underwhelming final. All that hope
No,
and all
I
that.
mean, I think there's
Are
still
you
one.
staying on या फिर break ले रहे हो?
No, I can stay on. I was just saying that they had a little bit of momentum when Shan Masood and Babar were batting, and then when Shan Masood and Shadab were batting. So if Babar was not going to end up with a 50+ score, Shan Masood had to. And I keep saying that, without if not for Babar, Shan Masood had to click. Uske bina koi chance tha nahi. This is not this is not National Stadium in Karachi where you can slog across the line, short boundaries. You'll get a six like you do in PSL. It's a different ball game altogether.
But it might become like Karachi where
you
there
wanted to
is
say something.
different.
No, I think the true turning point was that Rashid over, because he had taken 16 of Livingston's over, Shan Masood. He was on like 21 of 12 balls, something like that. And Rashid comes and bowls that wicket maiden. After that, the partnership was still decent between Shadab and Shan Masood. But once Shadab got out, I mean, the innings completely derailed. But I would still not count Pakistan out yet. Even though it's 138, I think there's enough turn on this wicket for Pakistan to bowl potentially even 10 plus overs of spin and just use their proper pace overs. So, and also England can't hit sixes here because of the obvious.
But we don't know. They can
don't
clear
think
these boundaries. Butler can clear these boundaries with ease. That's the yeah.
Chalo, I'll just.
No, Butler would be smart enough. Butler would be smart enough to target the smaller boundaries behind the wicket.
Yeah.
No, but I don't think Butler is skilled enough. If Shaheen bowls a good first over, I think Butler is gone. I don't think Butler has the ability to negate a good new ball bowler. So
okay, that's an early prediction.
No, I mean we've seen it. That's why he's a failure at the test level. He can't play movement at all. So to his credit, he's maximized his white ball ability. But if the ball swings and at pace, he's gone. Like, let's be honest. So it's all up to Shaheen.
I would still think Naseem is going to be more.
Yeah, but if Shaheen gets Butler, he won't even get the chance to bowl to Butler, Naseem.
But Naseem to Hales might be a good battle.
That's true. And we saw
because Hales also likes to be on his back foot and try to hit it. But Naseem gets the ball to. I mean, he's very skiddy.
And I'll repeat it: if Pakistan can defend 150-ish totals against the same bowling lineup in Karachi or whatever,
Lahore,
there's no reason why they can't do it here. So. It could either turn out to be very anticlimactic, or we are going to have one of the best finals we've seen.
No, but
obviously,
but
I don't think
this isn't. This is less than 140. So.
So what? I mean, we've seen it in the past, na.
But it has more spice than that, right?
It's very equal to the Lords final. The Lords final 2019. It's 240-ish total, and
funnier things.
Yeah, you never know what will happen. That's all. And against a bowling attack like Pakistan,
against the middle order, which has never been tested in this tournament. I mean, Ben Stokes.
And I would say I would simply not trust Moeen Ali, Livingston, Sam Curran, all these guys to play
sensibly.
Not just play sensibly, but to just if they are in the middle of a collapse, I'll totally expect all these guys to just go one after the other. So
like they did in Sri Lanka.
Exactly.
Sri Lanka.
So and I think Hales might be due a failure as well.
Yeah, but interesting aspect here is that, I mean, if you look at the team, right, Harry Brook has performed against Pakistan. You have Moeen Ali who's performed against Pakistan. So all these players know actually how to perform against Pakistan. So it's not like they don't have the experience of facing these bowlers. It's about now
handling the occasion basically.
It's now them braving the occasion and also braving their own like inner self and then playing according to the situation. Not just, for example, somebody like Livingston, we know that he can come out and start swinging from the first ball. He should probably not do it and wait for a few deliveries and then take on, because we know that how destructive he is. And if you look at the matchup also, Livingston versus Harris Rock is a one-sided matchup. He's been Harris Rock has been destroyed by Livingston. So there is a lot going in England's favor, but it's about how they bat and how sensibly they are. And I don't know if you'll see, but there is a possible ploy to bowl Shadab Khan against Butler and Hales in the power play.
Or Nawaz for that matter. I know Salt took down Nawaz.
Yeah, Shadab is more.
Is it training or is it flies?
Yeah, it's the flies. I think Shadab has dismissed Butler twice, so he has a wood over.
But I just feel that with the boundary dimensions, it would just be better to bowl the spinner outside the power play rather than.
That's the thing. Why do you want early dismissal, or do you want England to get off to say 34 for 0? Because England at 34 for 0 is.
But what I'm saying is that if the Pacers can't strike, I think the game is done for Pakistan anyway. But the match is in the hands of the Pacers largely.
Largely yes. But
largely, yeah.
That's the question where Pakistan should, because they have never bowled spin in the power play in this tournament, entire tournament. They're the only side who's never bowled spin, and there makes a case for them to bowl spin against these two. Will today be the occasion? Is the
potential
question.
Redemption arc for Nawaz after all that he went through in the group stages? Let's see. But
it'll be interesting how they negate the first. Yeah.
But let's see. We saw very little swing for the English new ball bowlers up front.
We did see for. Surprisingly, we did see for Ben Stokes.
Yeah, but very little.
Yeah.
But even that tinge of movement must be enough for Shaheen to trouble these two right-handers.
I was checking the numbers before writing the preview, and I think 5 out of 13 wickets in the power play at NCG have been to fuller delivery. So it's something that Shaheen Afridi does it often, right? He bowls fuller length up front in the first 2 overs. And that's, I think, some area where he'll target. And we know Butler is susceptible against this early swinging delivery. So maybe he'll bowl it swing. Oh! He did get the ball to swing.
The template
I'll come in a bit. I'll just come in sometime. You can.
Yeah, sure.
I'll be back. I'll just take a small break and be back soon.
Yeah,
sure.
We'll get in Somesh.
10th over.
Do you wanna? You're the undisputed.
I know, dude. I know.
Guys, we actually kind of miss Savnish.
Josh Bales.
Why
do you miss Savnish? No, obviously we do. But
for the hype,
60 plus runs in the power play. No.
We're going by 1 game. Actually, 2 games.
But Butler did the best possible thing he could, which is get off strike and score 3 runs. So
it was a hit. This is where
so England on their way to become the undisputed best white ball team of this era.
Hales.
But this is the problem when you're defending such a low score. You can't even afford to put a slight small foot wrong. You have to basically be flawless to defend 138 on a in a T20 match, irrespective of how the wicket is playing. Unless
we agree with Jay that Pakistan have to pick at least 2 wickets. 3 might be a kill, but at least 2 wickets.
Because if say they pick 2 wickets, right, then I feel that if they can bring Nawaz and Shadab into the equation in the middle overs, then these guys will automatically try to hit 6s and get out. They just have to bring it to that.
Yeah, so Moeen's usual template against spin might not be very
Moeen, Livingston. But oh my God,
does Livingston has a template against spin?
He doesn't have a template. He just has a template against.
What template nahi hua? So that's his template against everyone.
His record against Harris Rock is he's 268 strike rate against Harris Rock. That's the only batter against whom he's struggled. No, never been dismissed. That's the thing. That's the surprising factor. Here we have the evergreen.
That's what happened when they play in Perth, Optus Stadium again.
No, they played in
Melbourne versus Perth.
But this is why I think next, T20 World Cup should be played in England. because it's so fun to watch games in England that 200,
Yeah,
180.
and more matches will be rained out.
I mean, as many games have been rained out here, so
Good.
are they going up for the review?
No.
Shine is slightly convinced, but
This is actually good. Like Butler is expecting the in-swinger. If you can get one to nip away, like what
it
Josh.
didn't nip away. I think it just stayed through.
Yeah,
through
hold
to
its
the
line.
So in
yeah.
2012, West Indies defended exactly 137.
Josh Little.
Mm.
I think Josh Little kind of probably bowled a slightly fuller delivery, I guess, when he got Butler to nick off. Shaheen has to bowl three in the power play. But if you look at Shaheen in the last 2-3 matches, the lot of his success has come at the death, not just in the power play.
But today they need him at the power play phase.
Oh,
Another 2.
No.
Shan Masood. That's why I think somebody like Shan Masood, right? Today we saw he got more. Is it gone? No. I
think Shan Masood played a very good knock. He's
exactly.
just unlucky to run out of partners,
He's somebody who understood the situation that going after boundaries is not the
But that is his game.
Yeah. But to his credit, he took. I mean, we were talking how he attacked Livingston 16 runs.
Put him
That's
out of
perfect.
attack.
Yeah. But just that he couldn't maximize whatever the good day he was having, which is slightly unfortunate.
Hails! Oh, there goes his man of the tournament.
Oh, brilliant, man! Brilliant.
The early swinging delivery.
Brilliant.
Hales.
Shaheen, you absolute legend.
We're talking it pre-show, right? Like how Hale struggles against left arm, and why India didn't bowl Arshdeep.
Come on, man! That is unplayable. Come on, that is unplayable. Oh, that is like Rahul, UAE.
Yeah,
he is going nowhere.
It's like can't do anything about it. Or maybe he could have been forward, but then again.
And the rain is coming down. Is it drizzling?
It looks like it's drizzling. Yeah.
Who's at number 3? Phil Salt, is it?
Looks like Salt. He ran to the middle.
So scoreboard pressure might be also, something that should work in Pakistan's favor. But should they get 2 or 3 wickets? I know England bat till 9, 10, 11, whatever. And I think for a 138 target, you can count Rashid as a guy as well, because number 11.
If his highest score in T20Is is 22, then
that's more than enough for this target. But
any day.
Damn it, that was a
brilliant
beautiful
speech. Now they would look to not score a lot of runs, but just.
I think the player of the tournament is between now Shadab and Sam Curran.
Shadab and Sam Curran, yeah.
Yeah, if Pakistan win it, it's Shadab. If England win it, it's Sam Curran.
We have a comment. Thoda namak chidak do Pakistan. Last time Salt played against Pakistan.
Yeah, he scored that.
We all know what happened. So.
No, that was the penalty match, not the series decider.
Yeah, but
Phil Salt, thoda. You've not seen Gautam, no?
Yeah, I've seen Gautam.
I have seen him. Hyderabad
like Gautam.
Yeah.
Oh!
Ball, fire.
Yeah. 140 and swing.
For everyone who's saying that I can sense a 10-wicket win or whatever, this is why.
This is why you can't never expect anything with Pakistan.
No, you can expect
who said 10-wicket win? Dude,
a lot of people online.
Ye thoda zyada ho gaya, bhai.
It's too late to get. He's almost playing like away from his body, and
this is
not Adelaide or Sydney.
Yeah. The MCG and this is Shaheen. This is not Bhuvi or Shami.
No, I think even Bhuvi Shami on this MCG wicket, you give them 160, things could have been different.
Brilliant shot.
Damn.
Punch.
3, 4.
4.
He's going for 4.
Oh, brilliant connection. Brilliant timing.
But this is another thing about these 130-ish targets. You can't even afford to concede these kind of boundaries.
Yeah.
You have to keep it tight.
And this is why England are also, they are batting till 11, so they can keep losing wickets and still, not worry about the target too much.
But so far, man of the match is clearly Adil Rashid.
Adil Rashid.
Why? It's clearly, and I had some other name clearly, and he's like other name itself.
No, but you have to think like a broadcaster, no? They'll go with Sam Curran only. They always do that, no? That day we
or worse, if Butler scores 50, they'll
short dude. Oh, short.
This is what he did against Bhuvi also, basically.
Yeah. He'll get 3.
Is another 4?
3. Oh, 4. 4.
Where is the fielder? Nawaz is.
So would you keep the cover fielder
deep point?
Yeah. I mean, Rohit Sharma is not the captain, so.
Will you bring the keeper up? against Naseem.
Definitely not. That's something that this won't happen against. If the keeper is back against Nawaz, then forget.
As the rain,
Broadcasters should give us a DLS prediction as well.
please
Come on,
don't
come on.
tell the players are going off the field. That would suck.
So they need 10 overs every
Minimum,
innings?
yeah.
Every innings?
Yeah.
Oh.
10 from each innings. Oh,
no second slip.
no bluff. 143.
So 10 overs, even if it's but they can bowl 8 overs tomorrow and also they'll count, right? So
10 overs across, basically.
I don't
Tomorrow
think
they'll start at where the
9:30
game
AM.
stops. Yeah.
So either way, it's advantage England because they know.
Hi,
Trust me
yeah,
to-
Jay.
yeah.
So let us know if England are 1 down, 2 down, 3 down, 4 down till 10th over mark. What is the total
DLS par score.
score?
But I hope we get the full 10 overs today.
Full 10
itself.
overs?
Today itself, yeah.
Oh, that way.
I don't want to come back tomorrow.
This is exactly Rahul UAE.
Yeah.
Just it's a bit shorter and a bit more middle and leg instead of off and middle. Oh, the
Salt.
rub of the green going England's way.
Or salt
Then
on
adding salt
Salt
to
on
wounds,
Pakistan's
Pakistan's wounds.
13 runs of the over. Something looks off. Phil Salt is usually good against outswinger. This must be his evil twin, Phil Pepper. Feet going
Basically,
nowhere,
England's Mohammad Harris is batting,
So-
I guess.
but with a boundary.
Salt's twin, is it pepper or is it sugar?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Evil
Sugar
twin,
is like-
evil twin should be sugar, no?
Uh-huh.
Or can be pepper. Contrasting.
I mean, both are add to the spice, no?
Then it
But
should be empty pepper, no? Phil Salt, empty pepper.
Good one. Oh, this was the influencer.
will we see a run out?
Brilliant
We
over.
won't.
Brilliant over
So,
for
guys,
England.
predict how many wickets is Shaheen going to take in the next over?
None.
None, yeah.
Okay. If Shaheen doesn't take a wicket in the next over, I think England win easily.
Easily.
Yeah.
But
Or if,
Because the thing with
Harris
England
off.
is they will keep on hitting those boundaries.
yeah.
Especially in the power play, and
Yeah.
after that they'll just hit those pockets
Yeah.
or even sixes if
And
you
the
bowl a bad
score
ball.
is that low that even if they bowl one bad delivery, they'll crunch it and then get the ahead of the
how much
squad, right?
did Sri Lanka score against England in that match? 140 something, right?
140
Yeah,
something.
but that was a
140.
proper spin. I mean, like,
This also.
But
they don't
I
have a mystery
think
spinner,
but
no?
I think Sri Lanka had 2 quality spinners.
Yeah.
Pakistan have just 1.
Yeah.
Sri Lanka had 3. Dhananjay De Silva.
Yeah, but he was a good matchup bowler. But
Yeah,
that ऐसा तो
Iftikhar
फिर इनके
they
पास
have
इफ्तिखार
match.
है, so
They
yeah.
can't match. Iftikhar will
Oh,
struggle
England
to
needs to be
match.
just 56 for 2 in 10 overs.
Which is quite easy at the point, at the moment, 21 in
But
4
the
in 2 overs.
shittiest part is if they are 50 something for
Or
5.
3 or, yeah.
No, and rain falls, they won't say that they are already ahead
Exactly.
by where they had to be in the 10th
Oh,
over.
But if the thing is, since we have a reserve day, declaring a result based on the DLS will be the last resort.
Yeah.
Even if
Yeah, true.
10 overs are bowled today and it rains off, they'll try to finish the match of tomorrow. And then they'll the last resort they'll go to DLS.
Thank God we are not like that 2000 where
Imagine
start
if-
again. Yeah, exactly. You don't
Imagine
want to see
Australia
that.
scored 350.
So
And then restart.
actually there was a rain
Yeah.
break and I was a kid back then
Sri Lanka,
obviously.
right? Which
No,
one?
India Australia.
Australia,
There was
final.
Uh-huh.
Gone.
No.
no, down.
Gone.
Going down.
It's not.
Yeah,
it's,
it is. It
it's
is
going.
down. No,
No, it's not going down.
It's heavy rain.
it's not in the line of the stumps.
He's like, मैं हूँ captain.
कप्तान मैं हूँ.
It's gone. It's gone.
तेजा मैं हूँ. मार किधर है?
It's gone.
50 for 1, 56 for 2, 61
See,
for 3,
exactly
61 for
what
80
we're
for
saying.
5.
If they lose wickets, then they'll have to be. That's like 61. I mean, 61 for 3. Chasing 138 is like criminal.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the DLS automatically assumes that England will score 80 in the last.
Yeah.
I mean, that's wrong, right? We believe in
Not just 80,
VJD
88,
method supremacy.
88, 87.
Oh.
Chris Gaffney.
He's become Mustafizur.
See, impact would be outside leg.
Yeah, impact.
Yeah,
Impact would
I
be
think,
outside.
yeah.
Impact outside.
He's become Mustafizur from Shaheen.
We believe in VJD method supremacy.
Yeah. It is actually better.
God, impact outside.
Yeah.
They're really checking ultra edge.
Mm.
Come on.
And the rain is pouring down, I think. Shine's hair was...
I think he must have had a shower and
No.
had not had enough time to see every
I
other.
think third umpire is like those maths exam ki step ke marks milte hain. So they just go take all steps.
We've all been benefited because of that.
Yeah. In one of my engineering exams, I did not know anything what to do. I had all question numbers and then just marked all coordinates. That's it. I didn't know to draw
pass?
anything. Yeah, I got two marks in every question because I draw all coordinates at least.
If
And
you're doing
bach-
engineering
bach
and
gaya.
watching us, this is what you should
But
not
this
do.
is like in engineering, if you know,
Umpire
Yeah,
score.
umpire call.
Impact saved
Could
it.
have been 50-50 decision. I mean, if you're given it out, then
Dharmasena,
DRS is Dharma Sena review system.
if you know how to write just long as paragraphs or just make up stories, you'll pass in
That's even in arts, I think. Arts, you just have to do that. Oh, Babar.
So after successfully hiding from Shaheen for the good part of
But if you think about it, against Shaheen, if you stand outside
leg stump.
leg stump,
More
then you
success-
actually
yeah.
No,
Giving
it's good.
more.
It's better.
But
You
what
can-
if he
you can claim
swings the
better.
ball from outside off stump and
No, but
aims for
you
off
have
stump?
to ensure that you
Get the
get
bat.
the bat. At least you are taking LBW out of the equation.
That's true.
He's gonna stack up the leg side, I guess. But that should have been given out, man. Come on. How can you not give that out?
I mean, umpire could see all the three stumps, right? That's
I mean,
kind of...
I can't believe it's umpire call. It should be
Yeah.
missing, not just umpire's call.
And it was a red on
Hitting,
Yeah,
that's
hitting,
there. It
yeah.
was, but
It's always
impact
gonna be
is
there.
always.
Shaheen to Butler.
That's a brilliant
Oh,
shot.
what a
Brilliant
shot, bro. What a
Shot it.
shot of the match easily, I guess.
Yeah.
No, but
There's this
isn't this is
cover
bread and butter just on the patch?
Yeah.
Bread and Butler.
Bread and butter with some salt.
Brilliantly timed. Nawaz, I think, was a fielder. Wobble seam.
Seam umpire. I think he's looking for a swing.
How to learn the DLS method? Any sources? Yeah. If you know any sources, please let us know as well.
DLS.com.
Yeah.
No, be careful while listening to it. I don't know what it is. The guy just keeps scoring.
We can ask our product guys to have a DLS calculator in our app itself. No, it'll be a good
Bro,
thing.
round the stumps, say off stump in swing karna for a left-hander. You even realize that's practically impossible.
Round the stump, off stump in swing karna for a left-hander. GS, who is this
I
comment
think he
for?
said no, that it was out. I think it's for that.
No. He's saying for a left-hander.
Where is Avinash?
Avinash is
Avinash
is sick.
Is on sick bed.
Yeah, he threw up after seeing India's performance on.
He threw up
Thursday.
during the performance.
He
It
locked
happens with
himself
him when
in a
RCB
car.
underperforms, he gets sick. When India underperforms, he gets sick.
He locked
बहुत
himself
समझाया
up in
मैंने
a
उसको,
car and
कैसे नहीं
he
करने
thought
का.
that inhaling carbon monoxide from his car is better than watching India performing in the semi-final.
3 days later, here we are.
Erasmus
looks like a grown-up baby.
this guy.
Oh,
Hasbullah.
Everyone is a grown-up baby. What I know, he looks like a grown-up baby.
Hasbullah.
Oh, shot. Oh!
Did it hit the umpire?
No, it hit his boot, I think.
Hey, if the ball hits the umpire, should it be given 5 runs? What do you guys think?
It should be replayed. The ball should be replayed.
It should be a dead ball, yeah, ideally.
So when the ball is just crawling and it hits a cap, they give it 5 runs. The bloody
this
umpire
is
just
not-
stops a 4 or something.
But this is not part of the play, no. As like it's like the same football decision.
They
Football.
just give it to the
But that should be a
restart play again.
And you give a dead ball just for the spider cam thing. It hits the umpire. It should be a dead ball or something.
No, they'll give a dead ball, I think.
But they don't.
Okay.
Yeah,
Did
they
hit the
just carry
umpire,
on. It's a
though?
dot. No,
Yeah.
it's a one. It's a
Did
single.
they give it? I mean,
No,
was
I'm
it
not sure
umpire?
if it's hit the.
I think
Again, I see. It's a World Cup final.
Yeah.
If this would have happened if they
Margins,
needed
game of
like 4 of the last
No.
ball.
What if that controversial rule is there, right? If 2 needed of 1 ball, and let's say Haris Rauf is bowling, and this guy gets a big inside edge, whoever is batting, and
umpire gives
umpire gives it out.
Yeah.
Even if he
Yeah,
reviews it, No use.
Yeah,
No
exactly.
use.
Yeah.
In that
And-
case, they should replay the ball at least, right?
Memorable boot. This thing, I think. You remember the Ellis Perry saving that boundary?
No.
You don't remember that? That's her iconic. Like when she was a youngster, the first World Cup final, she came in T20 World Cup final,
Stop the boundary.
stopped the
right?
boundary with the boot, and then that boot won them the World Cup.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's Harris Roth time.
I no wicket in that game, so
Yeah,
they're
England
invested.
are winning, right?
Yeah.
But
It's the Melbourne
the guy who could
Melbourne
change the match here, and he's
For both- either-
smashed
for
by
either teams because Phil Salt actually loves space.
So basically, Rauf has now gone for 3 boundaries.
In the
Last 3 balls he has bowled at MCG.
6, 6 and 4.
6 and 4. That's the only happy memory Indian fans now carry from this World Cup.
And it's falling apart for
And that's the only game
in
India should be
Pakistan
proud of.
quickly here.
Because after that, there was no campaign.
suspect they need at least 3 more wickets before the power play
Yeah.
ends.
Now I think they'll bring in Shadab from the other end.
They have to at least Nawaz, but
Nawaz-
Salt did take down Nawaz in that 7 match
Exactly
series,
why
so-
Shadab. Because Shadab is favorable for both matchups, right? Butler is
Doesn't he look like Maxwell under the lid?
Maxwell and somebody else.
Maxwell and Gautam Bhaskar.
Shot!
Oh,
Oh,
man, that is so
Clean,
such
yeah.
a clean hit.
Yeah.
Clean
No,
follow
I
through.
don't think in the 20 overs India batted that day nobody hit a ball as clean as this.
Except Hardik Pandya. Hardik Pandya did.
Probably.
That was
yeah.
So I think something that maybe Shine tried, but others have to try as well. I think change of pace because that
Yeah.
has worked better than just raw pace.
Great
At least in the
record
power
of this
play.
Alex Hales. No use of.
Excellent record at the MCG.
Okay.
How would you credit that to a player? I mean, like,
In the air and gone.
See, change of pace.
yeah.
No,
Change
no.
of pace,
Change of
146.
146.
But I think it was some cutter or something. It looked like
there and gone. But I think
Gone.
Salt
Somebody
has
jinxed it in the chat, I think. They said Phil Salt is playing the
pretty much done his job, hasn't he?
innings of his life.
not really. 10 of 9. If everyone scores 10 of 9, they'll be out for 100.
Right now, Stokes. You'd send Stokes.
Stokes.
Worst
We
friends.
do
He doesn't
take care of him. That's why we are here.
Yeah, otherwise,
doing his
you
job.
know,
उसके हिस्से का काम कर रहे हैं.
we are not like the Pakistan cricket team. If Mohammad Rizwan is in ICU yesterday, he'll play the World Cup final today.
Exactly.
We are not like that. We're like, Avnish, take a chill pill.
Take
bro.
a chill, take rest, relax.
Take
Oh, it's Ben Stokes.
Ben Stokes.
Ben Stokes.
Now, Iftikhar in.
England can't lose one more in the park.
They need
They
to
need
lose
at least-
2 more. Come on.
Oh, the
Come
Aussie
on.
fan. Okay,
Come
now
on.
I realize. Oh. So you're backing Pakistan now. No, not
No,
backing,
I'm
you're
in
supporting.
Pakistan since morning only.
Hmm.
Whenever a match
I
is
want to ask
neutral,
something. Do you
right?
really see drastic changes in Indian cricket for 2020?
We can discuss later, I guess.
Yeah.
Let's stick to the match for now. We have discussed too
So
much.
Jay, join us on Friday. India are playing New Zealand. We'll have whole day to talk about India, and that's the only thing that we'll do. So we'll be here again on Friday.
Yeah.
We'll talk about India for 100%.
We'll talk about KL Rahul, talk about India, we'll talk about Hardik.
We'll
Pandya.
also give you at least I'll give my top 7 for India or
Yeah.
top 6 for India that I
And
would want to see
if
for
you want,
2024
you can
World Cup.
join us virtually itself. On the Watchalong. If you want to.
In the
really
Watchalong
interested,
itself.
You don't have to comment, right?
Stokes
So-
versus Roth.
Oh.
Brilliant.
Yeah. So
brilliant
this is
first.
something. Whenever I'm unsure of who to support. I usually figure it out once the match starts. Like
Okay.
if who I want to support in every sport. It's like if I don't know which player to support,
that happens.
because I think it's impossible to neutral. I think that's a complete farce. The term called neutral. You
Or
eventually
that cricket
lean
is a winner.
towards
Cricket
you-
is a winner, kind of.
Yeah.
you lean
So
towards
usually
one
when I'm
team or
watching
another.
non-India tests, I usually support the
bowling side.
Away team.
Away team.
Interesting. So who's the away team here?
Oh,
So right
It
now
should be
it's-
England, right? At least 60,000, I'm guessing, are Pakistani fans.
he's breathing fire. Harris Roth.
सबके सब dragon है.
Harris Roth always looks like he's just woken up, right?
Yeah.
And he's just
I'm so surprised none of the Pakistan franchises, PSL franchises are named dragons.
dragon. Was there
The
any?
only-
It's just that
Dindigul Dragon.
Dindigul Dragons.
Dragon.
The only franchise who can breathe fire.
Yeah. Delhi Capitals को Delhi Dragons ही अच्छा नाम होता.
They should be Delhi Unicorns.
Oh,
Because trophy
brilliant
doesn't
first over.
exist.
Now, guys, one more over to Shaheen. I think they need to give one more over to Shaheen. Or Shadab.
I think Shadab.
Oh, Naseem just pulled 1 over, right?
Yeah, but he was poor in the
I'd
over.
I'd go with Shaheen because see, this is the biggest partnership. If you think about it, given the game situation or the
but it's interesting that
the value of this game,
Stokes ahead of Brook or somebody like that, because that's what they would have probably.
This is why Stokes is in the team.
Yeah.
No,
this is the kind of chase he needs
I think they needed like a left-right. They thought that with Shadab and Mohammad Nawaz being there, we have to send in Stokes.
But I'm absolutely amazed how so far in this T20 World Cup, Stokes has batted more sensibly than he did in any of the tests in the summer.
Yeah. Yeah.
He was like atrocious against India and that.
No, he played well in the South Africa game, right? The 100 he scored.
Yeah, only good.
That is a proper all-round display.
But God, now England will be like insufferable if they win the World Cup, and then basketball talks will be there.
It happened in 2010, not the first time.
No, I mean 2010 social media wasn't this big, right?
Yeah,
so
that's true.
And there was no talk of but 2010 they won the Ashes away and the World Cup in the same year.
And beat India in India. I mean, just a few years later.
That's the closest you can get to all format greatness.
So it is
the England team between 2010.
Kumar Dharmasena is like, calm down.
Good God.
This was the game.
Guys, come on. Put 2, 3 slips, 4 slips if you want.
Yeah, exactly.
Come on.
Should be more attacking.
Oh.
Win predictor 75% England.
But dude, I mean, it is almost absurd, flabbergasting, whatever adjective you want to put it, that some people had question marks that is Pakistan the best bowling attack going ahead of the tournament. Everyone like South Africa, kya kiya hai re Rabada?
5.
I want to do that rant. Kya kiya hai Rabada ne?
Which is nothing. He's done nothing.
He's the least impactful.
Exactly.
He is, on our
I saw that
scale, he's the least impactful player of the World Cup.
And he's the guy who Punjab back.
It's scary to think that these guys are not even close to hitting their peaks as fast bowlers.
Yeah.
Still, like,
and with Rabada, you could see it coming because he has been an average T20 bowler for a long while.
And I think the last IPL is the only thing which masked kind of his. Everybody like, he picked 20 wickets in the IPL. He'll be back. Nothing happened.
But it's not like authoritative wickets. He's getting wickets like Shardul basically.
You should never.
Shardul ka kyun?
The only Shardul is like mere ko kyun toda. The only thing with Shardul is I don't think we can ever predict what Shardul can do because.
Who's the best at getting junk wickets? Shardul is one. Rabada has one.
Dominic West.
Bye. Shardul junk wickets. He gets Joe Root and
junk wickets as
Rory Burns.
Yeah. I mean,
when India need
bowling junk and still getting wickets like that. The odd ball.
Do you guys listen to
Mitchell Marsh?
Do you guys listen to Pink Floyd?
Yeah.
I will heard that song Echoes.
Yeah.
Albatross.
23 minutes, 24 minutes.
Yeah. It's a top song.
Oh God!
What the hell?
Drop shot.
Is it a slow ball or a no? Actually, looks slower than
Naseem. Butler, won that match at Old Trafford in that. Him and Vokes had that partnership during the pandemic.
Yeah. 2020. The return.
That was what Butler extended Butler's test career for another 2 years.
Before he was eventually dropped.
So Ali, Livingston, Curran, Vokes,
Jordan.
Brook. Where is Brook?
Is there next?
Oh, gone! No. The hell?
Bhai, chhod de. Play it like a test match. You already got 5 runs of the over.
Either he's batting too well to not get a bat on this, or he's batting terribly not to get a bat.
But this over just tells me that they should not rush Butler into the test side. No point.
Why would
everyone is like now baseball. They'll open with Butler. Everyone is talking about that.
Open with Butler is a.
I mean, we saw enough evidence in the India series when the ball was swinging, right? When Bhuvi and Shami were bowling like that. The ODI series also. The white ball series in June.
T20 also is.
June, July.
Yeah. He decided.
See, can he do this in baseball? He can probably.
He can.
What the hell? That is
if Joe Root can do that in baseball, I think Butler can easily.
That is a ridiculous shot. I mean,
but why would you go down? But why would after bowling 2 brilliant deliveries, why would you go again to your leg? I mean, he went to. That's like almost middle
But he,
stump.
but he would have played this shot to whatever.
No, but I'm saying, why do you go back to middle stump when you're testing him outside off?
To not be predictable.
Question: if Butler wins the match from here, do you think they'll award him the player of the series?
Maybe
Definitely they will.
They usually
Like
do
what
it.
Warner
War or Williamson 2019. It was Shakib's all along. They just gave it to Williamson because he's a nice guy, good captain.
England more than 45 for 2. Yes.
थोड़ा एग्जैक्ट हो जय भाई, ऐसा नहीं चलेगा इतना greater than मत लगाओ.
Yeah.
I don't even remember what we
raining
predicted.
heavily. Or
it is raining, not
hazy.
Oh man. What an over, no? Play and miss, 5 wides, play and miss, 6, play and miss.
This is where India should,
One more ball to go.
This is where India should play a test in Pakistan. It will be very interesting. Naseem Shah with the red ball. Let's see how...
In Pakistan or against Pakistan?
Against Pakistan.
Because in Pakistan, to Naseem Shah...
Against Pakistan in England.
Okay, in England, maybe. In England.
Or at MCG.
No. MCG does nothing in test match.
No, now it's changed.
That was a...
Scott Boland took...
But that was a drop-in pitch. Before that,
now it's
before
changed. Thank God. After 2019 and 20, after that,
Scott Boland took 6 for because it does a lot of things.
Because England couldn't bat, not because. Oh, gone.
Appeal.
Aabaz.
4 deliveries.
I nahi thi dang se.
4 deliveries in this over. We have gone the same way. It's like out.
5 plain misses. 1 scoop.
It's like, I think 11 runs of the over, and
he got out 4 times, 5 times.
And it's like Naseem Shah won the battle, but Butler got left. This game is so against the bowlers.
This is Naseem without Naseem.
Is Butler in the GOAT discussion? Yeah, of course.
I think
probably
so.
right now in the Lamb discussion, maybe just give it 2 more years, then can become a GOAT.
Right now it's Gale, De Villiers. That's it.
Okay, I'll take a quick snack and be back.
Right now I think it's Gale, De Villiers. Butler third probably.
Yeah.
Hey guys, what's up? What an over from Naseem Shah.
Yeah, can't compare, no.
Is Butler the GOAT discussion also?
He's in the top.
In the GOAT,
top
Butler
3, I guess, for sure.
Yeah. Butler is, there is absolutely no doubt about it.
Greatest of all time, though. Gale will always be the GOAT.
Gale.
It's difficult to top Gale.
Second, in T20.
Second is AB, probably. Third, Butler has a good claim right now. In terms of batters.
Warner.
I think Watson also might have a claim.
Watson definitely, Very
underrated. He could T20s only.
He could open
T20
4-5.
But again, T20 means you can't add De Villiers. If that's the case.
That's true. And that's why I said no. Like
short.
That's why. What?
Fielded, This is Pakistan. Fielding in this tournament has been pretty good.
I think this is what probably India expected that day, to fight like this at least and then lose to England. Nobody would have complained.
But
right?
that is where pace is pace, and India didn't have pace.
And MCG is MCG.
MCG is MCG,
And it's Pakistan. And support also. Not that India.
Not that we are listening to anything. But when I'm outside,
I'm sure at least 60,000 out of this would be Pakistani fans.
Easily. More than that.
If not more, yeah.
So Haris, Roff, this reminds me of Waha versus Watson.
Exactly, that was a proper...
Hopefully there are no drop catches.
Yeah, after he survived that, he was just made a...
Will he get clean bowled?
Oh,
wow.
That's a terrible...
Don't tell me that's a wide.
That is a wide.
That's a wide. That's 1.5 Butler.
Go in race, pick karo, T20 main nahi.
Go in T20.
T20 ice. Okay.
T20 ice.
It's a very tough. Then maybe won't even be discussion at all. Nowhere.
I don't think.
Gale will be there, I guess. Because
Morgan Samuels will be there.
No, did nothing except those 2 knocks.
2 knocks that won you the World Cup.
But
he didn't do anything.
But he didn't do the group stages.
That's still significant.
Nothing else.
That's still significant for somebody who's...
See, those 2 knocks.
Scored him!
Charles Butler against moving ball is a dead.
God! Get it!
It has happened again.
45 for 3. There.
Brilliant. This wicket belongs to Naseem, man, for sure.
Yeah.
This wicket really belongs to Naseem.
But the average won't show. Average will show. He averages 70 or...
Yeah, he picked only 3 wickets in this World Cup.
Brilliant.
Get in. This is what we want in a final. And now 2 new batters with the power play ended. Spin.
And Shadab Khan, Okay, so they needed 3 wickets, as Jamie Alter also said in the
Yeah.
previous inning that Pakistan will need 3 innings in the power
Who's
play.
coming
Harry
in?
Brook,
They have
88.
those 3 wickets, and yeah, Harry Brook, I
Brook
think.
is getting out before this power play ends only.
Okay, so yeah, okay, 3 ball duck. Maybe Shweta says hi to Shiv. Okay.
Why
Hi,
you
Shweta.
predicted Butler?
No.
Or 16
But
or
she actually said that Pakistan should have a slip in. Though Butler was not caught at slip, but yeah, it was
Close
very
enough.
first slip
Yeah.
kind of dismissal,
Yeah.
Thank God it didn't evade Rizwan and go beyond him to the boundary. It would have been
That would have been
proper
fun. That would have
irritating
been
then.
proper.
And then Rizwan would no, I won't go there.
Rizwan-
Take an injury.
Religious talks, no
Oh,
religious
wow.
talks. Sorry.
So
Sorry,
anyway,
Gotta play safe.
Harry Brook. I mean, we saw it in that 7-match series, right? When Pakistan defended 150, 147, 148 and all. And England were in a pretty similar state. So I think if Pakistan can bring it to somewhere around, England need 60 of the last 8 overs with 6 wickets or 5 wickets in hand, then Pakistan have a real shot. If you're
But they're
England,
bowled out. See, they're bowled how many?
2 of Shaheen.
2 of
only.
Shaheen, 2 of.
But again, I
Naseem, 2
feel
of
if you are chasing
Stokes.
60 or 48 in MCG, it is still fairly easy because you can keep picking ones and twos.
Unless you
And
are absolutely stupid and
for that, I feel Harry Brook should stay in the middle. This is his chance. First of all, this is his chance to make a real contribution in this World Cup. That too in a final.
Yeah.
And
this is
the fact that he can play spin well.
And this is England's most sane partnership, right?
Yeah.
Brook and Stokes.
And I'm hoping that he doesn't score, otherwise I have to write a feature on him.
Again?
Stokes or
No, you already have Karan, no?
Dude, it's done. It's done, bro. Chill. I won't force you to write another.
On Brook.
Karan is done. Brook is done. Stokes is done as well.
Just write match report today.
I've written 3 glorified match reports because there was nothing else in the match to write.
Today we'll write about Jasba that Pakistan had
Tate.
or didn't have.
They have Tate and Hayden. 2 people from the 2007 squad, and Hussey is
And they
there.
have Rohan Gavaskar. You know.
Hussey is there on that side.
Yeah.
You saw that what Trevor Bayliss said to England after they were celebrating the victory against Australia. So these guys were after they thrashed Australia in the shot.
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 Easy for it.
Played, yaar. Chokka jaya na
Easy
jaya.
for- easy
Shot,
for.
4 runs. Very well timed down the track and just.
Yeah.
So after they beat Australia in semis, these guys were celebrating everything, very happy, very loudly. They were cheering and all in the dressing room. Trevor Bayliss came in and said that this is why you lot have never won a World Cup before.
Oh, reality check.
When was this? When did he
2019.
2019.
After semis.
After semis. Just saw the follow through of Prof. It's dangerous. Can get injured. That's there.
No,
Yeah.
Uska
But he's
jazba usse
relatively-
bachayega, yaar.
His prediction, I think he's
Or
gonna chop one
Kudrat
onto his
Khan.
thumbs. Chop on.
Well bowled, well played. So Abbas Kunde just before that comment said that इससे ज़्यादा swing हुई थी in the India-England game, but Butler out नहीं हुआ. I think that swing was only for a
One
couple
over.
of overs, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Bhuvi did
Bhuvi
not.
only.
Yeah, and in that over itself,
He
Bhuvi, I don't think he nailed
covered
his
the
line at
swing
all.
and- Yeah, like how he drove Naseem in the first.
For some
over,
reason,
right?
Bhuvi was trying to bowl out swing,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
it has been the incoming deliveries
Yeah.
through which he has nailed Butler in the past,
Before-
and he just kept bowling outswing.
I
It
just
was
want
easy for
I
Josh.
just want to check how close I am to making a good
Come on.
fantasy team.
By the way, Somesh,
For small leagues,
we're gonna bring in the
captain of Shazaf
Somesh
Khan.
doppelganger
Somesh.
along with a guy with a hairdo completely opposite that of
Either end of
So
hair
either
spectrums.
end, yeah.
Okay, just one thing.
Who do we
Am I-
have in first? Yes.
and it's
Yes.
Samit, and who is visibly excited by.
He's not excited. He's like, why do you guys
Keep
always
comparing,
go
yeah.
baldest? Don't do that.
visibly
please do
excited,
that.
exuberant that Pakistan have taken 3 wickets in the power play, and now it's
No, I had one thing to say because I was listening to your Bhuvneshwar Kumar discussion, right? So there was one thing that I wanted to say that after the first boundary, he called Rishabh Pant up to the stumps, right? And then he bowled a very vicious in swinger that Butler could not play. Right after
Okay.
that ball, he sent him back, and then another boundary happened. I couldn't understand why did they do it because, like that ball was exactly what he has been bowling to Butler and
Exactly.
covering him with.
Yeah.
So there was something that happened, and Pant up meant that Butler could not come, advance down the track and hit him the way he hit him in that very same over. I guess towards the last ball.
Right. So, Gay, what do you think? 60-40 in favor of England, 65-35, or even more?
55-45.
It's Stokes.
I,
Stokes and
I think
35%.
as I was mentioning at the innings break,
Teja.
that and before probably probably before that,
Poor ball. Yeah. Come on.
today was the time when they should have actually sent Butler at free. England would have been happier with say 35 for 2 or even 40 for 2 at the end of 6 overs rather than being 49 for 3, because this was not the game where you need to show intent. You just play out the initial early movement and you are set. And I thought of the 3 wickets which fell, Salt's wicket was the most avoidable of all of them.
But Kurkirat, one point. So you can, if you attack in the power play, although the target is only 138, if you attack in the power play,
Game
you
is
can
done,
still
yeah.
kill the game very
Yeah.
early before Pakistan can bring their spinners in.
And I think Salt is anyway a free wicket for them. Like whatever he scores is a bonus. I think. I don't think they care. They want him to score 40 or 50. They just like anyway. Malan was getting wasted at 8 or 9. Salt might as well come in at number 3 and whack a few. If it comes off, it comes off. Otherwise,
No,
they
that's
still have
England's approach,
batting
right?
till
I don't
number
think they
9.
need anybody to score a 40-50. They just need people to score those 20s and 30s.
And we know how in
That's-
MCG, it's more difficult to score once the field is spread out. Obviously against the spinners as well.
You can
No,
still
but-
just continue
but-
going.
But I think in these conditions, more than their spinners, the bigger threat was the pace bowlers. So I think they could have really, and it's not that Stokes can't attack pace. Stokes, if the ball or if the opportunity presented itself in the power play, he's good enough to get those boundaries clearing the infield. Just think that he wouldn't have attempted the kind of shot that Salt did, and probably that wouldn't have put them under the kind of pressure that they are right now, because it's a very modest total. If England bat 20 overs, they get to the total. What was more important was ensuring that there isn't enough damage in the power play. And I think by losing 3 wickets, they've just given Pakistan a little bit of a sniff. Not saying that Pakistan are ahead, but I just think maybe 40 for 2 would have been more ideal than 49 for 3. Given
But
the
my
total.
counterpoint is that I think Salt would have gotten out anyway, even if you're not. I mean, we are criticizing because he tried to pull the ball and he found the fielder deep short mid wicket. But the thing is, Butler got out purely because of the skill of the bowler. Similar, likewise, Alex Hales was
100%.
done by the skill of the
100%.
bowler. So I don't think the batters could have done too much. I think just that Pakistan just proved that they're probably the best attack in the world in this power play. So
Yeah, and this
let's
is
see
how
what-
you bowl when you have such a small total to defend. I mean,
Yeah.
they really came out all guns blazing, and Naseem Shah didn't get a wicket, but the balls
was
that he
quite
bowled to
unlucky.
Butler, my God, what
So
delivery!
Naseem Shah has only 3 or 4 wickets in
wickets,
this World Cup,
3 wickets.
despite bowling splendidly throughout the World Cup. He's just not getting the wickets. But if you see, his economy rate is around 6
Yeah.
throughout the World Cup, which is a very, very impressive number.
One of those wickets is that of KL Rahul. Are we counting that or are we not counting?
Oh shit.
So
I just enjoy how
So, yes.
everything just comes down to KL Rahul and he
And-
gets roasted
So does he have-
left, right, and center.
does he have 2.5 wickets then?
2.5 wickets.
No,
So
how do
Mohammad
you take it
Wasim
to one
into
and a
the
half?
attack.
It's-
Interesting. Instead of Nawaz, probably Stokes being in the.
No, they wanted one end to
Maybe.
be pace and then the other
But
end.
I would like to see Shadab take pace off the ball, because we saw how much turn Rashid got in the.
Exactly.
I think Shadab bowled a tad too quickly in that.
And
previous
England is
over.
a side who even struggles to pick
Hmm.
singles and doubles when the ball is turning. So
But if there is one pair that will do well against spin, it is.
But Adam Brook can't play spin.
No,
that
Brook
way.
can actually
Brook
play
can play
spin.
spin,
So,
bro.
Brook
yeah,
can play
no, I
spin
don't
in
think
PSL,
quality
man.
spin.
He's a PSL star. Brook
Yeah,
has been
PSL
brilliant
star
in
is
PSL.
in the
Okay.
No, it's very easy to be a PSL star. Just score 100, you'll be a PSL star for your life.
If you look at his numbers in Australia in the BBL against spin, it's pretty bad.
His record in Australia is itself
Is
poor.
itself quite
BBL
bad.
record itself is poor, but the way he played against
But I don't think he can
Pakistan
play
in seven
quality spin. That's all I mean.
match-
Like,
but he played
nobody.
in the 7-match series.
Actually,
he
There was no
used
spin in that. There was mostly flat wickets
no,
and slow
Iftikhar
wickets.
was bowling 4 overs, 13 runs, 1 wicket. That's like
But in that match, Brook didn't score. Brook
No,
scored that
but I'm
17 at
saying-
one match.
Okay. We will see.
Let's
Time will tell
let's
us.
see. We'll see. But
Like,
yeah,
excellent
this
score,
is
bro.
Both
This
of
is a bit
Akash's,
like-
fan.
This World Cup has taught us that Akash is a big fan of Mohammad Wasim and he's soothing.
And
So we
Mohammad
would have
Wasim
never
again
recovered that.
messed up with the bat, so he's not an all-rounder. He's a fraud.
Yeah, but he's a better bowler than India's combined bowling unit.
But I mean, again, he was like swinging and missing, swinging and missing. I'm like, I want to kill Akash when I see him. Don't tell me Mohammad Wasim Jr. is an all-rounder. He's like as much as an all-rounder as Jofra Archer is, I guess.
Oh no, Jofra Archer is better.
Oh,
No,
okay, now
Jofra Archer
suddenly
is
Jofra Archer is a better batsman. Okay.
Because Jofra Archer scored sixes against CSK. See?
Okay, guys, focus on the game.
That was against NGD,
We
wasn't
can
it?
do this all day after the match.
It's not like there's
Yeah, I
something.
know,
Yeah.
I know, but
Right. So, what is the required rate now?
So
They
wait,
need
if you guys were
79?
if you guys were like Pakistan, I mean like Babar Azam, who would you throw the ball to next? Would it be Shadab again, or would it be Nawaz and then Shadab?
I'll give it to Shaheen. I'll ask.
Shaheen.
I'll probably bowl out Shaheen and Roff, and I'll just ask my two best bowlers to get me Stokes, and then look to add, maintain any sort of pressure, because if this goes till 20th over, Pakistan's not winning it. Pakistan need to dismiss England over here. So for me, I'll just go. The next 2 overs for me are Shaheen and Roff, because that's the best chance of me getting a wicket and putting pressure on England. And
Amit, what is your call?
They're batting till number 11.
Yeah.
There's Adil Rashid at number 11. So there's no way you are containing England.
Zahir Khan and Harbhajan Singh was.
Ooh, I agree with Archit though.
That
Yeah,
everybody agrees. Even Balaji was a better all-rounder than Wasim. I mean,
Balaji-
who cannot like,
Balaji never got out to Shoaib Akhtar in that 2000.
for all those matchups.
I would go. Amit, you can go first. Yeah, I'll.
No, I think agree with Gurkirat here. The only way they are winning this is if they take wickets and maybe 1 over of Shadab to see how Brook is playing him, because he could be found out against him. But otherwise, I would say go with your main pacers. They have found the rhythm. Both Haris and Shaheen have found the rhythm. Don't
Wasim
keep
as
them
well.
waiting for too long, and don't don't put them under pressure, because if they come at a time when England requires like what 30 runs of 40 balls, it's a waste, right? Then they would have to bowl defensively. Currently, Pakistan have the advantage. They can definitely go and try going with Shaheen and Haris.
Probably just 1 over of Nawaz, just
1 over,
just
yes.
go as slow as
Yeah,
possible and try
1
to
over of
extract turn.
Shadab,
And
I
they
would
need
say,
to
not
see-
Nawaz. Not Nawaz, Shadab, because Shadab can turn it, like as you were talking about, take the
but-
pace off, turn
Yeah.
it, and test, especially Brook. I don't think
Yeah.
Stokes will be too bothered with that, but Brook definitely can be bothered there. So yeah, 1 over of Shadab, and Shadab is bowling now. So
And
let's
for a
see
fact,
after
we
that.
know that, right? Once one of these two get out, next up is Livingston and then Moeen, and both those guys can always give you, catches in the deep, because that's the only way they know how to play. I mean, at least
Not
Livingston.
Moeen, I would say. Livingston,
Yeah,
yes.
at least Livingston. So, but with Moeen, you can always try the bait, right? Give an over to
Yeah.
Nawaz or
And then throw it up, and then he'll try
what
to.
is the guy, Iftikhar or whatever. So
Iftikhar, no, it's a preferable matchup.
probably, I mean,
Irrespective of
Ashwin-
whatever happens, you have to give it to Pakistan for the way they have bowled. Really, I mean,
yeah.
There's
honestly-
only, I think, one unit in this entire competition who could turn games like this. That is Pakistan.
They've
I
not
think
had a single
Pakistan
bad game.
never had a
Bad
bad
game.
day.
Bad
Yeah,
day,
they
yeah.
were just downed by a quality knock from Virat
Kohli.
Kohli in the first
Just
match.
one
But
bad
after
over,
that-
that's it.
yeah, that too.
That
and-
also Shaheen, I thought, bowled a bad over, not even Roff. Like
Yeah, the
Shaheen,
over before that.
over before Roff, he kind of bowled
I don't think Shaheen was fit in that game.
yeah,
I
he
don't
didn't
think
look-
Shaheen is fit even now. Like, he's not at his best. He's 80%. And even at his 80%, his swing is doing it for him, not his pace.
yeah.
Yeah, because I don't think we've seen him consistently clock 140 plus.
Yes.
Which is-
Shaheen is bowling
here's
much
the thing. Here's
slower.
the thing. I think bowling slower has also allowed him to get more swing.
Yeah,
of course,
that's,
of course.
yeah.
That's what.
That's
but
why
he's
we needed
capable of
Saurav
both.
Ganguly pulling.
He's capable of both. Like, if you remember the dismissals of Rohit Rahul from last year,
I don't think anyone
those-
can forget that.
yeah, so those were fastish swinging deliveries, and that's something Shaheen is capable
that-
of. He has done throughout his year.
Those
throughout his
two
career.
dismissals, and Dean Elgar playing and missing in test matches. I think these could be actually the two worst nightmares to wake up to as a cricket fan. You're
Even if
sleeping.
Shine say picks 300 more test wickets, he'll always be remembered for those 2 wickets, I think.
It's like Shoaib Akhtar being remembered for the 2 Yorkers that he bowled to Sachin and Dravid at Kolkata.
99. Yeah,
Now
there
let's
was
see.
this. I wanted to say
Stokes.
something. I wanted to say something on that comment that came in, that Zahir and Harbhajan were better all rounders. Harbhajan actually Harbhajan actually played a lot of good cameos for Mumbai Indians, and then he became a very good test batter. I think post 2006-7, some knocks in Australia, one very good knock in Cape Town, then 200s against New Zealand. So Harbhajan
Bangalore
became
Test 2008, man. Zahir and Harbhajan saved it. If you remember,
yeah,
first test of the
yeah,
series, and
last day.
India were first innings. India was staring down the barrel, and they come up and put on such a big partnership. After which the match, like we drew the match, and then ended up winning the series 2-0. So yeah, Harbhajan was more than a handy bat.
So let's yeah. Okay, now Shadab is still probably bowling a
No, I think he
tad
bat
quicker than what probably is needed on this wicket.
How much of
see.
the impact?
Oh, Jesus, man.
And that will go for 4 runs. But
It
I
has
to marega.
rained. It has
England
rained, right? So is it like, I think, is that having an impact on the bowler's grip on the ball? Maybe that's
yeah,
why.
it definitely, yeah.
England
Yeah,
England
because
have
But one thing to see is that it's not slow down. The surface is not slow down. The
the
ball is still
surface hasn't
moving at a
slowed down. Yes.
yeah.
this is something that I keep talking about sometimes, about the role of luck. How Naseem bowled today, he was clearly unlucky, and now this reverse sweep, under edging and going for four, it could have very easily landed up on the stumps, right? Same ball,
Yeah.
same kind of a shot.
And the luck has evened out. He bowled a terrible delivery. He got away with just 1 run.
Yeah. So these things, which is why I keep talking about that. I don't think in sport, and especially in T20s, I don't think you can ever discount the factor of luck, because it is such a short game that luck actually plays a role.
So yeah, this is
Stokes,
where it's very
I
tricky.
don't want
You
to
see, if
jinx it, but
Pakistan bowl out their best bowlers, that means essentially they'll have to play catch-up cricket towards the end. So it's a very tricky
Imagine
balance that they have to.
Nawaz and
Nawaz
Iftikhar would
bowling
have to
three
be
at
bowling in last 5 overs.
Oh,
Okay.
well bowled actually.
And well played
Yeah,
in
but
the end also.
Pakistan's bowling in this match is about playing catch-up cricket only. Once
Yep.
you
Yeah,
score,
no, absolutely. No,
And
that will be too much of a catch-up cricket. Imagine if Nawaz has to bowl 3 overs at the death. That kind
but
of a situation.
look, if
that is
they
their
don't,
best chance.
yeah,
That is their
exactly.
best chance.
If they don't have wickets at the end of Shaheen and Haris's spell, then the match is over anyway. That's the point of getting them to bowl now, is to give yourself the best chance, as Gurkirat is saying, to get a few wickets and make some inroads there. And I'm
Yeah,
pretty
yeah.
sure, like, the pressure, even though they bat deep and even though they have Chris Wokes coming in at 9, it is the final of a tournament, and the pressure will be quite big, even if they have to deal with the likes of Nawaz or maybe Shadab as well.
That's definitely this. Who can we see Shaheen now or
I mean, I just think like they need
They
an
need a
over
wicket
where
right
2
now,
wickets
though.
fall, so that
They
England
need
are
at least
really under
one wicket,
pressure.
because this partnership has added 24 already, and with the deep lineup that England have and the smallest total they are chasing, this is enough.
They basically
they just need to break this partnership
an
right now.
over where 2 wickets falls. 2 wickets fall.
We have a comment for Gurkirat. Gurkirat bhai full aish kiye Australia mein.
Yeah. I enjoyed a lot. I enjoyed a lot. I actually wanted to do some of the deep diving in the waters and everything, but because I was flying every 2-3 days, on that technicality I couldn't, because when you have to do any water sport which includes deep diving or something, you can't fly 48 hours before or after that. So that is one thing that I couldn't do. But otherwise, yeah, I really liked the stuff that they have done with their wildlife. I mean, I got to see kangaroos for the very first time, and at first when I saw kangaroos running and coming towards me, I was a little scared. It's a vegetarian animal, but it's still with its size and everything. If you've not seen it before, you can end up getting scared, but quite friendly. So Australia was a lot of fun, definitely.
So you're saying
No,
Australia
that is what-
animals are more friendly than humans?
That is what
No,
McCallum
that-
that is what
I-
McCallum said when he was facing Star, the 2015 final.
He said he forgot to wash
No,
it.
but unlike McCallum, I actually kept my eyes open and saw everything. McCallum forgot to see the ball. I didn't. I watched a lot of things. I kept my eyes open.
So I think we can have 4-man last 10 overs final.
So it means
Giant.
7 men.
Yeah,
7
why
men.
not?
We can have a playing
Where are we gonna
11
fit
of
in?
ours, no?
Hey, where is the crossword today? No crossword for today, or is it just
No
because
crossword
Avnish is
today.
sick?
हमको लगा कि आज इतनी बातें होंगी करने के लिए कि crossword का time ही नहीं मिलेगा. So this is the lesson learned from semis. Semis we prepared the crossword, we did not get the time to do it.
Yeah, of
Let's
course.
introduce-
4 hours is too less, huh?
Introduce everyone from there.
No.
Please
No
introduce
introduction needed.
Oh wow. No, but he's asked for it.
इतने अच्छे से मांगा है उसने.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Shot.
4.
So he's Akash, Shubh,
Shubh.
Somesh, Anirudh, and we have Amit and Gurkirat
In this
in a small window.
6-man.
2 boundaries in this over.
So
1-1.
1-1. That was
okay, पिछले में था वो.
while I was out, I was just thinking of something before the Asia Cup. Acha, we have Jamie on standby, so let's
we
So
are
we have the
Yeah.
full panel.
Yeah,
Yeah.
please.
Yeah.
It's like
What's the
times
point
now
of having
for
Jamie on
public
standby?
TV.
maybe if we can add. I mean, I know Nikhil. If we can if we would have had Nikhil, we would have added him, and then would have been a proper.
We had Avnish also.
Except
It'd be like
Avnish.
a, we can make a cricket team.
Guys, add Jamie, no?
It's like
Hegde
Hegde Bhau.
हेगड़े भाऊ बीमार है. हेगड़े भाऊ बीमार आहे.
inefficient like India's bowling in this tournament. So
yeah.
61 of 61.
Oh,
Thanks, bhai. Yeah, Jamie. So, Asia Cup के time पे Rowdad said something ना कि Pakistan's bowling attack is I don't know, I can't say that word.
Oh.
Not a run.
He wanted to say sexy. तो अभी मैं आज बाहर यही सोच रहा था कि it's not just sexy, it's so sexy that it can make a dead pitch horny.
I was just going to say, ये जो अभी टी शर्ट लेके सवाल था, I was going to say भाई जाके इनको ट्विटर पे भी फॉलो करो, आपको और भी कुछ मिलेगा वहाँ पे.
क्या मिलेगा बे? क्या है ट्विटर पे? क्या है ट्विटर पे?
we have Ben Stokes.
Yeah, obviously outstanding bowling, and like we were talking about, जो कुछ मैच बनना था वो पावर प्ले के अंदर बनना था. Terrific start, but again यार 138 लग नहीं रहा.
Something Jay was saying that, you know, like he was laughing at us that you are still counting Pakistan in. It's a matter of time before we get to know by how many wickets England wins.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's because of the way they have bowled. They have really shown aggression, fire, and even 62 for 62. I know it's 80-20 in England's favor, but we still have 4 overs from Afridi and Haris Rauf, and I would still say that a lot can happen. I know it's definitely in favor of England from here, but even then, because of the way Pakistan has bowled.
And if there's one team who's going to do it, it is Pakistan, right?
Exactly.
100%.
And you know, like for all the things that this World Cup has delivered, it would be so anticlimactic if just England go on to win.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah,
I think it's just one final twist, you know, maybe Shaheen takes a hat trick or something like that happens, and then
Also Pakistan come up when you just cornered them aside completely. When you are just like अब तो इनका chance है ही नहीं, and that is when they will just come back saying अभी हम जिंदा है.
But this is actually talking like a bookie. He's like Shadab hat trick. Shaheen hat trick.
Who should be bowling the next 3 or 4 overs for you guys? For me, it has to be Rauf, Shaheen, Rauf, Naseem.
I think
Simple as-
Naseem Rauf.
I'll give Wasim. What is this?
Shaheen.
The left arm spinner. Nawaz 1 over.
Nawaz.
Yeah. I'd give 1 over at least for Nawaz to just say that what is he extracting from the wicket? Like, is he getting turned?
I don't think Nawaz is a bowler who can extract much out of the wicket. No disrespect
See,
to him. He's a
but
left arm
here's
spinner,
the thing.
pretty much of the Akshar Patel Jadeja school of bowling,
But he gets
in my
a
opinion.
bit more slower than Akshar and Jadeja. So I mean, just
That's a
give him an
disadvantage.
over and see if if they gift a wicket or something, because
But one Nawaz over might actually end the game as well. No,
That
if
is, yeah.
Stokes tries to just treat him like.
I think before you came in, no, that's what we were discussing. So Gurpreet
That's
said
what
that
I'm
he'll bowl
saying.
his best bowlers out right away.
Yeah.
And then take a risk. Again, that's a big risk.
सबसे पहले बॉलिंग करा लो, फिर नवाज को आखिरी में दे दो जब 10 एक रन बने होंगे, तो फिर से बेचारा उदास हो जाएगा कि यार सब गाली नहीं पड़ेगी.
Exactly. And then Babar will be like, कोई ना.
फिर लोग बोलेंगे
I
इतनी खराब
personally
कैप्टनसी थी, लास्ट ओवर नवाज से कौन कराता है.
I
किसी को
personally
ये
think
याद नहीं
that
रहेगा कि वहां तक मैच बना के दिया.
I personally think that this last over of Wasim wasn't needed at this point of time. One of Rauf or Shaheen had to come back, because at this situation where it's 61 of 60, even if England play two maidens, they can still win it. So that's also down to their poor
Jay's
batting.
comment. Jay, just follow cricket.com on Twitter. You'll get all our handles. We would have tweeted something from there which would have all our handles, so you can check it out.
We have the producers doing much.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I actually didn't know that they scored 147 Australia. I thought it was a much lower score.
Yeah, it felt like because of Keith Sweater, I think.
Keith Sweater, yeah. He played a blinder, man. Like, completely killed the game in the power play.
Yeah, that's his sequel.
His dismissal was very funny.
Yeah. He completely left the ball. It was like the way Michael Clark did it in a 2007 World Cup match. I remember.
And Maxwell also did it in one of the Big Bash games. I think.
Michael Clark and
Maxwell's
Franklin,
was even funnier because but no, actually Maxwell's. If you see, the bowler was bowling from over the wicket, so it actually swung back in.
Yeah.
For this, I remember side bottom. Oh no, sorry. I don't know who was the bowler, but he was bowling from round the wicket.
Mitchell
Johnson, right? Yeah, left arm. So it was with the angle.
Yeah.
So in the 2007 ODI World Cup, Michael Clark also did something similar.
Yeah, James Franklin against James Franklin.
Left the ball. James Franklin was the bowler. So yeah.
Oh my God!
यार, यहीं तो मार खा जाते हैं पाकिस्तान.
Don't point it. Don't.
मैंने point करा ही नहीं. I'm just hands behind.
So we had to the 12th over was a wicket maiden in England's innings. Sorry, Pakistan's innings also, right?
So basically, Ben Stokes is playing a career, playing a knock where he can lose this for England. When Rook wants that single, he's like, no, I'm not getting that single.
But that was never a single, though.
No, but I'm saying before that also, he's never been interested in running.
Come on, man. You should have thrown.
Yeah, it's because he knows that if he's there till the end, it's his game.
Yeah.
I mean, just imagine the amount of confidence again, like with sports person, I keep saying that self-belief is their biggest strength as well as their biggest weakness. Sometimes, it's a double-edged sword. But yeah, just imagine the kind of confidence he must be carrying from having played the kind of knocks he did in Headingley or the World Cup final to 2019.
And at some level, I mean, the stuff that Ponting keeps on saying, right? There are players who want to be in certain situations.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is something that none of us can analyze. Only maybe this is where I think people who say कि हमने इतने 34 century मारी है, only those can actually realize that there are some players who are meant to, who want to thrive in certain situations. There are some players who are not, even though they have can have a lot of talent, but might not be suitable in.
He that day backed Hardik Pandya saying he has that aura. He talked about that aura, right? That's the same word we'll use with Ben Stokes. That aura.
Even for Ben Stokes himself in his biography, he writes exactly this about Andrew Flintoff. He says Andrew, because he got compared to Flintoff and Botham regularly. He says Flintoff's number might look very ordinary in in the eventual analysis, but it's when he stood up and bowling those 12 over spells in Test cricket and fetching the team wickets. That's what the contribution from that player is. You can't really assess the entire evaluate a player on his numbers. So similar to what Stokes numbers might not look extraordinary, but what he has achieved in his career, I think that's going to define him.
But ये aura भी बहुत
for a
limited
long time.
एक आध प्लेयर में होता है. आप बोलो कि टीम के 11 में से 4-5 प्लेयर में ऑरा इसको भी ले लो उसको भी ले लो, ऐसा नहीं होता.
ऑरा तो केएल राहुल का भी था.
Jamie. Yeah, now that they have mentioned KL Rahul, aura. Best cue for you to start.
Yes, Supon, thanks for your comment.
I was just going to say, you guys are going on and all these lovely stats. मैं सोच रहा यार कोई स्क्रीनशॉट ले ले इस कमेंट का यार, हम भी ट्वीट करें इसको 2-3 बार
नहीं
यार.
नहीं, वो मैंने पिछले मैच के बाद ही शॉन को बोल दिया अपने प्रोड्यूसर को कि भाई सबके स्क्रीनशॉट लेके
करो
रख ले
करो
कर
ये
यार.
बिल्कुल. I'm glad that comment came.
Up to you
because,
guys to give us more reach. Like,
Yeah, Adi, so just please subscribe, share it to your friends,
up.
family, share it on your social media.
The last.
नहीं बस ये जो लास्ट कमेंट था इसका स्क्रीनशॉट लगा दो एक बार, बाकी मैं कर लूंगा.
No fielder, very.
Oh,
That's, I think he
that's a
touched the
brilliant
boundary.
effort.
I think he touched the boundary.
I think it's a 4, but brilliant effort from. No, is it?
But yeah, last Watchalong got 77 thumbs up, just fell 23 short of our target of 100. But hopefully,
Final में हो
next
जाएगा.
time.
Oh, what a save, man! This is what you call jazba.
Say whatever, they have shown enough jazba.
See, these Pakistani fast bowlers have everything, but इनके टी-शर्ट के बटन क्यों नहीं खुले?
They don't have a bottle opener, I think.
But seriously, what has been very interesting to watch is how the experts
And
turn completely.
Also, I think what is stopping Naseem Shah from becoming an outstanding bowler is कि मूछे नहीं है अभी. Like Shoaib Akhtar said ना कि ना मूछे है ना शर्ट के बटन खुले हैं.
लहरी बहुत है भाई पर उसमें.
Ben Shaw must be very happy.
You forgot a good before the morning.
Dude, they have bowled really there. They
ठीक
bowled
है
their
भाई,
hearts out.
बड़ा भाव जेट
can't-
आपके ऊपर.
यार कभी
Are you talking about Rohit Sharma?
बोलो मिलते हैं बड़ा भाव आपके ऊपर.
This got
भाई यार,
It's gotta be the best wicketless spell in
यार.
T20 World Cup history, right?
Yeah.
There's so
Imagine
much.
20 years down
This
the
is
line.
Economy
so
is above
much
9
like-
years beaten the bat almost
That's
80%
what,
of the
20 years
balls
down the
he
line, if you look at this World Cup, just look at numbers, you'll feel like Naseem Shah was
क्या ही
the
किया था
worst
उसने.
bowler. Exactly, the worst bowler
Shah got
against
found out.
Pakistan. And then you'll see
यार
how.
ऐसा मत बोलो, हम एक हफ्ते पहले जब 11 बना रहे थे ना, तो इकलौता था मैं जो नसीम शाह को डिफेंड कर रहा था यहाँ पर.
Different
I have
किसी ने attack करा ही
No, I have
नहीं
been
था
ardent.
उसको.
Like from the first game, I'm like Naseem Shah is better
He's
than
just
Shane.
not picked wickets. He's
Yeah,
been phenomenal in every phase.
But this spell is reminding me of Wahab's spell in Wahab's spell in 2015 quarterfinal.
Wahab Riaz to Watson. Yeah.
Dude, but that was different in the sense that like he was just bouncing, going on bouncing
Exactly.
him. Here the line outside the off stump and the consistency with which he has
Review,
bowled
they
that
want
line
for the review.
is
Yeah. And
fantastic.
No, what I mean is that he was
bowled a
also
similar
unlucky.
over to
He
two
had a lot of
players.
chances.
Yeah, he's bowled a similar over to two players, Butler and
Different
Stokes.
phases.
The
Yeah,
two best
both-
players of the opposition, two opposite.
Totally.
One is a righty, one is a lefty. So
Yep.
it's like, what more can you do?
That too in two different phases of the innings.
Innings.
So wait, Stokes looks.
I don't
guilty.
think it is out, but even if it is out, I don't see
Not
it
for
as a
the first
bad
time in
news
his
for.
life.
Oh, अच्छा.
How did Rizwan not catch it? Like they
No, I don't
Oh,
think it's out.
See, this is what happens. I mean, if after this performance people blame Pakistan or their fans like sort of go on a rant, then you say it's unjustified because they are competing
Yeah, that's true.
with nothing.
Yeah.
They are like in the game till the very end, and this is
Yeah,
what
and
hurt India in the semis.
of course.
They
And
very conveniently this Kudrat का निजाम can be used when they get smashed in the final. अब कुदरत ने नहीं चाहा तो क्या करें यार, हम लोग हो गया यार वो.
The कुदरत का
Hey,
निजाम
let's
है
get back to
दिमाग
this
but
match.
at the same time, what we do not
No.
want this bowling performance to obscure is what has let Pakistan down even today. The top order, Rizwan and Babar Azam, they did not play the kind of cricket that was required from them, and that's been the case throughout the tournament. But would it change
Exactly.
anything? No. I think it is so easy to make scapegoats out of bowlers and completely ignore what established names do and do poorly, especially in big tournaments.
Yeah.
So this
Just
performance
change-
from Pakistan's bowling unit is
60 or 48.
fantastic for someone defending 138. It's absolutely
Bilkul.
magnificent, but it will obscure what Pakistan did with batting, and they will
Yeah.
come out with the same unit in the next matches as well. So that's my problem.
Yeah.
as will the Indian team, which is why Pakistan's batting and our batting was an accident waiting to happen.
Now, a lot of people say that
यार वहाँ पे नहीं
it would have
rhyming
been
हुआ,
such a
कुछ तो rhyme
India
हुआ.
Pakistan. It would have made such a good team if India Pakistan had not separated in 1947.
Oh God.
If you think of it now, KL Rahul, Rohit Sharma, Babar Azam, Mohammad Rizwan as your top order in T20
Sharma
eyes.
Kohli, Sharma, so
टेम्बा बबूमा को कैसे भूल गए यार? But चलो ठीक है, यहाँ भी कुछ नहीं होगा.
that's okay. Let's shift our attention back to this fascinating contest.
So
See, ये Harry.
Yeah! Go!
he played it well, right?
Get
Yeah.
him!
He played it all right.
Fielder station properly. That's it.
भाई लियाम लेविंसन, मोइन अली यहाँ भी नहीं करोगे.
Oh,
तो
wait.
कब करोगे?
मोइन अली मैच जिताएगा.
Shaheen did something. He's
Yeah, he caught.
no, he. I think he
I
has
will tell.
injured his knee or something. Could be huge.
Damn, that's awful.
No, he hit it well, but I
Really
thought
nice.
the placement of long off was
Yep, they
kind
brought
of
it.
twisted
They
something.
brought the long off in.
no. They actually took it wide. He wasn't straight.
Yes,
He was,
more
he
extra
मैं बस
coverage.
बोलने वाला था कि हैरी ब्रूक is very good against these wide balls from spinners. He has a good reach, but
He played
unfortunately it
well,
didn't work
but
out. Yeah.
सीधा half.
अब मोइन अली to play the defining innings of his T20I career.
But अभी तो लिविंगस्टन आएगा जहाँ तक है.
I think
And
Moeen
then
Ali
he'll
righty.
get stumped.
Don't send
Yeah, but
Livingston at
right
this
guard को
point.
लगा
doesn't
देंगे.
matter. No, Moeen Ali can hit spinners. It doesn't matter if
Yeah.
it's an off spinner or.
Now let's see. It's
Moeen.
now it's
I think
about
they
purely
will
about
send Livingston
whether
right
England
now.
can use their brains or not.
Yeah, I
If they
think.
use their brains from here, they'll win. If they don't,
And if
But
they
they-
if
then
they
they
use
don't
their
have the
brains,
skill
they
to
should send
murder
Moeen
the
Ali in, not
spinners around
Livingston.
for runs.
Moeen has played 50 plus test matches. He should have that. Or send Chris Wokes in now. If you don't want, you're worried about Moeen
Chris
and
Wokes.
Damn man,
Livingston.
it's painful to
That's
see
it, other than Sam
Shaheen like
Curran.
that.
You guys remember Chris Wokes batted at number 3 against West Indies in that 2019 World Cup match?
yeah.
Then he scored
And
an
I think
unbeaten
he scored
50.
100.
Unbeaten.
Chris
I think he
Wokes,
scored
He doesn't have an
70 or 80.
ODI
I
rate
guess.
though.
Yeah, ODI.
Chris
No.
Wokes
I mean,
once
Pressure on
scored that
England.
95
Honestly,
and
yes.
Liam Plunkett hit that 6 to draw that match. That was a different match. That was against Pakistan only, I believe.
Sri Lanka.
That was
Sri Lanka.
against Sri Lanka in
Sri Lanka.
2015.
Yeah,
It is Moeen Ali.
it is Moeen Ali, and will we
Yeah.
see Moeen eyeing deep mid wicket? And
But it's very sad to see Shaheen go off, man. Like, He's
He'll
done
come back for
everything
Yeah,
that he could.
he's definitely going to bowl. Even if he is on one knee, he's going to bowl.
Dil Pakistan.
The physio will give him 2 drops of Jazba and he'll be ready.
नहीं, Jazba
He's the physio Shoaib Akhtar in disguise.
not
Both
If
are
that is the
Daleri.
case, then he'll give him
He has
Penta.
Daleri.
not 2 drops of Jazba, but they'll ask him to sit and listen to Dil Pakistan for good 5-10 minutes and repetition.
That can actually work.
That is the 2 drops of Jazba actually.
No, but
Now need
actually
Stokes in
that-
this over,
that
guys. Come on.
Dil Pakistan has a very Chak De India like effect.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
I was
Kirat,
there
go
in-
out of India.
I was there in SCG that day in that semi, and it was the DJ just had to start playing that song. उसके बाद DJ की आवाज नहीं आएगी, लोगों के गाने की ही आवाज आएगी.
मैं इसलिए हमेशा बोलता हूँ कि लोगों को ना घूमते फिरते रहना चाहिए. आप जितना घूमते हो उतना सेकुलर होते जाते हो.
Which is true. Which is actually
Which is true. Which is true.
Wait, Shadab has
Which is-
98 T20 wickets.
Playing it for a
The
long
hell?
time now.
You know, on that subject, what you said, another thing which I actually appreciate a lot about these countries is because इनमें the society and the population is very cosmopolitan or from so many different areas. Like in Australia, the Pakistani people from Pakistani origin or Sri Lankan origin or Bangladesh origin or Indian origin, they have that freedom to celebrate their team victories, and no one will tell them,
Yeah,
"Ki,
yeah, yeah,
why
true.
are you doing that?" And it's there in England as well. It's there in US as well. So that tells you that, you know, to some way this is also a part of probably accepting diversity. ठीक है, वो उनकी टीम है, they want to celebrate it. No one will come and question them, okay, why are you staying here then? Why don't you go back to your own country?
Yeah,
और अगर
being
कोई
more
करेगा तो then
tolerant.
law will deal with it. If
Yeah.
someone does that, then law will deal with it. So this is
हमारे
something
हमारे तो एक कमरे में मैन यू और आर्सेनल को सेलिब्रेट नहीं करने देते, तो आपस में लड़ लेंगे कि अरे ऐसे कैसे.
So Indian Peter Pan is asking, good idea to not bowl out Shaheen. I mean, I think he's injured now. Otherwise, he would have bowled this over. We'll have to wait and see if he's
So Shadab is
fit
bowled.
enough to come
Shadab
back.
is bowled 4 overs.
Shadab
They
will
can't
bowl
bowl
out.
Shaheen right now.
Now I think it's Naseem to bowl out or
Naseem
Rauf.
to bowl out, yeah. And then Rauf has to bowl from the other end.
By the way, is the
Rob they'll
asking
keep.
rate above 7 for the first time in this crunches?
Probably, I guess.
think.
Sorry, what did
Probably.
the run rate?
Yeah.
Yeah, asking rate above 7 for the first
No!
Oh, he slipped.
He slipped.
Oh my God!
Oh.
That was a match right there, huh?
Yeah.
Possibly.
So ये भी बात है ना कि स्टोक्स का लक भी साथ में चलता है.
In this
Yeah, the 5
innings,
overthrows.
Naseem Shah has
What
beaten
would you
the bat
attribute
on-
it to if not luck? The 5 overthrows in the 2019 World Cup final.
Yeah, that's
And
true.
also Joel Wilson not giving that out in 2019 Headingley.
Ui.
Yeah. And Lion missing the ball.
Yes.
That
By
throw.
the way, I don't think that was LBW because I thought
but DRS got it wrong. But
Yeah.
above the field, only one.
I thought that DRS got that LBW wrong because
yeah,
We're
it
talking
showed
about
the ball
Naseem,
to be
right?
turning back when I thought it was going on with the line and probably would have been umpire's call at best rather than coming back and hitting the middle.
Yeah, guys. So let's just take this stat. So Naseem Shah has beaten 56% of his deliveries.
Has been beaten. Yeah.
Yeah, and in this entire World Cup, when a bowler has bowled 3 or more overs, this is the best.
So this 56% is for the match or the World Cup?
For the match.
For this match.
In this innings. He has beaten the bat 56% of times, the most in a...
So every alternate ball.
In a T20, it's the history of T20 World Cup, not just this World Cup.
Yeah, in a T20.
In any T20 World Cup.
In any T20 World Cup.
Yeah.
Correct.
This
No,
is
man.
This is a
Great bowling.
literally historic spell from Naseem. It deserves a wicket, doesn't it?
He deserves a wicket, but
so
he deserves many more wickets
actually Naseem has done what Wasim Akram did in 1992, but wicketless.
Without wicket.
Get that line.
But Wasim Akram was not bowling too well at the beginning of the tournament. He was struggling to control the swing and all.
वही तो बात है, बाद में सबको सिर्फ विकेट याद रहते हैं कि इतने विकेट लिए थे.
Eventually you remember the man of the match performance, right?
I think he also said something about him having some injury, like from what I recall, like his decision to come around the stumps was probably due to him not getting his line right or probably having some issue with one of his body parts. I can't remember
Negative run.
exactly,
But
but I don't think it was
So that is why 2.84 overall.
So I'm looking forward to reading that book Sultan, which is written with Gideon Hay. It is releasing next month. I'm sure ये सब stories रहेंगे उसमें.
Yeah, lots of it. Lots of it coming out anyway in Ask the Pavilion.
Sorry?
Lots of those stories coming out in Ask the Pavilion show. The most the most fun thing to have come out of this World Cup.
Yeah.
Oh,
Stokes just can't score a run against Naseem Shah right now.
Against anybody.
Yeah.
At this
Last
point.
3 overs, he
Naseem
scored
Shah
like
especially.
3 runs, I guess. So, man, this is ridiculous.
Stokes just looking
Now
quite
it's
getting faded
it's like
against the
60-40 now, right?
Pakistan seamers.
Looks like.
No, it's still. Oh, Michael Holding. Come on, Michael Holding mimicry.
Not me, not now. Not now. Maybe in Indian
Not
England
now.
match.
Not now.
Not now.
Not now.
Not now.
So Stokes has faced 6 balls from Naseem Shah in this game, yet to score a run against him.
Is this the time?
Last ball of the over,
Ooh,
can he
how-
do it? He does
Just imagine
somehow
how-
straight through for a single for his first run against Naseem Shah.
No, how how much can the numbers be deceptive? 4 overs, 30 runs. This guy has bowled so
30
well.
runs,
Yeah.
yes.
He
Because he
considered
bowled
3
5
boundaries,
wides.
no?
He bowled 5 wides.
And probably
it's
the
a
best
very
spell a
fun
bowler has bowled in a T20 innings.
Yeah, very true.
Yeah.
I think Wahab ended up with some good figures like in that Watson contest 2015. It didn't, or did he also go for runs towards the end of his spell?
And if only Rahat Ali
He did at the end.
Had not dropped that catch.
2015.
80,000 people are there.
Yeah,
I
that's why,
think a few empty seats, so I thought कि आज कम बंदे
No,
आए
because
थे
you are
देखने के लिए.
comparing it with the 93,000. That's it.
But
Guys, this game is on. 49 needed of 6.
Required run rate over 8 now.
This feels like the World Cup final only, 2019.
Yeah.
And just imagine England. I mean, they have.
Shaheen is back.
Now Hari's right.
Shaheen
Surely.
is back in the.
Yeah. Now surely Hari's off, right?
Think they'll get in Wasim.
One of these two will be there at the end because Ben Stokes has a habit of doing this, but I think it'll be Moeen Ali. Moeen's going to be there at the end, Raj.
Let's see. I think Moeen will get out this over.
I'm just thinking that England have a lot of horror memories from Australia, though they are from Test cricket, even ODI cricket as well in the 2015 World Cup. This will just add on to that if they fail to chase this down after limiting them to 137 a World Cup final. They have a great chance to win their second T20 World Cup trophy. And if they flunk this, I mean,
and I'm just thinking.
Honestly, I don't know how much to call it England's fault,
man.
It's Pakistan's brilliance with the ball. I know.
Absolutely.
They have just bowled out of the skin here, and it has gotten them results. And Shaheen is back on the field, so that's some great news for Pakistani fans.
I think England have missed. I think England have missed Malan today.
I mean, Stokes is, I think, putting a lot of pressure on others to walk
last 13-14 balls, I think he has been beaten 10 times.
Yeah.
So I'm just thinking.
Yuvraj from 2014.
Another all-rounder.
That is how
stretching his T20 career.
So this is not the beauty, but the opposite of beauty of T20 cricket. Ki tum second innings mein you are allowed to do it. The problem is if you play such a knock in the first innings.
Yeah. Yuvraj from 2014 is like Rohit in the semi-finals.
In the semi-finals. I'm just thinking about Jamie's comment. If Moeen Ali actually takes England over the line, so that will be twice in this World Cup a player of Pakistan origin will fuck Pakistan. Sikandar Raza and
no, he's not. I think Shaheen has spent a significant time out the field, so the umpire has to wait for the. Yeah! Oh my God!
Bounce first.
Tactical drop here.
Yeah, so the player has to come back and spend that much time on the field.
That is when a player has been off the field for more than 10 minutes. That was the.
He was hardly gone for one over or something. Hardly gone. 2 overs.
Yeah.
Actually,
he came back very quickly. Those 2 drops were given very quickly.
But I think he's just giving him more time to just.
2 drops and now
Stokes was probably almost out.
Stokes
was probably almost out hit wicket here. Almost.
So I agree with Shweta here. Actually,
Shub is taking more losses. Shub is taking more losses than Pakistan today.
And this doesn't work for Moeen, right? Matchup wise, he's not good against raw pace, right? Moeen is not good against raw pace, right? Matchup wise.
Yeah, and there is no spin.
Yeah.
No spin anymore.
No spin anymore. Yep.
No, but spin will have to be bowled anyway because after this over, there are only 3 overs left of pace. No, there's Wasim Jr.
This is the only change they made after the first game.
तो शदाब के ओवर खत्म हो गए ठीक है.
They have Nawaz also, left arm, medium pace.
Nawaz नहीं डाले.
और अगर ये अटैक उन्होंने फर्स्ट गेम में खिलाया होता तो हम सेमीज भी नहीं खेलते.
Just think of it, 2011 Yuvraj the World Cup winner and the star.
Yeah.
And 3 years later, then he plays a knock like that.
11, 2007,
2019.
Yeah. That's an interesting parallel. Agar Stokes, if यहाँ से he sort of chokes.
Oh, yeah.
19 to 11.
Gurkha, this will be under a category of choke, right?
Yeah.
This will be a joke.
Every time wall faces.
This wind predictor is going to go up and down. Dekhna.
Rizwan reminds me so much of Mushfiqur Rahim.
I don't
like 8 points
from back in the day.
Anamul Haq, bro.
Dikwela.
No, yeah, that is there. Anamul Haq also used to just appear on every ball loud.
Stokes is like swinging and missing so much now that
He should get
like I don't even think you can call him a.
Got it through the gap. Slower one क्यों डाली भाई?
Every time it's that last ball slower one which
क्यों slower one?
Smack.
I want to see when was the after how many balls England have scored a boundary.
Or what is the last time Stokes?
I think that reverse sweep that hit Stokes is tie pad and went to that might be the last boundary.
No, 9.4, 58th ball of the innings, Stokes found a boundary through.
Shut up.
No, Mohammad Wasim.
Oh, that.
Covered.
Oh, that full toss.
Yeah. So Wasim, next over.
So this has been
Shaheen,
a boundary
bro,
after
If he's
6
if
overs
he's allowed,
almost.
if the time is enough.
Be
And just to
interesting to see. whether
think of it.
Stokes riding
riding
on luck.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Cricket
mean,
say
like
55, 40.
So that's basically Stokes' career.
Stokes
Stokes riding on luck.
basically he had rotten luck off the field, but good luck on the field. So, like,
Evens out.
Compensate हो गया.
Oh, he's there.
Oh,
Here it's happening. Shaheen Shah Freezy.
Imagine Shaheen. Okay. No.
DLF pass score is
लेफ्टी है, दोनों लेफ्टी है ना, इसलिए नहीं होगा.
Oh, it's proper Stark versus Ben Stokes vibes.
England are 1 run behind the DLF par score. Not that it matters right now, but it is still
I don't
If
think
it
it will
rains
ever
throughout
matter, no.
today and then tomorrow
And then
also.
tomorrow, yeah.
It's still
I think
interesting.
England's best chance is to attack him in the first 3 balls because he's
Yeah.
also
Yeah.
slightly uncertain about his run up here. Look, so if they can get
Virat
some
Kohli must be
runs there,
watching
they
this
can
and
put the
thinking,
pressure.
I think he'll bowl a cutter. I just have a feeling. He'll
I mean,
bowl
Virat
a
Kohli
Moin
must be
Ali,
watching
Moin
this
Ali
and
will
thinking,
probably
"Ye to
back away and
main
look to
have
go over mid off.
A bouncer first. Oh.
I don't think he's
No. I just
false start.
I don't care who wins, but I want to see Shaheen bowl at this moment.
It feels like Shadab is captaining at that moment more than Babar.
But this happens with Pakistan. Okay, end mein everyone is like arms are going here and there. And everyone
But
like,
unlike Australia, they have a proper vice captain. You know, Australia don't know who's the vice captain. It's like Maxwell captain from here, Smith from there, Warner from there.
He's struggling.
He's struggling, guys.
Somehow
This
he was able to
He
deliver
can't-
that
not
ball.
good sights
can't.
if you are a Pakistan fan.
Oh no, this means Nawaz will bowl, is it?
Yeah, left arm.
So
Two
Harry
overs.
Brook,
redemption time for Nawaz.
Harry Brook got out, but he still did
You know,
England a favor with that stroke.
I mean, that was not even a slower ball.
Hardik has a very interesting comment there.
Afridi Rock
Yeah.
and Wasim are dream teammates for strike rate is overrated.
Yeah. True.
I
think-
think he shouldn't bowl, man. Like,
I think
I don't think he will be able to complete the
But he'll
over.
bowl the entire over, I think.
he's walking
Yeah,
off.
yeah.
Walking off. It's still
think
okay
we
because you remember that Asia Cup game where Naseem Shah
Shah.
just hobbled
Yeah.
and conceded a 6, so it is still better.
Still better, but
than-
they don't have choice. Like you have to force your.
I mean,
Okay,
it is a
Nawaz.
setback
Quickly,
for sure.
Iftikhar or Nawaz?
Iftikhar.
Nawaz.
I think the
Nawaz,
Man,
Nawaz.
Iftikhar hasn't
I think
bowled a
they'll
lot
go
in
with
this World
Iftikhar.
Cup.
So
देखो
Shaheen-
अगर औरा से जाना है, गूदे से जाना है तो आई वुड से इफ्तिकार. अगर नॉर्मल उससे जाना है तो
अबे इफ्तिकार का और कब बन गया
भाई वही बात है ना
Bowling
कि
चाचा और
और us
चाचा है चाचा
औरा
अभी
कंपेयर
तो
मतलब
मैं-
रिलेटिव हो रहा. I'm not saying कि he
yeah,
has a
exactly. Chacha, no relative or.
Yes, it's Iftikhar.
Good.
Yes, we have the Chacha.
Moin caught it. Short third man incoming.
Oh,
Single.
this is where Stokes is gonna struggle, I think.
भाई मारो या आउट हो डू
This is where क्या भाई सब जगह से ही तो स्ट्रगल हो रहा
No, I
है.
know he's gonna get out like
हैप्पी
that
कि
kind
यार
of
चलो
struggle.
नसीम शाह के ओवर खत्म हो चुके.
Then he saw off spinner.
Babar off the field over also. क्या हो रहा है ये? Why is Shadab doing all the thinking? Very strange. He's nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, Shadab was
You
captaining,
can,
so who knows?
you can say that about the entire World Cup also, but
In the air.
वही अब
Yeah.
Babar the captain has
Fell
been.
short. Just fell
Yeah.
short.
right
There
as
is
you
Babar.
pointed, there is Babar.
Or Babar
He's
dropped
there,
it
no?
because
No.
he's a
Yo, Babar is there, but yeah,
Average,
Shadab
yeah.
is
Stokes was
marshalling
disappointed
Strange,
right
no?
in the shot.
Terrible.
बैट वैट छोड़ के बैठ गया था वो.
Fell short. It fell well short. He did well to save.
For
the
a moment,
boundary.
Stokes forgot that this is MCG. Missed times don't even carry the fielders, let alone the
No,
ball.
I-
As long as
I-
he'll get
I
more.
think-
Babar.
Did
Babar
he
long
cramp
off.
himself or what?
How often does Babar go to long off? It's very weird what's happening in this match.
Yeah.
जाता नहीं कभी वहां पे वो.
that was out in any Indian ground, I guess. You know, it carries all the way to the fielder at long off.
probably in Indore it would have been.
We
a
have,
six.
we have a comment for Jamie.
Nifty neurotic.
Thank you so
Oh,
much.
no,
Love
that's
your name.
boundary for now.
Finally, he gets another boundary. He's
Nifty neurotic.
I mean, he's getting this. I mean, and Pakistan, sorry, England just need a boundary per over, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
the
yeah.
thing.
But
And
they-
why is he firing it in?
But they have forced themselves into this tricky position
You
for
want
no
England to
reason.
fuck up, क्या?
Yeah.
I'm
He's
supporting
an
Pakistan.
he's an
No
Aussie.
reason is like it's
Australia,
just the
I'm
kind of
supporting
bowling that Pakistan has done,
We are an
right?
Indian
Oh,
as
this is
well.
gone.
It is, yeah.
So you are an Indian as well.
Oh!
the slice of
Stokes
luck.
turning around.
Yeah,
turning
That is
around,
no luck
Stokes
about it.
turning
It's a
This
around.
proper
is
hit.
no. I mean, like
This
this is proper Rahul Tewatia,
riding his luck, right?
proper Rahul Tewatia kind of redemption.
Turnaround.
And that, I mean, Harry Brook got out, but he did England a big favor because Shaheen is injured now, and Pakistan tried to rush him in.
So
He went after one ball, and then Ben Stokes attacked.
So if this was a game of chess, Pakistan gave up their rook for the queen. Oh, England gave up their rook for a queen.
That's what I think. Yeah.
Yeah, but again, it was seriously, I think it was not a difficult catch that he took. It's just that he found himself in a position where he hurt himself. But it's not like he went for diving for a catch.
No, but as you said,
Just saying,
he was not
just
like
saying,
fully fit, maybe. So
just saying,
that's
but
true.
I would never have my
Fast
primary
bowler.
bowler fielding at long off. And this is something that I've had a lot of issues with KKR as well. Like, if you know someone like Andre Russell is injury prone, what is he doing fielding at the boundary? And he's almost always fielding at the boundary. Hide him somewhere.
What is his role? Fielding only. You can say that about Russell. Anywhere he feels, he gets injured.
But I think
No,
this is purely
you
bad
still
luck. I
have
mean,
to-
he could have
Shot.
You still have to rely on your percentages, right?
Yeah, true. No, true. But I've seen Russell get injured in anywhere, like in that Australia ODI 2019 World Cup. He was getting injured everywhere and anywhere. Just.
But
Babar has been a very poor captain the whole T20 World Cup. So it's just one more mistake he's made. Yeah, I've not been impressed by him at all. The captain.
I don't think he's done anything.
Misca-
Personally, I think he's
Miscalculating. No, but he's always miscalculated who to bowl where and all. Like, India game, dekh lo. It just one after one. Gurpreet is absolutely right. Shaheen Shah Afridi, what is he doing at long off also? It's very strange.
And also, this over should have been Haris Rauf. This over should have been Haris Rauf.
Babar is the classic case of you score the most runs, so we will make you captain. वही है उसका कुछ खास नहीं किया उसने कभी.
This is Joe Root as captain basically. Your best players, your best like. So probably Shadab.
बहुत हैं ऐसे यार, बहुत हैं ऐसे.
not take, maybe in T20s he could.
Yeah, Shadab is a great option. But why are we
He's smart, man. He's a very data-driven guy as well, also.
Yeah.
So, guys, who takes the man of the tournament award? I guess
Moeen Ali.
Sam Curran. Sam Curran.
Sam Curran.
Yeah, I think.
But
Very closely, Sam Curran.
Maybe
Is he part of the 9 people shortlisted? No.
Who?
Sam
Gavaskar.
Curran?
Sam Curran is
Okay,
there.
if he's there, then he should definitely. Because
No, for that lack of pace to take 3 for 12 in a final.
Yeah. Exactly. And
So like James Faulkner from 2015 again.
Hopefully
I
they
don't
don't give it to Kohli or Sky. That will not be.
That won't happen.
So is
I
it
think
fair
will
to
be
say
tough for
Sam Curran is the Akram everyone wanted in this final?
Minus the cameo.
Another boundary,
He's always, as per English media, he's always been that player who can make things happen.
The X factor.
Not
actually.
I mean, but English media is not at least here to blame, right? I mean, they are sort of not wrong in saying this.
Oh, Sam Curran.
So credit goes to him. He was not a death bowler before this tournament, and he knew that there is a gap there. This is where he can make his place in the side,
he
and
could have got into the side.
he's done wonders.
We got a comment from GS saying that India would have defended the total.
Even in IPL, he was bowling in the death. Yeah, I think शुरुआत में भी.
Yeah, but he's more of a new. If you'll ask him before this tournament, he would bowl 3 overs up front with a new ball swinging it. He just learned the tricks of bowling Yorkers. His Yorker percentage has increased.
But I
this
won't
year
say
just because
he's learned the trick because he's bowled those tough overs. If you remember that, I mean, I'll go back to CSK, but that Russell where he dismissed Russell, that was proper planning.
True. But
this guy wants to finish the tournament in
Hindi. Can I request you all to comment or give reviews in Hindi for a ball or two? You all can say
one line from there.
Bahari Kinara.
Upri Kinara or Chaka.
BSNL Chaka. Not endorsing them.
Connecting India.
BSNL को endorse करके भी क्या फायदा?
Even the endorsement won't go through.
And 12 runs away from England, cementing themselves as the
white ball.
Second greatest white ball team of the century.
They'll have both
the
titles.
century.
Yeah.
Both the One Day World Cup and the T20 World Cup.
Yeah.
They're the first ever team to hold both
the
at the same
T20
time.
World Cup.
So actually, Tim Wigmore wrote a piece on this that they'll be the fourth greatest white ball team after West Indies in 80s, 70s,
India
80s.
also, no? India held the white ball title simultaneously,
Not
right?
not
but
T20.
Oh yeah, yeah, true.
he
So
actually
West Indies and then Australia and then
he
again
had
West
actually
Indies
West
in,
Indies as the third team, and I don't agree with that. I think
Yeah.
India between 2007 to
No, no.
2015,
West Indies की third was
I'd say-
India. I don't
to
know.
12 to 16 when they won 2 T20 World Cups.
No, they were.
Oh,
they were
Aussies winning
stinking
World
in
Cup is
white
fine.
ball.
Can't stand
ODI,
pompous
sorry.
English pundits, analysts, and comms now on what
Yeah,
great brand
yeah.
of cricket they're playing.
But they are,
But they are
They
telling
are
the
like
truth.
great
yeah.
brand of T20 cricket. You
But they
cannot
were the tournament
argue with
favorites.
them.
No, pre-tournament favorites would have been England by far,
Yeah.
and
honestly,
they won the damn thing. So
it's surprising that they have, like, I'm not surprising, but yeah, I was expecting one Liam Livingston special in this
Exactly,
tournament,
me
and they
too.
have
So
won it
actually,
despite not
Living
giving
the
much
ball
out
is
of
it.
Livingston is basically
Livingston.
Maxwell from last year. Exactly. Did nothing with the bat, but his
With the
bowling
ball,
is
yeah.
like so valuable that you
Yeah.
cannot just ignore
Fielding
It's
whatever
just
he
the
fielding
depth
is
fielding
that
also.
he
Yeah,
provides
yeah.
to that bowling
catch,
attack.
yeah.
I think that's what he has done this year.
So everyone, like this just tells you the value of a player like Livingston. So if Riyan Parag can improve his bowling, so maybe one day he can become
Yeah, for sure.
India's Maxwell or Livingston.
Jamie, I want to hear you on that.
He already has the
Batao.
catching.
Parag
The best
comment.
honors.
Oh, Jamie पसंद
Just
नहीं है?
like
पसंद नहीं है रियान पराग?
अच्छा डांस करता है यार, बहुत सा डांस करता है.
Oh, not the first person to say this.
Around the corner.
Oh, side. Just up, just a bit up. No.
अरे मेरे इशारे बड़े तेज होते हैं भाई.
Wait. Yeah, just
मैं
press
कब
it.
हंसता हूँ, कब ये करता हूँ, सब समझ जाते हैं.
So basically, not captain. Yeah, it's like the two
Yeah.
leadership giants after Butler
Yeah.
batting together.
I don't think after Butler, because if you remember the
Alongside
Sky
Butler.
Sports this thing, right? Butler said that I'm okay with Moeen Ali setting the field. I'm okay with everything. So that's something that I don't think other captains would say easily. So you wouldn't hear like Rohit Sharma say, I'm okay with everybody taking a call. I'm just standing.
Shot.
Well, yeah. One.
Ben Stokes.
But
So Jamie's
Butler,
बीच में is like Pankaj Tripathi.
तीन भागे.
Yeah.
देख लो, कर लो.
just one thing that I want to discuss before we end this, probably because it's going to end soon. Although he will go down as a World Cup winning captain, what is your assessment of Joss Butler, the captain?
I think he's improved a lot. I mean, he's done. I
But
don't
he
think
has
he's
a
done
very
anything bad this tournament. I think he's pretty much hit
And
the
also
nail on the
it's
head.
tough to judge Butler because he takes a lot of help from data.
Exactly.
and
No, not just data, but from on
Yeah,
on field
from
also.
analysis,
From
yeah.
But that means credit to him, right?
Exactly.
That
That's what I
Yeah,
said.
yeah.
That he has a very good leadership group. That
Yeah.
means that the environment is not very like what
Top
is the
heavy.
right term for it?
if you,
It's not. There's no
Data friendly.
hierarchy.
Yeah, there's no hierarchy.
So
Hierarchy,
if,
yes.
in this day and age, if you're not data friendly, then it's just your ego, right? That मैं खेलता हूँ तो मुझे ज़्यादा पता है.
And strike rate is overrated.
Yeah, because I think in his interview with Sky after India's game, it was a very, in my opinion, it was a very good interview because he laid out clear plans that they had for India and things worked his way.
Yep.
And it actually demonstrated that they've planned well.
Very good
Getting
point
credit,
there by
The two most data-driven teams won two T20 World Cups, and one is now going to be joint winners. So there is luck in all that side. There is something to be seen about data in cricket.
Who's the other one? Mumbai.
West Indies.
West Indies, I think they just
They picked.
vibes.
No,
No,
they
tactics,
picked.
just vibes.
They picked those two squads based on purely
based
on
on
strike
data.
rates. They searched the length and breadth of all those islands. Said, boss, मारने वाले कौन हैं? हमें बस all rounders चाहिए जो थोड़े cutter डालें. This is a stats based team. It doesn't get enough credit. और उन लोगों ने जो किया 12 और 14 में, these guys have now done from 15 onwards. It's as simple as that.
They also had only
Look at
one
it now. Last 10 years, probably let's say last 10 years, all T20 World Cups, every country's golden generation has won a cup.
Yeah, except India.
Except India. Sri Lanka, golden generation, won a cup. Australia, golden
Yeah,
generation, won
yeah.
a cup. West Indies, golden generation, won 2 cups. Now England's golden generation going to win a cup.
Generation? I have
I
doubts
mean,
on that.
No,
it's
T20s,
debatable.
But India's golden generation had already won it before, na? Virat has won a World Cup, Rohit has won a World
I'm
Cup.
talking
So,
T20 cricket, I mean, strictly.
ठीक
So
है.
you're not
क्या
counting
South
England.
except South Africa.
So you're not I mean, let's discount. There's no point talking about them.
Will South Africa ever win a World
they are
Cup
a
in
rainbow
this
nation. भाई
century?
कोई golden नहीं होता.
Indian fans
Indian
are
fans
also
are
dancing in the
yeah.
aisles.
This is something
Of
Jamie
course.
called, and this is happening. Stokes is there at the end of this chase,
Oh.
and
We'll get run out now. Oh, yeah.
Riding his luck, bro.
Now Moin gonna hit a 6.
And
Moin Ali finishes in style. Aisa kuch.
Yeah.
And Moin finishes off in style.
Yeah, I mean Anirudh has a point, but I think Pakistan were in the game. If Shaheen would have been fit, probably we wouldn't have been talking about toss.
Jamie and KL are best pairs. I would love to see them dance together, do a tango.
And here's what Jamie is saying to KL while dancing.
Evil Jamie is scared.
after this
Maybe
innings-
maybe KL Rahul and I can sit on some couch someday and say something.
Late drama.
Moin Ali is finished in style.
Akash's favorite player has kept
Yeah.
Pakistan in the contest.
My favorite player from that team is also.
Now
Getting
it's
out.
time for
So
Liam
Liam will come
Livingston.
out, and
who has
Amit
done
said
fuck
that
all
he has
and
not seen
get
bucket
out.
in the back.
Oh, it'll be proper. Done nothing in the.
I mean, imagine-
Okay, what are the chances of 4 dot balls?
Or 4 wickets.
Or was ज़्यादा हो गया भैया?
For that, you would need England test team to.
मुझे नहीं पता था ऑस्ट्रेलिया के फैंस भी इंडिया के फैंस के ऐसे सोच सकते हैं.
No, he's Punjab fan. No,
Now it's time for Liam Livingston to.
see Punjab fan.
पंजाब फैन भाई वो कार्तिक
Please.
त्यागी वाला ओवर
The
भाई.
day they announced Shikhar Dhawan as
Oh.
captain, I divorced Punjab.
Oh, before that you were married to them.
Yes.
To Punjab.
Come on, man. How can you make Shikhar Dhawan captain in 2022? With all due respect to Dhawan, it's just ridiculous. Okay, anyway. Screw
Dude,
IPL.
BCCI
screw
is making Shikhar Dhawan captain in 2022.
Oh, yes. I
No,
mean,
but I think now in captaincy in cricket has already moved a lot towards like captaincy in football. Coaches have become more or less managers with them.
but
managing the
I just
team.
need some, prestige to the post. Like don't make Dhawan captain at least. At least add some something energetic to look forward to. Something optimistic.
Like
No, Dhawan
earlier you
Dhawan
were
has
appointed
energy.
Nicholas Puran.
Dhawan has energy.
Lots of great content will come. Yeah, come on.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's say now it's.
On the pitch or like off the?
Let's react to the final ball.
शायरी आएंगी.
6 to win of 10. What is Liam Livingston going to do? Is he going to?
After-
What's he going to do? He will
Is
both
he going to
say
hit
Yorker.
one out of MCG?
Oh, he tried the Yorker as I said.
Have the mid on up.
Seriously,
Oh my
यार,
god.
ये पीछे लगा
What are
रहता
you
है.
doing? Jesus
Babar.
Christ.
Come on, Wasim Junior, do a Lassit Malinga.
Jamie, say something on this field placement from Babar, please.
क्या है, मैं क्यों टाइम वेस्ट करूं? बाबर द कैप्टन के बारे में बात करके मैं क्यों टाइम वेस्ट करूं यार?
Oh,
We'll have an auction show or whatever, right? For IPL, we can rant about that during that time, I guess.
oh,
टॉप फेंका बे.
भाई रैंट निकलता है जब कुछ सपोर्ट करने के लिए होता है.
2 रन.
Scores
Ah.
level.
oh, great.
Chalo,
Scores
भाई.
level, and
Well
Stokes
tried.
is going to hit the winning runs.
Udil Shah. But England are going to
Look at Butler. Butler is not happy till, and then Adil Rashid look at him. He's like,
So
50 for Stokes, by the way.
Oh,
okay, he's done a
Big match here, man. Big
He's
match
done a
here.
What a
Devante here.
redemption for this guy who conceded 4 sixes in 2016
Yeah,
World
yeah.
Cup final.
And
I mean,
people
Really,
are
and
asking
Ben
about
Stokes-
his
Ben
credentials.
Stokes will
is
not.
just a
Ben
pure
Stokes
story
will not
man.
look at. Ben Stokes will not look at Naseem Shah ने कितना बीट किया. बोलेगा मैं वर्ल्ड कप में 50 मारा यार, टीम जीत गई. Cricket is so much more than all these man-to-man comparisons and all. यार,
honestly, बताओ,
legend,
this
dude.
is a guy you won't be surprised that if he just announces T20I retirement tomorrow.
Today, he'll win the player of the exactly.
I
mean,
and I would like to take a mention.
Hi, I'm retired. He'll show a. Okay, let's go. Ben Stokes getting ready to hit the winning runs for England.
Anticlimactic,
Who will
get out.
become two-time
He'll get out.
champions.
He will bowl a
Will it
wide,
going to happen?
wide,
Is it going to
wide
happen?
आएगा.
Two-time
Oh!
champions. Anticlimax.
हम फालतू में hype कर रहे थे one sided.
It's fine. At least some hype. No, but Nagesh is not there.
So
थोड़ा बनता है यार.
वैसे it would be fair to say Ben Stokes remember the name if he finishes off.
yeah, I mean,
Everybody remembers the name now.
Brad Pitt is a commentator.
मतलब
Yeah, they should have got Ian. I don't know who's commentating. Is Ian Bishop commentating? It would have been great to have him.
No, if Brathwaite was a commentator, it would be
Here we
even
go.
better.
One more chance
Ah.
for Ben Stokes to finish off. And England are two-time champions, and it's the man Ben Stokes who has done it once again. The golden generation of England has another trophy, and they become the first side to hold
England cannot.
the T20 World Cup and the 50-over World Cup simultaneously. So, a fitting tribute for the Morgan era, you can say.
So Chris Stokes has a World T20, but Virat Kohli doesn't.
Oh, that's an unnecessary jab at the wrong time. But
Harry
the
Brook has a
monster-
World T20. Virat Kohli doesn't.
No, Harry Brooks still is okay. Chris Stokes is a
Yeah, he's new.
So that it has taken just one tournament or just a few months for the apprentice to match his master and win the World Cup for his side.
And
But
England cannot win a test match in Australia, but they have a T20.
We were talking about the Brooks Kohli parallel. Brooks scored a cameo. Now all he needs to do is just lift Stokes on his shoulders.
5, 4, 3 incoming.
But just to go back, what Amit was saying, right? The guy who I was at that final, the guy was on his knees. He was shattered. Like you thought this guy, he may never come back and last a full year. For that guy, in the span of 3 years, to pull off Lords, to pull off Headingley, like what, 6 weeks later, 2 months later, and now do this. Now, this is why he once I've never seen Ian Botham like live and all, but in log kuch ek hota hai yaar ye. You cannot quantify it. You cannot. ये आते हैं crease पे यार ये साला कुछ करके जाएगा. This is why these guys are great, man. To come back from what Amit said, outstanding, man, outstanding.
And like after seeing Stokes play like this, and for years, what Yuvraj did back in his day, like you can't deny that big match players don't exist.
Yeah.
It does exist.
Cricket
is not
absolutely.
played in exciting,
I
right?
I want to say I want to say something here. Now, on the scoreboard, it will look like that 58, 51 or 48 is a very ordinary innings, and Stokes was held by the cameo of Butler and the cameo of Moeen Ali and some contributions of Harry Brook. But what I want to say is that what Stokes did today was play the situation. He knew that the runs weren't an issue. Just England playing out the overs was enough, and he was backing himself to do that. Yes, he was lucky. I'm not saying that he wasn't, but at the same point of time, someone like Phil Salt today, or any other young batter who's watching this, they can understand that it's not always about batting with intent. It is about playing the situation. And this is what I said when we were discussing, things at the halfway stage when Pakistan were batting, that England are not just a team that bats with intent. They also have the batters who can play the situation and be adaptful. If not for Stokes today, maybe they would have had someone like David Malan who would have done something similar, who would have just bat it till the end to ensure that you score those runs till the end, because you play 20 overs, you are going to get 140. Batting time was just enough today for England, and that is what Stokes did today.
So Collingwood becomes the first player to win it as a captain and a coach.
Probably, I guess.
Yeah.
I think Amit was saying something before.
Sorry?
Yeah.
You were saying something, Amit, before.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I was
Amit,
just
you
saying
can go.
exactly
Sorry.
what
Yeah.
Gurkirat said, that again, there's a very oft-used cliche that goes that genius does not always need to be beautiful. It sometimes can be ugly as well. And this is what this Stokes innings was looking ugly throughout. But in the end, it's the end result that matters. And the end result is that he has won the World Cup here for England.
Yeah.
And also, just to add on what Gurkirat was talking about, even the intent, right? Look at what Harry Brook did, right? He's hardly played a handful of matches. Is saal shayad debut kiya tha. World Cup ke final mein, the man who most people would have said is the best chance, he just gotten out. I think second ball, the guy skips out and clips the ball through mid-on, right? So as valuable as Stokes is for playing to the conditions, small things like that, na, this is what this team, hum 10 tak batting kar sakte hain yaar, but to walk out second ball after the best batsman in your team has gotten out and flick that, na, small things all add up to what these guys have just done here.
Absolutely.
Right. And we have Dan on
Yeah.
standby.
So
So
I'll take a leave.
Yeah. So
guys,
Jamie, Amit, it was an absolute pleasure to have you all this while. It was an amazing World Cup to watch, and of course, बहुत मजा आया यार. हम लोगों ने बहुत enjoy किया. So we just look forward to have your
you
company
again,
pretty soon.
Maybe
Same.
in person.
Yeah. Whenever you're in Bangalore, यार office आ जाना बस सीधा.
No,
Superb.
and honestly,
Thank you, guys.
Again, really enjoyed it with all of you. Sadly, Avnish is not here today, but yeah, it's so much fun when Jamie is on fire. And Gurkirat, of course, he's always at his measured best and always gives great insights. So really enjoyed this experience.
यार वो एक्चुअली
Absolutely.
आई थिंक मोस्ट ऑफ अस वुड हैव सीन रॉकस्टार. आई एम श्योर इसने नहीं देखी होगी, बाकी हमने देखी होगी. तो जेमी के रैंट से मुझे वो याद आता है ना, वो जब दिल टूटता है ना तब वो अंदर से निकलता है. वो आज दिल टूटा ही नहीं तो फिर रैंट निकलेगा कैसे?
वही है हुआ नहीं. But good fun, guys. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Thank
cool,
you.
cool.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
guys.
See you very soon. Yep.
Bye.
Yep. So we have
The
Dan.
happiest Englishman on earth.
Yeah.
Well, not really. Not judging by his reaction.
I think if Gurkirat is there, maybe we can add him back if he's still on. Otherwise, Dan, first thoughts.
Well, I mean, what a match full of drama. I think for me, ultimately, I just got regret that Shaheen Afridi got injured, because I think that would have really created this incredible finish to the match. And following those 5 balls from Iftikhar, which Pakistan had no option but to bowl Iftikhar in that situation against the left-handers.
Yeah.
It was the only thing they could do, but that's what changed the game. We saw Stokes. I think when Stokes came into bat, England needed less than the run a ball, and then when at one point it got up towards 8.5, and you were thinking, okay, well, if there's a wicket now, that's when it could get to 10s, and that's when it starts to get a little bit out of hand against a very good bowling attack. And then disaster happened for Pakistan with Afridi's injury, and it was such a shame to see, because Pakistan's bowling was unbelievable, out of this world. Their pace bowling, I thought, was so good today, and I think that it just robbed the game of a final conclusion, a tighter match. But no, I'm pleased for England. I'm pleased for the players. I think there's a few ways you can frame the Stokes innings. I think that the question is whether he would have done anything differently if it was a 170 chase, and I'm not sure there's a great deal of evidence to suggest that he would have done. And you can't take that away from him, I suppose. And there's also the counter argument to say that his approach ensured that the match went down to the last couple of overs rather than get finished, say, in 15 or 16. So, there's a few ways you can frame that as well. But overall, I think this match and this tournament and this knockout stages as well, and we'll go on to this, I think, when we talk about some sort of learnings from the tournament, is, look, there's not a great deal of difference between 4 or 5 teams in terms of ability in these tournaments, and there's a lot of variance in the knockout stages. And Shaheen Shah Afridi's injury is a great example of that. That's the variance which decides make the tournament.
And even after that injury, that the first ball that Iftikhar bowled, which Stokes almost hit to Babar. Yes. I mean, so that's the margin that we're talking about. And and see, we were discussing. While you were when you didn't join that. There are something that we just an Excel sheet can't measure, and which is the aura of players like Stokes. It's just that stars do tend to align in their favor come these big occasions. Sorry.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's an interesting point, because that's the narrative, right? We know that's the narrative. That's what the commentators are always saying. If I had a pound every time a commentator called Ben Stokes a big game player, I think I'd be a millionaire. But actually, whether that's the case or not is another matter. Yeah. So for me now, I'm quite interested in sort of doing some research into big matches and seeing which players do have this so-called inherent clutch ability in big matches, or whether it is just a bit of a myth. Let's see.
Yeah. Awesome.
So let's go. Let's revisit the final. Do you think Josh Butler is on point with some of the decisions he made, or was it just Pakistan not capitalizing? With the bad. They definitely had a bad start. They're terrible line and lengths, but Pakistan could not put it away for boundary. No. So do you think that's Pakistan's fault, or do you think Butler captained it perfectly?
I think the Stokes and Wokes looked a little bit nervous up front, which is fairly understandable. You say Pakistan didn't capitalise, and again we have this sort of very slow start from Rizwan and Babar, where between them they scored 47 off 42 balls with just 3 boundaries, and ultimately that can put pressure on the rest of the team and assist dismissals, if you like, in some way, shape, or form. Because of the pressure they've put on the team. It's got 3 boundaries in 42 balls. That's over a third of your resources gone for just 3 boundaries. That like the winning boundary, the average boundaries for a winning team in this tournament is about 20 boundaries. So your other players have got to find 17 or 78 balls. That's tough, very tough. And yeah, Shan Masood, Sharif Khan tried their best. Mohammed Harris was unlucky trying to play a bit more attacking, but I think Pakistan's batting was what we expected. Really, Pakistan's batting was Pakistan's batting, and they've got a long tail. I don't think for 1 minute Mohammed Wasim was a number 8. I think he's about a number 10. So there's. I don't think anything surprised us that much with Pakistan. But I think Sam Curran was absolutely outstanding, and I think I tweeted this earlier. I'll be amazed if he's not the highest sale price in the next IPL mini auction. Just genuinely stunned.
Dan, in your opinion, who's the player of the tournament? I think we kind of thought it would be between Shadab and Sam Curran. So would you still lean towards Shadab irrespective of what happened on the night, or do you think kind of it swayed towards Curran after his performance from the big occasion today? Shadab was equally brilliant, I guess. So
I mean, you look at how these awards are generally given out. There's probably going to be a bit of narrative in these awards, and there's probably a very high correlation between the winner of player of the tournament and the winner of the event, or what nationality they come from. So you can see Sam Curran definitely having a good chance of getting it. And I also kind of wonder a little bit, well, maybe he didn't quite do enough, but I think there might have been a bit of narrative around Butler as well. But I think maybe if he got sort of 60 or 70 today, that would have probably been enough for him to push him for that as well.
And Naseem Shah's spell, the best ever spell, wicketless spell, probably.
Yeah. So yeah. The one over that he bowled with no reward was unbelievable. Super impressive. And am I right in thinking I saw yesterday he got released by his PSL franchise, which is something of a surprise. Yeah.
Maybe he not sure. Maybe he wanted to be in the auction, or I mean,
no, they don't.
we can have it
in the draft.
Draft. Sorry. But so Dan,
I want to say one thing over here. Of all the T20 finals that have been there, T20 World Cup finals, only 2 have had where the team has won while batting first. 2007 and 2012. So this whole thing of batting first in a pressure game, at least in T20s, can be called a myth.
We saw that in this year's IPL final as well. I mean, I was very surprised when Sanju Samson opted to bat. But
I think there's some cases where it's a little bit more applicable. So, for example, a final in England at Lords, I would definitely lean towards batting first, because Lords has got quite a big bat first bias anyway. So you can understand why someone would do it there. But I think that's right. Generally, it is a myth, but unless there's something which is really venue specific to lean towards batting first, then I would you go down that road. Otherwise you treat the situation on its merits. And in the subcontinent, you'd always want to chase pretty much anyway.
So Dan, how do you see this England T20 side now evolving? I'm assuming that winning the T20 World Cup is probably as good as it can get for most of the senior players in the side. I'm talking about, let's say, Stokes, Rashid, Moeen to a lesser extent, and I mean, Vokes is still probably in the mid-30s, I guess, but most of these players have Jordan, and most of these players are on the wrong side of the 30s, or they're integral part of the test side. So that may also play into the narrative. So do you think the next World Cup is still 2 years away? So maybe the next bilateral series England play T20 cricket, they will probably start looking towards building a side with an eye on 2024, or do you still feel some of these players might carry on. Given, let's say, Rashid doesn't play Test cricket, Stokes has given up 50-over cricket. So, in your opinion, how do you think it will play out in the coming months/years?
Well, look at this. I would say that only of this team who played today, only Stokes and probably Sam Curran would be in England's probably their first choice 11 right now in Test cricket. I'm talking about. So the workload management, I think, is not a major issue for a group of now white ball specialists to a large extent. Now, look, integrating new players into an aging group is probably one of the most difficult things that a selector or a coach has to do. You know, I'm a big football fan. I'm sure you guys probably are as well. Remember Alex Ferguson when he was manager of Manchester United? He had to integrate, do this like 4 times over that 20 years, like 4 different eras where he's integrating new players and getting older players out or changing things up. And England have got to do that. Was Phil Salt's inclusion over Dawid Malan perhaps the first sign of that, for example? Because I think Malan was fit for the final, but they kept with Salt. And even though he only got 10 off 9 balls, it's still very valuable experience to play in a World Cup final moving forward. So yeah, you can kind of see that maybe. Brooke has obviously come in fairly recently as well. Still, probably I think has a bit to show at international level, but I definitely think that he's talented enough to do that. And then bowling wise, I mean, I'd be surprised if we saw a lot more of Jordan after this tournament, especially when Archer comes back as well, if he's fully fit. Adil Rashid ended the tournament well after a tricky start, but he's not getting any younger. I would say they might try and get 2 more years out of him and wait until Rayhan Ahmed is a little bit older and before getting him into the group. But then it all depends on Ray's progress over the next year or so, because talent-wise, he's got everything. And he backs. He's higher up the order.
So, Dan, my next question is from an overall tournament lens. Just wanted to pick your mind around the few trends that you would have observed in this World Cup.
Yes.
So I just want your opinion on some trend that you knew that this is how T20 works and that is exactly how it worked out. And just I'm quite interested in few of the anomalies as well, that this is something which was unique to this tournament, which doesn't usually apply to the T20 game.
Yeah, sure. So a couple of notable trends that I've picked out. First of all, I talked a lot over the last few years about this 60-40 rule. If you win 60% of your games, you've got a pretty decent chance, very high chance of qualifying. And 2, if you can be 60-40 in a knockout match afterwards, then that's as good as you're likely to get. Unfortunately, in this format, it does only ensure that if you're 60-40 in 2 knockout games, you win 36% of the time, which still shows how difficult it is to win a knockout match. And again, those variants and fine margins that we've already talked about a few minutes ago. So for me, that notable trend is the kind of continuation of 4 or 5 teams all being capable of beating each other in knockout matches, between sort of 40-60 and 60-40 against each other in these knockout matches. And that shows you how difficult it is to win knockout events even when you're a very strong team. If you're 60-40 in 2 matches in a row, you're still underdogs to win the tournament. You're still going to win the points more than 1 in 3 times. So getting to the knockouts should be the first objective for any of the major teams. And then, unfortunately, you are going to need a little bit of variance on your side, and we've seen that over this week. The variance and a bit of luck really is often what's needed in these tournaments. The other notable trend that is probably going to be a little bit less popular for some listeners is India's brand of cricket, and how regimented they are in terms of their tactics and their selection and how they structure up, and how they're almost trying to pick the best 11 players rather than the 11 who's most suited to the job in hand. And for me, I think that they really need to go back to the drawing board and work out, 1, what strategy they want to implement, and then 2, picking the players who are suitable for that strategy rather than picking the players and then worrying about some form of a strategy. So yeah, that needs to evolve, absolutely, in my opinion. I'm sure it's an uncomfortable thing to admit, but I'm sure a lot of people will admit that as well from in the supporters' base as well. In terms of overall learnings and differences in this tournament to others, for me, the conditions and the venues were markedly different to what we might see in other countries. In England or India or UAE, we would see a lot friendlier batting conditions, smaller boundaries, and we saw in this World Cup how useful running 2s and 3s were in Australia compared to other countries. I mean, a 3 in England in a T20 is basically unheard of. But here it's like it's not out of the question at all. And I think this was illustrated by the team who won the dot ball percentage count won more matches than the teams who won the boundary percentage count, which is basically unheard of in every other country. That's a real outlier. And so to show that maybe you do have to adapt your game plan a little bit. Maybe you do have to adapt your selection a little bit when you go to Australia. And for me, that was quite a nice learning. I think for me, the if I was ever in a position where I had to do some work in Australia, then I would definitely learn from that. So that was something that was a bit of an eye opener for me for sure. The extent of which those 2s and 3s and the non-boundary run production, I suppose you could call it, super powerful in Australia.
I think. Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. Yeah.
No, go ahead, Gurkira.
No, I was just saying that that point about boundaries and dot balls. It just comes down to also which venue you are playing at. A lot of it just comes down to that.
Yeah.
And like I said earlier as well, a lot of talk is about how England batters are ones who have a lot of intent. They're also very adaptive. They know when to play the situation. Like I was mentioning, before Dan came on. I don't know if Dan heard it. That if not for Stokes, then maybe someone like Malan could have played that anchor innings today. So they would have had one player doing that anyway.
Yes.
I mean, I had two small questions. So one basically is, do you attribute this England white ball success down to nailing the role definition? One is that, and then I want your opinion or comment on Moeen Ali, the leader, because he's been unsung, right? That people talk largely about Josh Butler, but Moeen Ali has been doing. Since he's been part of the core group, I think his game has also improved to a level where he's turned out to be this key player. So on this.
Yeah, so first of all, I think tactically, I think England have probably grasped the ways to win T20 matches and tournaments more than say in India have. They've kind of, and there's stuff that I disagree with that England do, but I think that they understand the format a lot more than India.
If England or India, probably Joe Root would be playing in the T20 team.
with Milan and Stokes and probably another as well opening the batting too. Yeah.
I have a question here. So Sam Curran has been named the player of the tournament. I think it could have been Shadab. I think this bias of always awarding these awards to the team that has won is something that needs to be done away with, because like I've said previously, it is, and the individual can only contribute so much towards his team winning. At the end of the day, that individual also has to rely on what the other 10 players are doing. I just think, Shadab with the bat also made an impact, because he averaged, if I'm not wrong, he had an average of 24.5 at a strike rate of 168.9, along with scoring that 50 versus South Africa. That actually, put Pakistan's campaign on track. So I just and it's not that Shadab did poorly with the ball. 11 wickets at an average of 15 and economy rate of 6.34. So yeah, I think Shadab could have been the player of the tournament.
Well, this is what we were saying earlier about how there's always this narrative about whoever wins the tournament usually gets player of the tournament. There's no difference to man of the match or player of the match awards as well. Like 99% of the time they go to a player who's on the winning team rather than on the losing team, even though the player on the losing team probably 20% of the time is quite clearly the player of the day, if that makes sense. So yeah.
Anyway, I'll leave now. I'll leave now. I hope that's fine.
That's fine. That's fine.
Has a
get
lot
back to
to
the
talk.
Moeen Ali.
Yeah. So Dan, your thoughts on England's tactics and Moeen Ali?
Yeah, so tactics, I think we've sort of brushed on a bit with the fact that they've grasped the format more. They've worked the format out a lot more than India have, for example. Perhaps other countries like Australia, West Indies probably feel like they did work the format out and then it's gone away from them a little bit. But I think probably because they've panicked and they've gone down a poor route with selection as well. With regards to Mo, I mean, obviously I work with Mo. I know Mo. We worked together at Birmingham Phoenix in the 100, and I've only got positive things to say about him. Great human being, great guy, quite quiet guy, but a really, really good leader at the same time in terms of that he gets his points across in a very, very succinct way, and gives the players the belief that they can go out and perform. And there's no consequences for failure. We'd rather fail taking the brave option rather than fail taking the fearful option. So for me, yeah, I think he's an excellent leader and definitely a great sort of second in command for Josh Butler right now.
No, I just probably a wild comparison, but the kind of arc Moeen Ali has been on, it reminds me of kind of what Granit Xhaka has been doing in Arsenal. Like nobody, like in the last couple of years, people have really tended to respect what he's offering as a leader, what he's bringing to the group and bringing the group together. So in that way, it kind of drawing slight parallels there. Being an Arsenal fan, obviously, but
most are big Liverpool fans. Maybe you could say make the equivalent of Jordan Henderson or someone like that as well.
Yeah. So Dan,
Dan is a Spurs fan, so that works out well.
Okay. Damn it. Okay. So Dan, I just wanted to listen to your thoughts about Matthew Mott, the coach. Like, have you had a chance to work with him in the past, or what is the general word about him? Like, is he someone who's very high on analytics and data, or is he more like a man manager who just leaves it to the players? Like, let's say compared to the previous coach England had,
Chris Silverwood,
and even Bayliss for that matter.
But because he keeps winning trophies.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, let's be honest. And first of all, I don't know Matthew Mott at all, so it's really, really difficult for me to pass any comment or judgment on what he's like as a character or as a tactician or strategist. What I do know is that, I mean, look, he's won a lot of trophies. That's obviously a huge positive. However, he's also been the coach of Australia women's team, who are like head and shoulders above every other team, I mean, it's like quite difficult to lose when you're Australia's national team.
Yeah. I can coach that team.
Is it Pep Guardiola of cricket?
Yeah.
Is it Pep Guardiola of cricket?
So I mean, but then obviously he's won this tournament as well as coach. That's another thing on his CV. So let's see. I mean, I don't know how much impact he had because obviously he's taken over in quite short notice over since Silverwood left. So let's see how he. I think the biggest test for him now is to how he evolves this group over the next 2, 3, 4 years, in the next couple of World Cup cycles, and that's going to be, I think, the real test for him in terms of him as a coach and the skills that he's got.
Yep.
So I mean, is it fair to say that the data-driven approach is something that is differentiating England from others because they've adopted this data method like before any team can even imagine, right? Do you think that is where they have a slight edge over others? I mean, a huge edge over others.
And they've not adopted to a level that probably someone like you would like, but still they are ahead of other teams, and that is making them better than the competition.
Look. You're right, Samesh. Certainly not to a level that I think that they could do. I genuinely actually think the reputation of being a very data-driven team is a little bit overstated. I still think maybe they're more data-driven than perhaps some other countries, but I don't think it's like they're the cricket equivalent of Oakland Athletics or anything like that. Definitely not the case. And yeah, look, I think that if England are ahead of everyone else in a data perspective, I actually think that that's a real indictment of the rest of the countries and how much they've basically closed their eyes to this massive competitive advantage.
Yeah. All right. So Dan, just last two questions before we wrap this up.
One more question from my part.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Go ahead.
I just wanted to ask about one player in particular. Jason Roy. So, is it? I mean, do you think they will now prefer Salt as the opener? I mean, Hales, I assume, will be the number one. So, just trying to think what will happen to the T20 team going forward. Barstow is obviously still there.
Yes.
He kind of missed out on this World Cup at the wrong time for him. Roy is still, he's dropped, and he was probably the favorite to make the squad a couple of months ago, but now he's dropped. So kind of Hales and Salt have popped up. So what does it mean for someone like Roy and Barstow as well? Like, do you see him continuing to play in the middle order, or now that Brook is there, Livingston is there, and all these, it's completely crowded over there. So what do you think of these two players in particular?
I mean, I don't think that that's a really good example of how much talent there is in the English batting pool right now. I mean, and you've only mentioned a few names, and there's a dozen other names you could really talk about in terms of having the future upside to be competing for a role in this team. Unfortunately for Jason Roy, I think it's going to be extremely difficult for him to get back into the team. He's 32 years old now. He's come off this year. I mean, his numbers are there's no way you can polish these numbers. They're extremely poor. He had a really disappointing 100 for himself as well. And obviously Alex Hales has come into the side and done pretty well. I think Phil Salt is clearly the preferred choice from the management as a backup batter, backup opener. And then you've got players such as Will Jacks, Will Smead, who are going to be playing a lot of overseas leagues this winter, and could easily put their name in the hat as well for some national team selections. So there's a lot of players competing, and it shows that you've got to carry on putting those performances in, otherwise people will catch up with you. With regards to Bairstow, I mean, Gurkharat talked earlier on about maybe there was a couple of other players who could have played that innings that Stokes played, tough out of difficult conditions and score some tough runs, and I think Bairstow definitely could have done that as well. And I don't think that Harry Brook has done quite enough to firm up his place in that lineup ahead of Bairstow. So I'm sure that I mean, Johnny Bairstow is an excellent player, as I'm sure everyone's aware of, and probably a better player of spin, I'd say, than Brook. So I'm sure that England will still have plenty of time for Johnny Bairstow when he recovers from his injury. But exciting for England, I think, in terms of that depth that they've got in the batting group.
Yeah, I see a Bairstow Brook tussle in Tests and T20 for the same position.
And one more, like you can say probably yes or no. Do you think do you see Stokes unretiring from ODI cricket and just playing the 2023 World Cup? Do you think that temptation might be there now?
I'm sure someone will ask him to do it.
Cool, Dan. So,
question.
Yeah, last two. Your 11 of the tournament.
Wow.
So you have that ready.
Nice.
Yeah, I do have it ready. So for the listeners, I got asked to do this about half an hour before the end of the match. So it's a little bit rushed. If I've forgotten someone, then I'm sorry. Okay, but a couple of positions are pretty tough. But I went with an opening partnership of Josh Buttler and Alex Hales, who I think were the best partnership in the tournament, probably. In terms of volume of runs, I couldn't ignore Virat Kohli at number 3 and Surya Kumar, who I think was without a doubt batter of the tournament, at number 4. Glenn Phillips, a bit inconsistent, but he got the nod at number 5 with an abundance of all-rounders from 6 to 9 of Hardik Pandya, Sam Curran, Shadab Khan, and Wanindo Hasaranga. We can quibble about the batting order for that, I think, but that gives us some great batting depth.
Yeah,
and
but
then
lot of righties there, Dan. No. Just kidding.
And then I went for the bowlers. I went for Shaheen Shah Afridi and Anrik Nortje. So overall, sort of 6 bowling options. Keeper and Butler, 2 spinners, 4 pacers. Back down to number 9. Shaheen can have a hit at 10. Quite like
3 paces, right? Shaheen,
Sam Curran, and
Sam
Anrik
Curran is
Nortje.
also there.
So
Cool, yeah.
So only 2 left-handers. Then.
Yeah.
Shaheen
Makes sense. So before we let you go, I mean, this tournament has been lit up by the teams who are outside the top 8. So which of those bottom 8 sides have impressed you the most, and why?
I mean, that's a tough question to answer, because I think that being really honest with you, that there's still a big gap between
Yeah,
them.
okay. Let me rephrase the question. Which of the sides who let's say Zimbabwe, Ireland, Netherlands, and even the others, based on what you saw, which of these teams at the moment have the highest ceiling?
So for me, out of those teams, I'd actually throw Afghanistan into the mix for the highest ceiling for sure.
Yeah, but let's leave Afghanistan out because they are playing regularly. They're a full member. Yeah.
Possibly Ireland, but it's tough. I don't see any of them really having a great high ceiling. So they've all got holes with needs of improvement. Netherlands have got a decent bowling attack, but the batting just fills me with dread. Ireland rely on performances from their better players, such as Sterling and Josh Little. Yeah, and I think that Little actually might get a sneak in as a base price player in the auction, maybe. Potentially.
Interesting.
And Zimbabwe, I just think that they fight hard. They lack quality, though, and their better players are well into their 30s now. So that's tough to see a ceiling there. Barza and Williams and stuff at the wrong end of the age curve. So that's tough to see from their perspective as well. So look, I want to see these new teams do well. The smaller teams do well. They've got to play bigger teams more. That's the key for them now, is to get that exposure against better players on a regular basis, and just be really, I genuinely think that they should be qualifying for every team in for this tournament. So like Netherlands play against Scotland, Ireland, England, and a few other European countries to get maybe 3 spots for the World Cup or something like that, and India did the same, but then they'd have to play against Bangladesh and Afghanistan and Nepal and UAE and teams like that as well. And ultimately, it's probably a bit of an inconvenience for some of the bigger teams like India and England. But actually, that's how you grow the game. That's how you get these to get better, because they're playing against better players and they understand the standards that they need to get to be a world-class player. And we've seen that in football over the years. Like teams used to, England used to beat teams 8-0 in the 90s in qualifiers, and now it's like 2-0 because they've actually, it's because the gap's got smaller because teams have become better, smaller teams have become better, and I want to see that happen in cricket.
Do you remember Paul Van Meekeren? He said that why can't these teams, bigger teams, stop over at Netherlands instead of playing the county? So do you see it happening, or do you not see it happening?
I'd like to see it happen, but I think commercial realities of the situation are that it's more difficult to happen. This is where I think maybe sometimes there needs to be more of a centralized organization of fixtures as opposed to the boards doing it themselves.
Yeah. I think the best solution at situation like this is, let's say when India are touring South Africa for a 5-match T20 series, just make it a triangular and include Namibia. Or include Zimbabwe, or when India playing England, include Ireland, Netherlands, make it a quadrangular with. That will be good for the viewership as well. But so Dan, it was an absolute pleasure to have you during this World Cup. What a great tournament! Definitely my favorite T20 World Cup. Of course, Western will continue. We have teams releasing a few players next week, so we'll have loads to talk about. But for now, Dan, have a good day and enjoy the win.
Thanks, guys. It's been an absolute pleasure to do this with you all tournament. Really, really enjoyed it. So we'll catch up soon.
Thank you, Dan.
See you, Dan.
4 hours and 38 minutes.
4 hours, 38 minutes multiplied by 15. Guys, this is it for the World Cup.
This is it.
Yeah.
It's been
Even they are done with their broadcasting. Can we cut?
That's all, folks. See you on 18th.
See you soon.
for the
basically.
New Zealand series,
Yeah.
and it starts
18.
at 12 p.m. I guess. So we'll start our watch along around 11:45 a.m.
Yeah, something like
11:30
that.
a.m. ish,
Yeah.
and maybe
15 minutes after
a
the
bit
toss.
earlier, if in case we want to talk about the maybe we'll have a separate video for
We'll
IPL
start a
reactions.
separate video. Yeah.
For
Please
now-
like, share, subscribe. Please share
Share it with your family, friends,
Yeah,
girlfriends,
let's hit-
ex-girlfriends, girlfriends ki family,
Yeah,
ex-girlfriend ki
good reason to
family,
text them.
Thank
those
you.
Yeah.
When sober.
neighbors.
Thank you so much for
Yeah. And please
for all
join
the
us
comments.
once
Keep
again.
the comments coming. Your comments are what is keeping us going, and
yeah.
we hope to grow the community a lot more. And I mean, we are seeing new users comment every day, every
Yeah,
single
yeah,
match.
yeah,
So our aim is to basically multiply the user base. Our retention is already
Josh
great. So
Butler's
guys,
daughter
keep
is called Maggie.
coming
So
back.
the second Maggie was won
So with that,
T20 World Cup. First one
if
is Rohit Sharma.
Akash stops talking, we will sign off.
Yeah.
So yes,
No, I'm
guys.
signing off.
Bye. Cut
Cut the
it.
stream.
Cut
Stop
it.
it.
And then